Now we're live everywhere. We've never been more live, chat. The livest we've ever been. I dare say, indeed, yes. Did you see the Final Fantasy plane chase cards I'm doing for the? Whoa, hey, no, no, you didn't tell me that. That's sick. Hold up, that's sick. You didn't tell me all that. Ooh, and happy birthday to your wife, Andrew, as well. To all, to all of those whose birthday is today, May 18th. How does my body do this? I don't. I don't know. It's only when I sit down. Yes, please show me later. But for right now, chat, let us enter the world of Final Fantasy once more into the breach. And do the thing. Okay. Oh. No, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna hit this button here. Let's just check something really fast because I was hitting. Wait. 5, 14, 23. How about what? Does it go backwards? That's crazy. Oh, 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 shit. Okay, I found them. I can't upload these now because I'm literally midstream, but I did find them. Okay. All right. Hi, chat. Let's look at these cards. Let's look at these cards. Might be worth getting some tactics love in there too. Yo, listen. If you want to design one, I love tactics, so I can definitely share a little bit. I think if anything, if I was gonna do anything with tactics, it would be like buffing the whole class thing. Which honestly, okay. We have to wait for all the cards to come out. But we're going to look at the 2 precons today. But I'm excited for the classes, like the equipment that give classes to things. I think that's cool. I think that's the closest I can get to tactics. And I'll try to probably build a deck around that, but we'll see. Okay, but anyway, chat. Let's dive into our first card because that's what we're all here for. We're live everywhere. Everything's good. Nothing broke, which is fantastic. I love that. I love it when things don't break. All right, chat, let's go for the first card here. We have Terra, Herald of Hope. So this is the lead precon for the Mardu Huzumawatsu deck. Hold on. I have it here. I have it here. Mardu Revival Trance is what it's called. I don't know what that means, so you're going to have to tell me what that means. If I could bring one thing from Tactics, it'd be Sidolphus Orlandeau with printed type hero so that he can be... So that the any number Sid could buff Thunder God Sid. Yes. What you said. I see what you're saying. Yes. Everything you said sounds dope. Okay. Chat. Terra, Herald of Hope, red, white, and black. 3/3 legendary creature, human wizard warrior with trance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards. Terra gains flying until end of turn. Then, whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, you may pay 2. If you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Alright, so Mardu in general seems to have a theme of like combat, revive a creature one way or another. Hey, thank you very much for the birthday wish, Scoop Phase, and Comic Seeds. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you all. So yeah, Mardu has a penchant for having powerful women that are low cost, low power, but you know, listen, go to combat and they can just start reviving things from the grave. That's just like a Mardu thing for some reason. So this Terra says at the beginning of combat, any combat on your turn, mill 2, and she gains flying, right? So we have a little bit of like Mardu self mill, which is a bit weird. Bit weird, but okay, we out here. Mardu self mill. And then deal combat damage. Terra, whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, which should be easier because she has flying. Cool, cool, cool. You pay 2 mana. Okay. Then when you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So not tapped and attacking like we usually get for Mardu attacks and everything. It's just power, not convert the mana cost. Power 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's like pretty okay, you know? Like this commander here is definitely like making an entire deck a bit more playable and way less like okay, we got to build everything around Terra. So we got to definitely see what's in the rest of the deck to make sure that she's like, "Oh, okay, like I get what she's doing." But for right now, just on paper, meh, I don't, you know, I'm not really seeing exactly what she has going on. So, yeah, let's dive on in here. In the 99, what cards, chat? Because she's definitely like, you know, commander worthy. What cards are we thinking goes in here? We're looking for our top 3 cards that we would want to add to a Herald of Hope deck. Hey, GP. Hey, good to see you. Hi. You know who's a creature card with power 3 or less? E Honda. Ooh. Hold the phone. E Honda. That's so true, actually. That's true. Out of nowhere, you can return this like giant mana creature that's a 0/7. As long as it's your turn, each creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. That's fair. That's a fair one. That's a fair one. You know what? That does get me on the mode. Hey, GP4Y1, thank you very much for the bit. That does get me in the mode of thinking about what big mana value creatures can we cheat into our graveyard and then cheat back into play, right? So like what cards like E Honda have a good ability but low power in Mardu colors, right? Let's see. I'm trying to think. Alright. Oh, no way. Is she in here? No, War Leader? Is she? She's a 3/4. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Correct. That's too true. And I also lied. Terra's not the lead commander. It's actually Celeste? I thought it was Terra. My bad. Oh well. We'll go back to it. I could have swore it was Celeste. I thought Terra was the main character. Was she not? Is she not the main character? Ooh, I'm thinking of oh, 6 is an ensemble. Gotcha. All right. You know, at first I was thinking of, you know, if we're gonna revive cards, we could get like the angel that bring a Karmic Guide, right? We could do Karmic Guide, but we're just limited by power, not mana value. So I'm thinking like Sister Hospitalier. She's a 6-drop that's a 3/2. Whenever she enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, gain life equal to its mana value, right? So we're milling willy-nilly, and then now we can bring back the sister, and then bring back any giant creature. You can argue that Terra's the protagonist of the first half, and Celeste is the protagonist of the second half. This game's crazy. Okay. Alright. I know Miyabi's gonna fill me in on what the hell's going on here. What the hell is going on in Shibuya? What else do we see for Terra? I like the idea of big mana value creatures that we get back and just start getting some mad damage in. Master of Cruelties, but that's slow. That is a funny one. Terra does make us return the creature just kind of tapped. So not tapped and attacking. That would be a little bit different. So not as good. Not as good. Actually, we found 2 big dudes already. So are there any creatures with like especially big ETBs? Threefold Thunderhulk? Oh. Thunderhulk enters the battlefield, 3 counters on it. When it enters or attacks, make gnomes. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Nope, that's a good one. That's a good one. What else? What like big ETB creatures do we have in these colors? Terra is the main commander and character? Okay. She's the first character you meet and super important as far as I know. Gotcha. Godo? Ooh, Solitude. Let me look at Godo really fast. Godo is a 3/3. Bandit Warlord. This is true. Attacks, so yeah, Godo then also wants to like attack for the first time. So at the very least, you know, Celeste does dodge all of that stuff. But I do like Solitude. Right? Just thinking of like everything that Solitude is able to do for us. So Solitude, even though it only costs 5 mana, right? But like we could Solitude, it's the evoke creature. So 5 blue 3/2 with flash and lifelink, and it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target creature. That creature's controller gains life equal to its power. And then it has the evoke cost of exile white card from your hand, right? And evoke means as soon as it enters, it'll, you know, be sacrificed. So you could like evoke it, sacrifice it, and then bring it back with Terra immediately. You know, you can evoke the defender out of the way and then bring back Solitude, and then hey, now Solitude's here. I think that's a pretty good example of a good ETB, even if the creature doesn't cost that much, right? It's just value. It's just value. All right, yep, those are a good 3 choices there. Nails the 3 things that we want to talk about. Hispatalier. Why is nobody here? You seem like a chill guy. Thank you very much, BK. Hey, listen, hey, I'm not, the TikTok algorithm do be a goofy thing, but I appreciate that, BK. Thank you. We like to have chill commander vibes here. All right, so let's get into that recording. Are you on Twitch too? Yes, we're on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok all at once. Okay, Terra, Herald of Hope. Actually, let me hold on. Yeah. Terra, Herald of Hope. Red, white, and black. 3/3 legendary creature, human warrior, wizard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards. Terra gains flying until your end of turn. And then whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, you may pay 2. When you do, return target creature with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So the first thing we want to look at with Terra, you know, like we're gonna need to have a little bit of self-mill in there, or just creatures that die throughout the course of a game, right? Like it, you know, it doesn't really matter how the creatures get there. Marduk's not really the colors of self-mill, mainly like sacrifice, which is perfectly in line. You know, that's why Terra's kind of helping us out there. And Terra's most likely to hit when she gets flying. You just gotta target the right person. And so we want to make sure that we're getting back really big mana value creatures for only 2 colorless mana, right? As long as they're big creatures, but they have small power, then we should be pretty fine. And the first card I want to bring back is clearly Aurelia the War Leader, right? 6 mana card. Okay? Like, you know, pretty powerful. But she's a 3/4, so Terra's going to be able to go to combat, you can mill Aurelia, whatever, and then bring Aurelia the War Leader back. Now, Aurelia won't be able to give you an extra combat step right then and there, but if you do have something that's already going to give you an extra combat step after Terra is attacking, which, of course, if you're going to build a deck around Terra, you're probably going to emphasize having extra attacks, then Aurelia the War Leader will then be able to give you an additional attack step after that additional tap step as well. And then next up, we have Sister Hospitalier. This is a 6 mana 3/2. Really good ETB, because what if there is a creature with power, you know, more than 3 that you really want to get back? Well, Terra can get back the Sister, and then the Sister can bring back a giant creature, like a Sun Titan or some dragon or anything like that, and you gain a bunch of life equal to that creature's mana value, which, you know, we're kind of all about here. So Sister Hospitalier is going to be the best card to get back with Terra, so you can keep the value going. Local love lady, thank you very much for the follow, for the gifted tier 1 sub. to Shinny564. Thank you so very much. Wainwright, good to see you. Stop and wish you a happy birthday. Thank you very much, everyone, for the birthday wishes. I very much appreciate it. Let me finish this right on up. And then the next card we have, the last card that I really want to emphasize is one just has a really versatile ETB, even if he doesn't cost that much. And that's going to be a card like Solitude, right? Solitude is already fantastic. You can put it into play with Evoke, which causes it to be sacrificed as soon as it enters play, but you get to take out whatever flying blocker was going to block Terra, right? And then Terra gets to attack, deal combat damage, and then bring Solitude back. Solitude only costs 5 or free, but he's going to end up in the graveyard very, very quickly, so then now you can just get that ETB value back to back incredibly fast. There's just so much that we can do with Terra. Even though she's just like Mardu Reanimator, she still ends up being a really particular style commander that is going to end up outlasting all of your opponents. So if you play her well and you build her up, you're going to have a really, really unstoppable deck. And there we go. Boom. And just like that. And just like that, we saved the clip. We saved the clip. What's going on here? Bio, thank you very much for the biddies. Thank you so very much, Bio, for the bits. I appreciate it. The noises for bits turned off. Let me fix that really fast. Boop. Thank you so much for the bits. Every single one of these bits goes to directly to the how the hell am I going to get to all of these events funds. And it's very helpful right now, let me tell you. All right. Gray Merchant is 2 power. Ooh, that is true. That is true. That is true. I find that Gray Merchant of Asphodel is a lot harder to get all of the what do you call it? The devotion to black very high in a 3-color deck, you know what I mean? Like it's great, obviously. Of course, but it is a lot harder than we would normally find. Bio, again, thank you very much for the bits, and also just your constant every stream support. You know, it truly does mean a lot, Bio. Thank you. Hey, let's go. Bio, thank you very much for the gift of sub to Seraph6. Seraph6, actually someone in the community who already deserves to already have a sub. There we go. Thank you so very much, Bio. I appreciate that. And Seraph, I hope you enjoy your time here. All right, let's go over to the next card. Now, I think the next card is the secondary / main commander. I don't know, but let's dive into Celeste Rune Knight here. All right. On to the secondary / main protagonist of the game. Apparently, from what I hear, she's a protagonist of the second half of the game, of the 6th game. I don't know. Final Fantasy VI seems very, very wacky to me, but everyone seems to really enjoy it. So let's dive right on in to Celeste Rune Knight. 1 red, white, and black for a 4/4 human wizard knight. When Celeste enters, discard any number of cards, then draw that many number of cards, +1. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control enter, if 1 or more of them entered from a graveyard or is cast from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay, there is no way that Celeste is not the main commander for this. Like, for sure. No, Celeste, now, this is a main commander right here. Terra definitely like kind of keeps an engine going for her, but Celeste is like what the yo chosen droid, excuse me, I'm sorry. I know it's my birthday, right? But can we just give a shout out, a clap of applause for Chosen Droid, brand new Twitch partner? Actually, hello, hold on. This is about you? Listen, we all on the come up. Hell yeah. And we're almost at that hype train too, chat. Let's get this shit going. Let's keep it up. Chosen, thank you so much. Happy birthday to me. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. But everyone, please do follow Chosen. Chosen is going to be playing some Commander with me when this set comes out. Right, dude? Right? Yes? Yes? Are you looking at Celeste here? This Celeste looks really sweet. Celeste Rune Knight is looking kind of dope. One side of the wheel plus persist combo piece in Commander. Yeah, no, honestly, like, Celeste is definitely the main commander because, like, I mean, 4 mana 4/4 is like what they like to put as the main commander for a lot of things. But like, okay, Celeste enters, you discard any number of cards, then draw that many +1, so you're always going up 1. So even if you discard 0, you go up 1. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Every single bit of this text drips with stuff, for sure, for sure. I'm already picking them up. Nice, Celeste. I've never seen. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, she's really strong. Black, white, red is slowly becoming your favorite. Not gonna lie. Hey, what's your what's like kind of turning you into the Mardu colors? Because this one's really sweet. So, all right, we have a draw value on the Mardu deck, which is pretty good, right? Whenever one or more other creatures, so not Celeste, she doesn't trigger herself. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or is cast from a graveyard, +1/+1 counter each creature control. So do note that if you do Mass Reanimator, so like if you Living End and put all of your creatures from your graveyard onto your battlefield, Celeste is only going to trigger once. Remember that, right? One or more creatures. So what you're going to want to do, which is my favorite thing that they make commanders do, which is convince players to play incrementally. You want to incrementally trigger this ability. You want incremental Reanimator, right? You don't want just like one big boom, place it on the table and tell your opponents to deal with it. If you really want to trigger your commander as often as possible, you're going to want to bring back one creature, then another creature, then another creature, and so on and so forth. You're building her for CDH? Honestly, Armin, I could see that. I could see her being a CDH commander for sure. I 100%. I can see that. Definitely. Gotta find him. I've been upgrading. Which one? Zurgo. Oh, Store Zurgo. Okay, yeah. Where's he at? Where's the deck box? It's around here somewhere. I got the deck box. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Oh, you don't see it. Yeah, I got the Zurgo Stormrender. Is very good. That's a very, very good precon. Very easy to wrap the head around. And it does a lot of good things that Mardu likes to do. This is a different half of Mardu. I was just saying that Mardu likes to have creatures coming back from the graveyard when you get to combat, and here we are, right? Okay, so what cards can we imagine here for Celeste that are really, really going to bump Celeste up? We did it, folks. We broke Mardu Redcap. Murderous Red Trap. Oh, shit. Yes. We did it. Oh, no. We did it. All right. That's going to be the third and final card that we talk about. That's crazy. Ephemerate? Ooh, no. Well, let's make it a creature. But Ephemerate does work. There's like a creature Ephemerate, though. Oh no. Yeah, we did it. We broke Murderous Redcap. You're so true. Graveyard Manipulation and +1/+1 has been fun. Hell yeah. Felidar Guardian? Yeah. There's not like a persist card with there's not a persist card with flicker abilities, right? No, hold on. Felidar is good. Don't get me wrong. Okay, hold on. But think about no, who's the guy? The from D&D that also does flicker bullshit. God, he's his name is really lame, honestly. He's like so lame. And there's like a mentor. Yeah, Abdel. That's right. Abdel Adrian, Gorian's Ward. A 5-mana 4/4 human warrior. When Adrian Gordon's Ward enters, exile any number of other non-land permanents you control until he leaves, right? You create a soldier for each permanent exile this way. So one, you make a board full of things, right? But what makes Abdel Adrian really good here? Hold on. No, sorry. We want things to exile from the graveyard. Hold on. I'm not thinking right. Well, I'm kind of thinking right. He'll let us like flicker things from the board, but we're looking for reanimation, and there's only going to be so many creatures that reanimate from the graveyard. No blink abilities, but you could use Cauldron Haze or the other Cauldron artifact that gives persist. And Will K, that's a good point. But as I said before, Celeste says one or more creatures, right? So like, yeah, that's true. Cauldron Haze, I like the idea of the Cauldron. Because it does make the whole board come back. You only trigger Celeste once, but we only need to trigger her once here. That's right, yeah. The Cauldron is good here. Persistent Constrictor. Just because it's annoying. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, Cauldron of Souls. Choose any number of target creatures. Those creatures gain persist until end of turn. Right. So you'll be able to bring back your entire board. And then Celeste will give everything a +1/+1. So then, boom, they're back to normal. Puppeteer Clique reanimates opponent stuff. Ooh. Puppeteer Clique. I think that's in the deck. Hold on. Let me just double check and make sure Puppeteer Clique's not in the deck. Is it really not? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, Puppeteer Clique's really, really good here. Okay. Puppeteer Clique is really good. Priest of the Fellwright. Priest of Fellwright's in the deck. What is a good sacrifice outlet? What's a good sacrifice outlet for this deck, right? Because again, one or more creatures from your graveyard. How can we make sure that there's creatures that we want specifically in our graveyard pretty much all the time? And is there one that helps with Celeste a little bit more than not? I don't think there. I'm not like. I mean, like obviously you have your you know, sacrifice and scry, dude. But I'm just wondering if there's like anything that's a little bit more unique. Blood-soaked altar could be an interesting choice. What's that? Let me see. Blood-soaked altar. Pay 2 life, discard the card, sacrifice a... Damn. Oh, wow. Create a 5/5 demon. Activate only anytime you can cast a sorcery. That's not bad. Blood-soaked altar. That's actually, like, a pretty good one, Rexian. That's actually pretty neat. I actually legitimately like that. When we do the deck upgrade for this, I think I will put Blood-soaked altar in. Because that gives you a lot of value for everything that we want to do. Alter Dimension and Mill Yourself is the best I can think of. That's true. Would prefer Roast Rider to Viscera Seer? Yeah. I can see that. I could see that. Hey, Andrew. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Kurotsuki community. Yeah, Roast Rider is also not in the deck. Yeah, whoa. Whoa, Strider. Creature escapes with 2+1/+1 counters on it. Yeah, there's no like -1/-1 counter card, right? That's like particular. That doesn't like. There's nothing that sacrifices for the. Oh, Yawgmoth does, but that doesn't really help, right? Spawning Pit. Ooh, I like Spawning Pit. I like Spawning Pit a lot. Yeah. Yeah, sacrifice a creature, put a charge counter on Spawning Pit. Remove 2 counters from Spawning Pit to make a colorless spawn. Yep. That's pretty good too. Hey, West Coast, good to see you, friend. Yeah, Yawgmoth works a lot too. Hey, Black Purist, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Let's go. Let's heckin' go. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the Kurotsuki community. Big ol' heckin' hearts. Welcome to this birthday extravaganza we got going on here. Hell yes, my friends. Hell yes. That is all I gotta say. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Also, let me make that audio play. Hold up. Oh yeah, okay. What? There we go. Okay. I had to make it work. Because it wasn't working. Hey, let's go! Happy birthday from the tower. Good to see you, Black Purist. Hell yeah. You looking fly? Thank you very much, West Coast. Attrition? What's attrition? Let me see. Yawgmoth. Pay 1 life, sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 counter and up to a target creature draw a card. Ooh, I like that. I like that one, actually. I like that Yawgmoth. Okay. That's a good one. Yawgmoth is a good example of like this our infinite sack that we can do. And attrition. Pay a black, sacrifice creature, destroy target non-black creature. Also very true. Also very. Is that not in the deck? I actually think attrition is, right? Holy shit, it's not. There's no enchantments in this deck actually. Like in the actual precon. Well, yeah, attrition would easily go in there for sure. All right, I think that's a good amount of examples. So the first example that we have is Cauldron, the Cauldron, which gives everything persist, and then obviously Celeste comes in and gives everything a plus and plus encounter, so we have infinite revive. Yawgmoth is going to be our example of our infinite sack outlet, and then lastly Murderous Redcap is an infinite combo once we get that going. Just okay, like here we go. Happy birthday, thank you so very much, I appreciate it, and welcome everyone to the Kurotsuki channel. We're going over the Mardu precon for the Fallout for the Final Fantasy deck here. Let's dive in. Gravecaller plus Phyrexian Altar. And yeah, that gives you infinite mana plus infinite plus and plus encounters. Just say fucking and win. Yeah, honestly, Celeste is broken, if we're being honest with each other. Celeste is actually incredibly broken, and I can see her being a CDH commander pretty quickly. Alright. Let's do the thing. So, Celeste Rune Knight, 4 mana, 4/4, legendary human wizard knight. Enter the battlefield, discard any number of cards, and draw that many cards +1. Whenever one or more creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or is cast from a graveyard, put a +1/+ encounter on each creature you control. And chat, I think we all came to the conclusion this card is busted. Celeste is incredibly broken. I honestly think that if someone comes up to you and says that they have an upgraded Celeste Rune Knight deck, you gotta run. You gotta run, or at least understand that you're in a bracket level 4 or higher game. Hands down, because I don't think that there's gonna be, unless you're just going for like FF6 typo only, I really think it's gonna be hard to make Celeste into anything like less than a 4, quite frankly. Need it? Absolutely. So, for example, why we think Celeste is so good, Cauldron of Souls, right? Cauldron of Souls says tap, choose any number of target creatures. Each one of those creatures gains persist until end of turn. And persist is when this creature dies, it comes back with a -1/-1 counter on it, right? As long as it didn't have a -1/-1 counter on it in the first place. Well, if Celeste is there or part of that bundle, Celeste will then put a +1/+ encounter on each one of those creatures, so now they no longer have the -1/-1 counter because those two cancel each other out. So now you just have an artifact that just says, oh, there's a board wipe? That's crazy. I'm just gonna come right back, and everything's perfectly fine, and everyone else is super screwed. And if you're the one casting the board wipe, you're gonna be even more on top of the world. You can do that on turn 6, after you get the Cauldron out and you establish a little bit of a board state. You'll be perfectly fine. You'll be perfectly fine. Next up, we have Yawgmoth, Thran Physician. Now, Yawgmoth Thran Physician is pretty freaking good. He's going to be an example of our, like, infinite sack outlet sort of card, right? Because in black, there's a lot of cards that just say, like, sacrifice a creature, do X, Y, and Z, right? You have sacrifice a creature, scry 1, sacrifice a creature, scry 1, but on a bigger creature, sacrifice a creature, deal damage, etc. There's a lot of examples of infinite just free sack outlet in red, white, and black. Yawgmoth is a pretty good example of one because you can pay 1 life, sacrifice a creature, get it to the graveyard, and then draw a card, right? So you keep this engine going, you always have a full grip. And then, lastly, the infinite combo that you're going to find after you get your infinite sack outlet, we have Murderous Redcap. Now, Murderous Redcap, it's fucked up. Just quite frankly, Murderous Redcap is absolutely going to... Okay, Murderous Redcap is absolutely going to just... I mean, it's infinite with your commander, right? So Murderous Redcap, when it enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its power to any target, right? And then it's a 2/2 with Persist. So when the creature dies to your sack outlet, it will come back into play as a 1/1 because it has a -1/-1 counter on it. You get to deal 1 damage to something, sure, whatever. But then Celeste says, oh, did that creature come back from the graveyard? Awesome. Put a +1/+ counter on all my creatures, including the Murderous Redcap. So not only does Murderous Redcap keep on being able to be sacrificed and come back infinitely, but also your board state is getting infinitely huge. I don't know which, I mean, obviously the Murderous Red Cap killing someone instantly is more important, but still, you have just a lot of abilities with Celeste. And I would say that, honestly, the best persist cards are in Mardu colors. So you could go largely persist typal and red, white, and black, and you're going to end up with a very, very powerful deck. So be sure to pick these 3 up if you're looking to bring Celeste into the bracket 4 category. And just understand, if someone comes at you with the upgraded Celeste Rune Knight deck, it's bracket 4. No less. It might even be bracket 5, quite frankly. This card is busted. And there we go. There we go. The clip saved. And there we go. A whole TikTok and YouTube short made right there. But this is sweet. No, like, honestly, none of these cards are in the deck itself, by the way. So these are like the easiest pickups. Easily, right? If you just added these 3 and just like persist cards and just better like infinite sack outlets, you're, I mean, this deck is busted easily, or at least Celeste is. Easily. All right, let's get to the next card here. That's Terra. Yes. Okay. So we have Bannon. The stuff. Let me get the my board. All right. Let's talk about this guy. I have no idea who that. Also, hold on. Mia Bytes should be giving me lore, but I haven't found any lore. I haven't gotten any lore. I wanted Red Cap for your Deadpool deck. Oh, because he'll have the text and you'll get persist. A Mauled Hound! Let's go. Bester Sword is best equipment ever? Damn right. Let's heckin' go. It's true. It's true. It's true. Osha the Raid with 200. Welcome everyone to this wonderful Kurohitsuki turning 32 years old birthday celebration. We're going over the last 2 precon decks that we haven't gone over yet. Right now, we just basically started the Mardu precon for Final Fantasy, and then we're going to end on the Esper one, which is the one I'm the most excited for. But right now, we're vibing here. We're having a good time, and thank you very much for coming over to the birthday stream, Mauled. I really appreciate you. Big heckin' hearts to you, my friend. The Buster Sword is the best equipment ever. It's really, really good. And the Buster Sword itself fits along with all the clouds, which is personally like my favorite part. I love the synergy that each cloud has with the Buster Sword. 32 years ancient. True! The Bustiest, yes. The Boostation, if you would. Happy birthday from an hour east. Hey! Wait, hold on. An hour east. Hold on. I'm on the East Coast. How do you do that? Thank you very much for the follow, Zerlin Gaming. Wait, hold on. An hour east. How do you do that to me? Is that possible? No. Impossible. I don't look a day over 31. Aww. Little Lemon, Atrexia Chosen, and Dark. I'll forgive it for now, Dark. Rochester? That's not an hour east. Get over here. What's the precon you're going to try to grab? Each and every single one of them, but the one that I wanted to upgrade the most is the Esper one. The Esper one is, I mean, listen, Yashtola's hot. Yashtola's hot. And I think also the job mechanic's cool, but it's Yashtola, for sure. Thank you all very much for the follows. Welcome to the Kurohitsuki community. All right, let's go over to the other guy here. Bannon, the Returners leader. Who is this guy? That beard is majestic. That beard is very majestic. Where are his hands? Oh, okay, and now I see where his hands are. Alright. Red White for a 1/3 human cleric rebel with Prey. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Whenever you attack, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Alright, so yeah. Once during each of your turns, you can cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Whenever you attack, you may pay 1. If you do, discard a card, then draw a card. Now, did they have to give that second part? Whenever you attack, you can pay 1 to discard, then draw. Did they have to? No. They didn't have to. But, you know, why not just, like, push the... There can never be a moment where a commander is not doing something. But largely, there's a lot of like draw discard on attack cards that you can put in a Bannon deck. Or alongside Bannon, but also creatures just die, right? Oh no, it has to be, wait, not from the battlefield. Never mind, it has to be. Okay, I guess the only way you can do is like draw discard in red white, right? Because it's not if they die. Yeah, I guess it is just draw discard. Huh. What an interesting commander. Or mill. Yeah, red white mill, like red white mill. Red white mill though. I don't know about all that. That seems a bit wacky to me, but. Go off, I guess. Go off, I suppose. Red is one of the main wheel colors. Draw, discard. Draw, discard. But yeah, well, wheeling is discarding, not mill. Not mill, thank you very much. Colorless mill tools put in work. I mean, if you want to put a Milliken in here, I don't know why you'd want to. Yeah, red has a lot of draw discard. Right. Which is yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna put here, right? So speaking of draw discard, if we're going to get Bannon the Returner's leader as a commander, right? I think you can make him as a commander. So if he's gonna be a commander, what cards are we gonna put in him? Because I think he's easily commander playable for sure. If he's your favorite character, I don't know. If someone could give me the lore on Bannon, that'd be great. Because I don't know who these people are. I don't know who a damn one of these people are. Any of them. So if anyone wants to give me a rundown, that'd be great. That would be real cool. Thank you very much, High Tech. Thank you. He's like a quest giver NPC. Okay. And white protection bolster. Ooh, white protection bolster is pretty good, yeah. MVP card Lightning Helix. And this, oh, you just mean like protection bolster? Because this guy doesn't really care about Lightning Helix. Can't help you with this one, no worries. I'm with you. I know nothing about Final Fantasy. I have only played 12. And like every game in the 12 verse, but still. Alright, so let's think of some draw discard cards. Wait, hold on. Give me like the #1 draw discard creature for red. Draw discard creature, red. Give me. Magus of the Wheel? Well, we don't want Magus because this is once during each of your turns you may cast a creature spell from one card's out with a blah 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 this turn, right? So Magus of the Wheel would make us discard our entire hand, but we can only bring one card back. So we don't necessarily have too much of a reason to try to go for the let's do the whole thing at once versus say like one at a time, right? Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, yes. I love that. Yes, Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, 1 in a red, 2/2. Whenever you attack, you may discard the card. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample until end of turn. Cool. And then whenever you discard one more cards, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until your next end step. Yep. And oh, Fear of Missing Out is good too. Yep. Fear of Missing Out is good too. That's a 1 in the red, 2/3. Whenever it enters, discard, then draw. And then on attack, if you have Delirium, you get an additional combat phase, which is not bad. We can make that happen. We're draw discarding the whole time, right? Okay. And Aki Rodent, true. Okay, so we have 2 good examples for draw discard, right? So then now, what is a creature that we're going to want to cast from our graveyard, right? Every creature we want to cast, so that's nothing special. But is there any specific creature that does a little bit more work than anything else, right? Is there anything else that we'd really want to get back? Because we still have to pay the cost, mind you. The cost still needs to be paid. So it needs to like not be super expensive, but also, you know, still pretty decent. What would we say? He's also a rebel, by the way. He's also a rebel, which is something. Sun Titan, Atali, Revelark. Ooh, Revelark. I like Revelark. I like Sun Titan. Which one do I like more? Hold on. Well, Revelark is 5 mana. Revelark, no, Revelark only triggers when it leaves the battlefield. So Sun Titan. Sun Titan, it is. Yeah, Sun Titan is great. Sun Titan is who we want to bring back. Yep, there we go. Flaming Tyrannosaurus likes when we cast from grave. Oh! That's... Oh, that's so true. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to swap that out for the, fear of missing out. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good call. All right. Hey, and just like that, we've determined how we actually double down on all these abilities, right? Aurelia the War Leader. That is true. Aurelia the War Leader would be perfectly fine to cast for 6. But what Aurelia doesn't do, although Aurelia does have haste and gives additional combat, so that part is true. However, if we fill up our deck with cards like Inti, right, like multiple guys that say like draw, discard, draw, discard, draw, discard, we will probably end up draw discarding multiple times, like in the turn. And if we were to bring back Sun Titan, we can bring back 2 cards, right, that we draw discard. Aurelia lets us like attack multiple times, which is cool, but we'll have to like keep on paying the mana value for creatures that we get back. But for 1 6-mana creature, we get back 2 creatures on top of that. So I think it's pretty sick. Yeah. But every single one of these suggestions is value. But let's dive into making the clip here. So Banon, the Returner's leader. Red and the white, 1/3, human cleric rebel with prey. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Whenever you attack, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So the whole point of him, if you're going to make Banon your commander, is to draw, discard, and then have enough mana to be able to pay to bring those creatures back from the graveyard to the battlefield. You want your creatures to like not die, because your creatures need to be placed into the graveyard from not the battlefield. So things like Iroas and stuff that prevents creatures from taking combat damage will be really good here. But the main thing you want to do is cast from your graveyard. And the first card that we're going to want to cast from our graveyard is going to be, well, actually, the first creature that we're going to have is Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, right? This is going to be the number one, like, hey, draw, discard that you have alongside your commander, right? You attack, draw, discard, you only have to pay 1, as you would with Banon. Put a +1/++ encounter on whatever attacking creature you can have, and then it gets trample, right? And then whenever you discard 1 or more cards, which you're going to trigger multiple times in a deck like this, you get to exile your top card and have more cards to be able to play, right? This whole deck is going to be like red, draw, discard, and the white part is going to be like creatures that have reanimation. And speaking of reanimation, Sun Titan. Sun Titan costs 6, right? Don't get me wrong, that is a lot of mana. But Sun Titan brings back 2 other creatures with him, right? If we have Inti, if we have Banon, we have all these other creatures that are saying, hey, draw, discard, draw, discard, draw, discard, we're going to eventually have more than 2 creatures that we're going to want to re-get in our graveyard. So that's why Sun Titan, you discard him when you have 6 mana, you go to combat, you do your thing, and then you pay 6 mana, bring Sun Titan back, and then 2 more creatures that were in your graveyard for whatever other reason also enter the battlefield. And then lastly, since we're casting creatures from our graveyard, we want to find other spells that also like when we cast from our graveyard. Jason Scrap, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid! That's not the way Sun Titan reads? What do you mean? When he enters. Sun Titan says when he enters. I know it's also or attacks, but Sun Titan also enters and gets creatures back too. I think Atali is huge value because you get to cast 3 cards for free. That's also true. That's also true, right? You get back 1 permanent. Oh, did I say 2? Oh, you're so right. Yeah. What was I thinking of? What was I thinking of getting 2 creatures back? I was thinking of something else. But yes, you're right. My bad. My bad. Yeah, 1 permanent. They'll figure it out. But thank you. Yeah, you're right. I was reading it wrong. Return 1 target mana, permanent mana value 3 or less. Right. Which we're going to have a lot of that in this deck. Like Inti, for example, right? But yes, you're right about that. Savine's Reclamation is 2. That's right. Fast Online, good to see you, bud. But technically, you do get 2 creatures, Sun Titan and another. Exactly. And that's what I'm going to type in the comments when people say you're wrong. And I'll be like, actually, Pterodactyl Gaming said, I actually get 2 creatures when you look at it this way. All right, Raiders, thank you very much for coming on through to the birthday extravaganza. We're going over the Mardu Precon from the Final Fantasy set. Let me get to this last card here. So after Sun Titan, we want to find a creature that likes it when we cast creatures from the graveyard, as well as our commander. So we're going to have Flaming Tyrannosaurus. A big old 7-mana 5/5 with Menace, but it says whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, it deals 3 damage and you put a +1/+1 counter on the Tyrannosaurus. And hey, turns out your commander wants you to cast creature cards from your graveyard. That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. Genesis Nightmare, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Everyone, thank you so much for the birthday wishes and for coming on through. Thank you very much for the gifted subs and also for the many, many follows. But yes, yeah, Flaming Tyrannosaurus is a really good pick here because it hits on the fact that we're casting creatures from our graveyard with our commander. And I am always about finding like things that make your commander do something special and then filling the 99 with things that help your commander. Because the way I build decks, chat, the way I prefer to build and play against decks is to have decks where the commander is like the reason someone lost. Right? It's not just like, here, let's just throw together a good red-white deck just for the sake of it. I want people to feel like they lost to a Bannon deck. And if you fill your deck up with cards like Inti, where you're draw discarding a bunch of times in a turn, Sun Titan, so when you cast the one creature you're going to cast from your graveyard, but you're getting more than just that back. And if you have Flaming Tyrannosaurus, which says, oh, did you cast from anywhere outside your hand? Awesome, you have extra benefit that way. And all of them say, hey, I belong in a Bannon deck. And if you see me and you see Bannon, you know that you lost to a Bannon deck, not just to like good red-white. So I'm super about this card. He's pretty cool. If you want to put them together, I don't know. He is also Rebel, so you could do Rebel typo. But Rebels don't really like... they cycle, I guess. Legion Loyalty is pretty pricey, but it pays off quick. Oh, yeah, I mean, Legion Loyalty is... I mean, fuck. Legion Loyalty is great, right? And it came in the last Precon, too. Alright, I just gotta blow my nose. Whew. I start yapping and then my sinuses act up or something. I don't know. I have excuses, endless excuses. All right, did I say that? All right, let's look at the next card. Next card. Ooh, Kefka. Kefka. All right. Let's look at Kefka really fast. Chat, I'm gonna hit the add button because it's about to be an hour, and if I don't do blah blah blah, if I don't do an ad now, then it's gonna cut me off right in the middle of me talking about Kefka. So I'm going to do that really fast. I will be right back. Yeah, be right back. Ad playing. That's set up. Let me fix this while I'm here. But for those of you who are subscribed, we're still here, baby. Let's go. Duration 30 seconds? Ooh, let's do one. All right, Legion Loyalty is pricey, but I mean, like, it's a card that got reprinted, so it's not that expensive. Monday Magic background. There we go. Or no, Kefka Black Red. Alrighty. Oh, you meant CMC? There's no ad playing? Oh yeah, no, the ad's playing on Twitch. Don't you worry about it. Hold on. There we go. We're back. Thank you. Audio has returned. Audio has returned. I was just asking for someone to tell me the lore of Kefka, and Wobbler's on it. So Kefka is the main protagonist. He's that Joker-style mad clown. He was the court jester for the evil Empire of Evil, and was very influential. He pressed them for not being ruthless enough, and went behind people's backs for his schemes. Okay, so he is like the quintessential court jester in the evil Empire of Evil. Gotcha. Like, and they're just like evil for evil's sake, because that's just kind of like what they do. Is that their thing? All right, fair enough. Alrighty, everyone should be back from the ad. Oh wait, no, they should be back now. I think. Have people returned from the ad break? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that Twitch makes us do it. I'm sorry. Although, speaking of any sort of ad, chat, if there are cards that you are seeing here that you actually, you know, if you like see any of these cards and you're like, wow, Kuro made like a really good point, I should pick up this this card before the deck comes out, CoolStuffInc.com with code Kuro, Kuro, that gets you 5% off. And if you pre-order them now before the decks come out, they arrive before you get your deck even. And you can also just kind of have it all in the same package as the deck when it comes out, if you're going to pre-order the decks from there. So do me the hugest favor. That would be the biggest birthday gift. Using code Kuro at CoolStuffInc.com for 5% off. That gets you the pre-con. That gets you all these cards that we're talking about. And, hey, it helps me out. And you make a birthday boy very happy. All right. Let's go over the Kefka. Whoop. Kefka Dancing Mad, 5 black, red for a 6/6 human wizard. During your turn, Kefka has Indestructible. Oh god. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs. Then, each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. Okay. What? It is a 7-drop creature. It is a 7 mana 6. Why is he a 6/6? Jesus Christ. Look at this frail body. It's just a little clown. He looks like he's having the time of his life, though. I will give you that. He looks like he's having the time of his life, so I don't begrudge him that. But a 7 mana 6/6 human wizard, not a clown, mind you. During your turn, Indestructible. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard, right? So you're going to exile 3 cards. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then, each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. This card is crazy in Rakdos. This card is just crazy. Obviously, you can make Kefka a commander all his own, right? Like, without a doubt. Like, that's not even a question. Kefka is definitely the commander that we're going to look at here. And I think obviously the first card that we're going to put in here is Prosper. Hey! Guerrero Jr., good to see you, my friend. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to the community. Sending this over to the Maverick Girl. Appreciate you, Junior. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much for the birthday wish. And I hope that you are having a wonderful night, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Would absolutely put Lord of Pain in that deck. Lord of Pain. Ooh, hold on. Let me give you a shout out really fast. Carlos, I see you at DreamHack, right? Hold on. So obviously Prosper goes in here. Which one did you say? You said Kefka is the new Atali? Yeah, pretty much. But from your graveyard. Kefka loves board wipes. He gives no fucks. He's indestructible, and it fills your opponent's grave with lovely, lovely creatures. Now, one of the worst things about Kefka is that it is at random, right? So there are times when you're gonna hit one person's land, one person's ramp spell, but you're already at 7, so whatever, and then the other person's like 2/2 for 2, like, you know, Spellslinger card that only triggers, you know, like for that person's deck. Lord of Pain. Whenever a player casts their first spell each turn, choose another target player. Lord of Pain deals damage equal to that player's spell. Whenever a player well, Lord of Pain doesn't trigger with Kefka. It's only at the beginning of your end step you take a spell from someone else. So, you know, Lord of Pain doesn't work any more than just Lord of Pain existing. Bio, thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate you. Kefka loves board lives. He gives no fucks. Yeah, Kefka does seem to be the mad clown. I call him the bread man. True. Scourgeous Streams, good to see you. My birthday was on Friday. Hey, well, happy belated birthday, Scourgeous Streams. Big old Monday birthdays. Right, but if you have cast nothing this turn, you get the triggers. Right. Yeah. 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 That's fair. Yeah. That's perfectly fine. And also, Lord of the Pain just hurts, right? Lord of the Pain just hurts your opponents at the end of the day, right? How is Lord of the Pain not someone that would, like, totally be friends with Kefka? Just in general, right? Happy Orbit, bud. Thank you very much, Vote. It's good to see you. Big ol' heckin' hearts to you, my friend. Look at your background. You see how it's moving? Jasper Flint, steal more and reward stealing. Jasper Flint. Laughing Jasper Flint. Creatures you control but don't own are mercenaries in addition to their other types. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X cards from target opponent's library, where X is the number of outlaws you control. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among those cards, and with mana of any type. Yeah. I mean, basically, you're just gonna do like black, red, don't cast your own stuff other than like board wipes. I'm thinking that. Are there any extra ends, like double your end steps with red black? I don't think so. Soul of Discord. Whenever damage is dealt to one of the chosen players, the other loses that much life. Loses life. Soul of Discord does not double life loss. However, there are life loss spells in here. Wound Reflection, right? Because, like, Kefka's at the beginning of your end step, but you can stack your triggers for the beginning of the end step, right? So, like, Wound Reflection, at the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life they lost this turn, right? So you can do the Kefka trigger first, make each of your opponents lose, and then Wound Reflection right after it. I think Wound Reflection is a pretty good example here. Also, I just realized I should kind of let you guys see the cards I'm looking at. I'm just like on Scryfall typing cards in, so let me sorry, I just want you to see what I'm looking at here. Sorry. Hold on. Also Bloodleather. Yes, yeah, Wound Reflection style effects. Would Wound Reflection work on players who hadn't lost life when its trigger happens, or does it not care? At the beginning of each end step, holy shit, that's each end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life they lost this turn, right? So if someone doesn't lose life this turn, well, then it doesn't matter, right? Because they would lose equal to 0. But if they lost to 1 because you dealt damage to them, because you punched them in the face with your 6/6 after you board wiped, if you did Kefka's ability and they lose a life from the spell, I mean, yeah, any way, shape, or form, it's just gonna work. It's just gonna work, baby. It's just gonna work, honestly. I don't know what else to tell you. It's just gonna be perfect. Sorry, adding this filter. Sorry, alright, just adding something really fast. That's a new issue that I've never had before. Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Yeah, you got it. I don't have to keep on apologizing. My bad. I apologize a lot. All right. Let's see. Wound Reflection. Thank you for Prosper. Yeah, no, Prosper goes in this deck for sure. Prosper absolutely goes into this deck. That's without a doubt. that ain't saying much. We all knew what was gonna happen there. We all knew that was gonna be a part of the deck here. Why is it being weird? Alright, just gonna add this to it because it's being weird. I don't have time for this. There we go. Alright. I want you to see the card I'm looking at. Oop. There we go. Okay. And then for the TikTok crowd, so you can see this. There you go. Okay. There we go. 99% sure it works just fine now. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. I forgot bro existed. Wait, which one? He hasn't stolen my heart apparently. What's happening? Oh, O'Hare Ox does not work. Because O'Hare is damage. Yeah, not a dealing amount of damage. That doesn't work. So I have a pure colorless Eldrazi deck that co-selected Broken Reality as the commander. That's pretty good, Detox. And by good, I mean that's horrifying. Yep, that's horrifying. That's horrifying. That's scary. There we go. Source visibility. There we go. Okay. And then for paste, where are you? Where am I? Vert read card. Apparently I'm on Vert read card. Okay. Okay. Boop, boop. Okay. Done and done. Alright, so Wound Reflection effects work here. O'Hare does not work. Wound Reflection effects work here. What else does Kefka want? Zagreus, not Zangief? Which one? White Mage Sorcerer? White Mage Sorcerer. Wait, okay, hold on. I've lost. How strict are you talking about X as a commander and Y in the 99? Because I really like the idea of Kefka inside of Zangief. Well, like, it's not that he doesn't belong, right? It's not that he can't be in Zangief, obviously, right? But it's just that, like, this is more, you're working on an Assassin's deck. Any suggestions? Who's your commander? I would suggest one of the Assassin's Creed cards. Or Atrada. It's not that he can't be a commander, because obviously he can be a commander, right? Kefka's great. And it's also not that you can't be in the 99 with cards like Zangief. Zangief especially, right? Because Zangief deal combat damage to a creature, that creature dies, and then your opponent sacrifices something, and then you have a potential to cast it with Kefka. Yeah, for sure. But that's basically like a Kefka upgrade. But Kefka can be a commander all by themselves. All by them damn selves. Okay. Well, there was a thing. Now there isn't. Oh, there. Yes. Okay. There we go. I have improved the things here. Here we go. Big apologies, but we're back. All right. All right. Boop, boop. Hold on. It did not do the thing. Oh, okay. I have to be firm. I hate having, All right. So, we building Zangief tonight? No, sorry. Okay. We're back, everyone. I had to add this to the screen. So, no, we're doing Kefka Dancing Mad right here, and we're suggesting 3 cards to put in to Kefka. If someone wanted to make a Kefka deck all their own, right? Which I think they should. We're trying to find 3 suggestions that we would put in a Kefka Dancing Mad deck, right? Just a big, like, couple suggestions. We talk about a specific thing about Kefka Dancing Mad, what parts of Kefka we'd want to, like, you know, double down on, and then what 3 cards we suggest for, you know, doubling down in the deck like that. So I'm saying that, like, a card like Wound Reflection, right? Wound Reflection is really good here in Kefka because Kefka says lose life, which is exactly what we're doing. Yeah, when Kefka casts the spells from your opponent's graveyards, they lose life equal to that amount, right? So then now, what other parts of Kefka's abilities can we double down on? On this Wound Reflection here. I think that Kefka's cast from exile is part. Bloodleather is just strictly better. Bloodleather during your turn. So the only thing that's different is like, and this could be any, it's Bloodleather-like effects, Wound Reflection-like effects. The benefit of Wound Reflection is that it's each end step, right? So like even on your opponent's turns, they'll still lose more life from just like the damage that they take. So I'm putting in Wound Reflection to represent every Wound Reflection style effect. We only have 3 like cards to put up on the screen, right? So, you know, we're only doing so much here. Glimpse the Impossible. Ramp casts from the exile matters and on theme for the Madman. Let me see. Glimpse the Unthinkable. Glimpse the Impossible. Exile the top 3 cards from your library. You may play these cards. You may play those cards this turn at the beginning of your next end step. If any of those cards remain exiled, put them into your graveyard. Make an Eldrazi equal to that. I mean, it is on theme. I would definitely put it on theme and like just the whole madness theme. Wolfir Silverheart. Wolfir Silverheart. Isn't that like a... That's a green card. So what are you talking about? Get out of here. What are we talking about? Archfiend of Despair. Let's see. We want to... Is there anything... your opponent's going to gain life at the beginning of each end step. Each opponent was... Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. This... Yes, that is also a Rune Deflection effect. Yep. At the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life. Right. So all of those super work, right? Like the Wound Reflection, Archfiend, and the other demon that we talked about. I'm gonna put Wound Reflection up on the screen as like a Wound Reflection like effects, because that's kind of like the progenitor ability, you know, a progenitor card. What's the Duskmourn card that does damage when you cast discounted card? Oh yeah. That it's the black demon. It's a black enchantment creature demon from the Aminatou deck. Can I find it quicker by just like looking at my Aminatou deck? That's away somewhere. Cellar Spawn. Yes, I like that. That's a good one. Yes. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast it was less than its mana value, target opponent loses life equal to the difference. That's hot. That's hot. It's because of this character that Mauld considered playing Final Fantasy VI. Honestly, I mean, Mauld is not alone in that. Mauld is not alone in that. Everyone's like excitement for Kefka. Like they heavily talked about Kefka when they were doing the reveals for everything. Like they heavily talked about Kefka, like over and over and over again. And it made me interested. It made me go like, damn, okay, like what's going on here, you know? So I'm about it. I would try it. Kefka's very good. He's one of the best Final Fantasy villains. He's awful and revels in it. Yeah. Wild Magic Sorcerer gives you free stuff. Oh, Wild Magic Sorcerer only does it on the first one, gives it Cascade, but it's still really good. That's really good, Armin. When we do a full-on deck build of Kefka, I think that's what we'll talk about. I think we'll talk about cards like that. Poor Final Fantasy V, we still only have Bats and Bako from it, don't we? Or Barts, you said? Maybe. I don't know enough about that stuff. Okay, so yes, those are the 3 cards that we're going to talk about. Whoop. All right. Content making time. Here we go. So, Kefka, Dancing Mad, 5 black, red, 6/6 human wizard. During your turn, Kefka has Indestructible. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then, each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. Now, this is a horrifying deck, quite frankly. This is like peak Rakdos, peak Mad Clown dancing Rakdos, and it's wonderful. You can have an entire deck full of like board wipes, because Kefka's indestructible, so it doesn't matter. You could have board wipes, you could have steal your cards, you could have just a ton of different options to make your opponents bleed. And the first thing that I want to talk about is not necessarily how to make your opponents bleed, but how to make sure that you're getting the most amount of value from Kefka doing what Kefka does. So that first thing is clearly going to be Prosper Tomebound, right? Kefka is casting things from the graveyard, taking them from your opponents. Actually, Kefka's casting things from exile that you're taking from your opponents. And Prosper loves it when you do that. Prosper is already letting you put things on exile. That's fantastic. But now you're going to get a treasure token every single time you trigger Kefka. And Kefka is, like, expensive, right? He's already a 7-drop. If someone removes Kefka, which they probably should, or else they're going to die, you're going to need all these treasures that you're going to get from Prosper to get Kefka back so you can keep on going. The reason that they made Kefka do all this stuff at end step is because he's not going to survive a rotation, and he already costs 7. So he basically does something as soon as he enters, right? Because you just got to go to your end step, and Kefka does the thing. So Prosper Tomebound is going to allow you to keep on casting Kefka over and over again. Next, we have Wound Reflection and Wound Reflection style effects, right? And there's a lot, right? There's Bloodletter of Aclazotz, there's Archfiend of Despair, there's other cards like Wound Reflection, but we need to note that Kefka says each opponent whose spell that you cast loses life, not takes damage. So cards like Ogier Oxnell, that won't work. But Wound Reflection style effects that make people lose life are great. And Wound Reflection specifically says every end step, so you're really punishing your opponents just for playing the game, for attacking each other, for just sitting down at the table with you, you punish them. And that's exactly what Kefka Dancing Mad is going to love. And then next, And then finally, since we're casting spells for free, this brand new card from, what was it? From, there's a brand new card from the Duskmourn Aminatou deck. We have Ancient Cellar Spawn, a 3-mana 3/3 that says whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast that spell is less than the mana value, target opponent loses life equal to the difference. So now when Kefka is casting your opponent's spells from the graveyard and doing it for free, your opponent's or target opponent gets to take exactly that much damage that spell was, right? Because you spent no mana for it. So now that entire spell gets absolutely sent back to your opponent's faces, or the opponents who didn't lose any life because you didn't like manage to exile a card from their deck. Like say you exiled someone else's land, you can target all of the Ancient Cellar Spawn damage at that player. So no one's going to lose out on Kefka just absolutely ravaging the game. And I think this guy's great. Like this clown man looks absolutely evil and incredibly happy. So people are going to need to tell me more about this guy because he's looking like a really, really, really spicy commander deck. And there we go. Opposition Agent? What? My bad, I thought this was the Universes Within Zangief. No, actually. I know it seems... actually, no. Turns out that, you know... Turns out... Oh, Wolfrose Silverheart? You thought that was... Oh, you know... Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Alright. Yeah, Kefka's sick. Alright, let's go to the next one. Locke Treasure Hunter. Okay, I have no idea who this man's is, so someone is gonna have to tell me. Explain this man to me. Locke Treasure Hunter. Alright. Oh, your initial perspective character? Okay, so introducing the initial perspective character to Final Fantasy VI, we have Locke Treasure Hunter, 1 black and a red, human rogue, 2/3, can't be blocked by any creatures with greater power. So Skulk? You just say Skulk, right? Mug, whenever Locke attacks, each player mills a card. If a land card is milled this way, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. Damn, wow, this is really just Mr. This is just cast your opponent's shit.deck. So Terra and Celeste are all about casting spells from graveyards and stuff, which is what Locke is doing. But then Kefka's over here just like, damn, I'm just gonna cast it for free. I'm gonna make people lose from it. It's weird, like it's like the good guys and the bad guys are working together in this precon just to like beat the crap out of everyone else. You know what I'm saying? Why use a keyword when you can write a sentence that's that keyword? True, Beardy, true. He's a thief in the beginning of the game. He rescues Terra from being enslaved by the evil Empire of Evil. Okay, he's a treasure hunter. I do see that. He's treasure hunting for the Phoenix Magistrate to try to bring back his one true love. It does not work. Of course it doesn't. Why would it? He does look like a typical anime boy, though. Yeah, and Mug is an ability from Final... I know that Mug is an ability from Final Fantasy. Yeah, whenever Locke attacks, right? So Locke doesn't even have to deal the damage, even though Locke is, like, basically unblockable. But whenever Locke attacks, each player mills a card, including you. If a land card was milled this way, at all, if a land card in general, it's not even by you. It's just everyone mills one, and then you check. Did someone mill a land? Anyone? Yes? Okay, I make a treasure. And then until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards, right? So you can cast someone else's stuff from their graveyard that they milled. You can cast your own things from the graveyard that you milled. It's very interesting. Like, Celeste and Terra are all about, like, reanimating your own stuff and kind of comboing off with that specific form of reanimation. But the other cards I'm seeing here is really, like, red, black, white, steal your stuff. Like, not like really, because you got to pay for it sometimes, or it's, like, a really expensive cast. But, like, yeah, this is really just, like, take your opponent's decks. But it's not like Gonti. It's not like Gonti in the Aether Revolt, where you hope to get good stuff off the top. You're just straight up putting stuff into people's graveyards and then taking it. I like this. He's approximately Ragavan for 3 mana and still pretty good. Yeah, god damn it, Ragavan. Ugh. At least Ragavan exiles a card. Lock just mills it. So the idea of bringing the world back from the dead is pivotal. A major theme of Final Fantasy VI is that the world ends because the heroes failed to stop Kefka in their first encounter. So the idea of bringing the world back from the dead is pivotal. Ah, okay. We'll have to see more of those cards. All right, chat. Give me cards for Lock Treasure Hunter. We're casting stuff from graveyards, right? We're not casting things from exile, so Prosper doesn't work in here. Till end of turn, cast a spell from among those cards, right? So Flaming Tyrannosaurus Chainer. Oh, that's a good one. Chainer Nightmare Adept here. Discard the card, you know, whatever. But mainly it's that whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, if you didn't cast it from your hand, it gains haste. So you can take your opponent's creatures. Yep. You can take your opponent's creatures when you cast them with lock, and then you're able to just, if they get haste, like that's dope. That's super dope. I like that. That's a good guess, Armin. All right, what else? What else do we want to hit on here? Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Ring temp stuff is fine. Is there a black-red way to increase the mill that someone does? There's nothing that's like if they would mill once, they mill twice instead. Like, not really. Abyssal Harvester. Abyssal Harvester. Exile target creature card from a graveyard that was put there this turn. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a nightmare. Then exile. Oh, shit. That's hot. Yeah. No, 100%. That's dope. So you're like, damn, I can't cast that because I don't have enough mana. But I still do really want it. And then Abyssal Harvester here is just like, hey, I'll take that up. Nah, the other chainer. Pay 3 life, put target creature card from a graveyard into the battlefield under your control. That creature's like, oh. Yeah, that. You know, that is true. That is true. Yeah, well, I'm wondering which one kind of illustrates my point more. Technically, it's like both. Both chainers like really do work. I do like the haste part though. When's a good talk about Final Fantasy? New here. I'm talking about it right now. None y'all. Talking about it right now. We're looking for good cards that go into lock. If someone wanted to make a Lock Treasure Hunter Commander deck, what cards would they want to put in here? Chainer is a good one. I'm gonna say the red. I'm gonna keep the red black chainer in there just because like it emphasizes the haste part that I think is pretty cool. Is this Final Fantasy? I don't know. Yes, it is because of because of Lock Trainer Hunter. There you go. Coffin Queen. You may choose not to untap Coffin Queen during your end step. Pay 2 and a black. Put target card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. When Coffin Queen becomes untapped or you lose control of Coffin Queen, exile that creature. You know, this reminds me a lot more of Mimic Vat. Yeah, I think Mimic Vat kind of works here a little bit more, if that makes sense. I think Mimic Vat works. I mean, you know, it does largely the same thing, but like also you get to exile the card and everything. You get to, if there's a particular card that you really, really like that they mill with lock, you can now like bring that card back out repeatedly. Would the haste matter? You've already declared attack. Oh, true. Good point. Good point. And see, chat, that's why we talk about this out loud. You're right. That's a very good point, X1372. You're super right about that. You're right. The haste does not matter. Mimic Vat misses the triggers because it wants creatures dying, not milled. Well, you choose the Mimic Vat, right? Whenever a non-token creature dies, you may exile that card. If you do, blah blah blah. So the only thing that it would stop is like if you want to cast that card once, then lock. You can still do it with lock. But if you know that you cast milled something that was too much, right? You didn't have the mana for it. You want to be able to do it multiple times. Mimic Vat will handle that other side. Oh, non-summoned creature dies. And see, that's why we talk about this. Thank you. Yes, that's right. Non-summoned creature dies. Maybe that would not work here. That's true. That's true. That's true. What about treasure stuff like Zorn? Yeah, Zorn, Revel in Riches. Zorn, Revel in Riches is only when the creature dies, not goes to the graveyard. Although, does Revel in Riches fit the Lock Treasure Hunter theme more or no? Does it fit the theme harder? Yeah, only when it dies, and Lock isn't necessarily killing anything. He's not that kind of thief. Okay, cool. Then I think Zorn probably fits a little bit more, just in terms of like the treasure mechanic that we got going on here. He's not that kind of guy. He's a goofy guy, but he's not that kind of guy. You know, I appreciate that. I appreciate that about him. Alrighty. What's the last part of Lock's abilities? Whoop. Yeah, so looking at Lock again. So Lock can't be blocked by creatures with power with greater power. And then Mug, whenever Lock attacks, each player mills a card. If a land card is milled this way, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards, right? So it's all about being able to make someone mill a card, you included, but also your opponents, and then casting that card from your opponent's graveyard. And it doesn't have to be creatures, by the way. It could be anyone or any card. It's just coming from the graveyard. That's really all that matters. Or the only thing that's like really, really special here. Alright. I did too much. Alright. Let's do the thing. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, Ballistic MTG and Maestro. Thank you so very much. I don't know. I'm only like 4 months into MTG, but I don't think he's really special. He's not. None, y'all. You're right. I mean, hey, listen, 4 months into Magic. Congratulations. Welcome on in. Yes, he's not very special, but if he is someone's favorite character, they can make a deck on him, right? Like, if you came in and you're like, damn, I really like Lock. He was my favorite character. He was really funny. He had good lore. He had good vibes. They did make a card in Magic for Lock if you really wanted to make this guy as a card. And that's what we're going to go over right now. So, introducing Lock Treasure Hunter. 1 black and a red for a 2/3 human rogue. Lock can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. And Mug, whenever Lock attacks, each opponent mills a card. If a land card was milled this way, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards, right? And this is any type of spell, right? Not just creatures, but it can be instants, sorceries, enchantments, planeswalkers even, right? It's just that you have to cast them. You can't play them, so lands will not enter from Lock Treasure Hunter. But you got a treasure from it, so it's perfectly fine. So, if we want to focus on Lock Treasure Hunter as a commander, one of the cards that we're going to want is Chainer Dementia Master. The other trainer does not work, as chat kindly pointed out to me, because we've already attacked with Lock. But this trainer says pay black, and 3 life. Put a creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It's a Black Nightmare in addition to its other types. If Trainer ever leaves, then yeah, they all die. But hey, 3 mana, 3 life, you mill a really powerful card from your opponent's graveyard with Lock, boom, you get to put that thing right into play right then and there. Because we're going to be taking stuff from your opponent's graveyards a lot. Next up, Abyssal Harvester. 1 black, 3/2 Demon Warlock. Exile target creature card from a graveyard that was put there this turn. Create a token that is a copy of it, except it's a nightmare in addition to its other types. Then exile each nightmare token you control. ABCC MTG, thank you very much for the birthday surprise. 5 gifted subs to the community. Black Furious, Dylan Pickle Gaming, is your Rinky Dink, Taful. The fool, basically. Thank you very much, BCC MTG. I really appreciate that, friend. Big ol' heckin' hearts to you. And yes, I'm having a wonderful birthday, and chat is making it that much better. Abyssal Harvester is a card that specifically talks about cards that are entering the graveyard this turn, which is basically what Lock is about, too. You're only able to cast cards that were milled then and there with Lock. So I like cards that do this turn sort of things. And then lastly, Zorn. We're only going to get 1 treasure from 1 land. It could be like 5 lands, right? 5. It could be 3 lands that get milled. You're still only going to get 1 treasure from it because it doesn't say for every land card that was milled. So we're going to want to get more treasures because people are going to mill more than you have to pay for. So you do want to get some treasure accelerants like Zorn. Whenever you would make a certain amount of treasures, you make an additional treasure token. So I would definitely pick these 3 up if you're looking to make Lock Treasure Hunter. If you find him the Dream Commander, please do tell me, because I don't know anything about him other than that he basically started this whole game of Final Fantasy VI, and I think that's pretty cool that, like, the rogue character is kind of like the catalyst to everything falling apart for all of the evil people. Would Gravebreaker Lamia work? Yes. I think Gravebreaker Lamia says from your graveyard. Spells you cast from your graveyard would cost 1 less. So it would work for the cards that you milled and are casting, but not from your opponent. So, however, I think there's cards that, like, there's something like cast from graveyards in general cost less. I think there's an artifact that does that. I'm not sure. All right, next card. Next card. And none y'all, if you have like any questions about like kind of how we're analyzing these cards, feel free to ask. All right, let's talk about this Moogle Warrior. I'm going to make a standard Omniscience Siege VV deck. Oh, Siege VV. Holy shit. Omniscience is already busted. VV's already busted, but you're also doing Sieges? That's crazy. Are you going to do it on Arena? That sounds sick. All right. I have no idea who this Moogle. All right, Mog is a Moogle according to chat. That's pretty cool. This is the first Moogle that I think that we're looking at in terms of the Commander Precon. So let's see what Moogle Warrior is doing here. So one red white legendary creature Moogle Warrior as a 1/2 with lifelink and dance. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card. If a creature card was discarded this way, you may make a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then, if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. Okay, so Mog is a deck based all around him. Okay, him, her, them. So 1/2 with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. May discard a card. Okay. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card. Okay, so everyone's gonna be like, damn, I have a lame hand, right? I'm top decking. I have a land. I would like to draw another card. I will discard this land, and I will draw a card. Now, if a creature card was discarded this way, you make a Moogle. Your opponents will never let you do that. Just never. Never. Your opponents are never going to let you do that. Just straight up. And then the non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. I mean, your opponents could just say that this one Moogle gets, endless +1/+1 counters because we're just going to discard instant sorceries lands that we don't need. But your opponents could easily just all agree to never discard a creature, and if your deck is good, they're just gonna do that. So I think this is like not very good, as it were. When you give your opponents choice, you're going to have to assume that your opponents are going to choose the thing that's the worst for you, and the worst thing they could do is discard a land and draw a creature that they're going to use to kill you. Whereas, Mog just becomes like, what, a 2/3 with lifelink? Like, wow, whoa, #changelings, okay. You still enable it yourself. This is true. This is true. You're going to have to discard your own creature, right? If a creature was discarded this way, you may choose... I mean, hopefully you didn't, I guess, cast the creature. You have to discard a creature, though. Do you want to discard the creature and trade for a 1/2 Moogle with lifelink? Like, do you want to? Also, your opponents can just choose not to discard any cards, right? Each player may discard a card. So if they just say, no, I'm good, what do? You discard your own card, and that's cool, but you got rid of a creature. Hopefully that creature can go back. And you don't put plus encounters on your board because you can only discard one card. And everyone else just goes, nah. You can build a deck to be fine discarding creatures. So yes, you can. Obviously you can, right? You can build the deck to be like that. You can build madness cards, right? And that part's fine. But the thing is, like, also, Moogle, at the beginning of your end step, so that's cool. Each player may discard a card. Each player who discards a card this way may draw a card. If a creature was discarded this way, you may make a Moogle, and then add counters. So one, at the beginning of your end step, the counters are not there in time for combat, which isn't great. End step, you make a 1/2, whatever. Maybe your opponents weren't planning on that, whatever. But you could make like a red-white like draw discard deck that doesn't trigger Moog. Moog only gets this ability of making a Moogle or plus encounters when you're triggering the dance ability, but not every single time you draw a discard. If it was a draw discard deck trigger this all the time, that would be different. It would probably be busted if I'm being honest with you. But it's only at the end step after Moog comes out. And your opponents will just say, nah. This encourages reanimation? Like, I guess. Yeah, I think he do scary one like 4 turns. He could be like a 7/8. He's not scary. Yeah, some cards scary you, he doesn't. Right, yeah, hey, listen, if a brand new player is just like meh, that means a little bit of something, right? Even after an explanation, it means a little bit of something. I'm not feeling him, chat. Like, are we feeling him as commander or just like in the 99 somewhere? I'm not feeling commander playable, personally. I'm not seeing it with this guy. Yeah, there might be other Moogles in the Final Fantasy set that make Moog more playable. Like, if the Moogles all had like this passive ability and said like, you know, when you discard me, blah 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 blah, that's one thing. But like, just like, nah, there's a lot holding him back. He can be either. There are multiple power levels to play at. Well, yeah, I mean, again, like, if someone wanted to do just like Moogle Typal and he's the only legendary creature, which I doubt he'll be the only legendary Moogle. Yeah, I'm just not feeling. The text as the card is written, I don't think belies a lot of strength. It's very, very slow, very, very slow strength, and it's largely because the card itself gives your opponents the ability to go, I just simply won't help you, and like, then you're like, damn. All right. I hope you're having a nice birthday. My present to you is a subscription. Hey, thank you very much, Lord of the Forbidden. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for subscribing to the YouTube. Yes. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna say a 99. Personally, I'm feeling 99 on him. I don't know what everyone else is feeling, but that's the vibe that I'm getting from him. Now, what commander decks would he want to go in? What commander decks are we even trying to put this Moogle in? He wants double end step triggers. He wants Moogles. I think this might just be a situation where there's like, because this is clearly like a Typal deck, like it's clearly a Typal deck, right? So we might need to wait until there's more cards of that type, which just means that we have to wait for the set to come out before we can like really dive into this guy. Making Moogle armies is the only part of this I want. Cathar's Crusade and Moogle War Machine. Oh my god. That's fucked up. Like, obviously you put every single token doubler in here, right? But then there's the whole card advantage and filtering thing. You're doing red-white hug. You do give your opponents the choice to do stuff, which is weird. Also, okay, the last thing that makes this card not very good, right? It doesn't say for each player who discarded a creature, make a Moogle, right? This just says, hey, everyone, draw discard if you want. Like, if you want Uwu, right? And then, after that happens, you check. And you see, oh, hey, did someone discard a creature? Anyone. And 3 people raise their hands. Hey, we all discarded creatures. Okay, cool. I will make one 1/2 Moogle. That's it. That's it. Even if 3 people raise their hands that they discarded the creature, including you, it was just 1/2 Moogle. And the thing is, each player discards all at the same time, right? So, like, if you're like, okay, I need to guarantee that I get a Moogle because I don't think other people are going to let me get a Moogle, I'll discard a creature. Oh, you made a Moogle. Oh, it turns out your opponents actually did want you to get a Moogle. Well, it doesn't matter because you already did the thing, right? If this was a mythic, it would definitely be each. Correct. Too bad Moogles aren't cats. They clearly look like it, even though it would fit perfectly within Jetmir cat typle. True. Although that does remind me, Jetmir's from Fabine, maybe Fabine. And then, yeah, and it's not each player who discards a non-creature card, you get a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle. It's just if anyone did, right? 2 3/2s with lifelink for 1 red-white isn't bad. I think it is. I think it's not great. That's all. In terms of, like, you know, if I'm looking for a commander, obviously, you know, you push it to the 9s and everything. I'm not yet seeing, and we don't have the entire set out for every Final Fantasy has Moogles in it, right? So we could get a much bigger case for Mug in the future. But for right now, just like as the card itself, I just don't really think that Mug is doing that much. And I certainly don't really know what to put in the 99 other than just like token doublers, right? Like, not really. And madness. Token doublers and madness, I suppose. So what I'm proposing, chat, is that we just skip this guy for now, right? When we start doing deck builds, it goes, we put all the commanders up for a vote in the Discord, and you can choose which one we want to just straight up build. And if we want to build Mog, we can do that for sure. But for right now, because it is a typal deck and the type is not finished coming out yet, I think we just skip this for right now. We need a lot of things to make this go right. Flowering other anthems like War Leaders, Cathars, etc. Yeah. Well, now I'm thinking about it. It's not bad because you're forcing them to give you +1/+1 counter if they want to. You're not forcing them because they have a choice. Imagine this thing with Ocelot Pride. Yes. Yeah. Yes. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn... Okay, yeah. So you'll trigger the Mog to go first, do the stuff, get whatever happens, and then Ocelot Pride. If after you gain life that turn, then you make double copies of it. Right. Like, this deck would have token doublers, right? It has to have token doublers in it. It's just, there is a heavy chance that your opponents are just going to be like, shit, you can discard your own card and draw a card, and you get, like, a bunch of Moogles, I guess, but we shan't help you. They get free card selection, and they choose what to give for it? Yeah. But does he have cards that make him better? Yes, he does have cards to make him better. He has cards to make the output better, but he doesn't have cards to make his ability better, right? Like the actual, like, at the beginning of your end step, do X, Y, and Z. We don't have cards that make that part better, per se. Unless it's unanimous, you're almost always getting both triggers. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Almost always? Shneeze, good to see you. Thank you very much for the wishes. You're like one of the first people to do it too. Thank you very much for the Discord message. But if they don't help you, they have to get rid of lands, and we need lands to summon. If they don't want to, if they don't want to, only if it's a may discard the card. So if they don't want to do it, they don't have to. Sounds like a job for Roaming Throne. Oh yeah, Roaming Throne. Stronic Resonator. Okay, all right. I'm convinced then. I'm convinced. I think that we should go back and check when this... I think chat should vote for this deck, personally, to go over it. To go over it when it's done. Personally. I think chat should be like, hey, Curl, you said that this Moogle deck was bad, and now we're telling you that it's clearly good. So, build a deck on it. I'll be like, damn it, chat. You got me. Damn you, chat. Damn you the heck. The Magic Set, or whatever they're called, is your catalyst for the game. I swear to God. Yeah? You like Final Fantasy? Yeah? Metallic Mimic is a Moogle that pumps your Moogles. That's actually really funny. Yeah, that's a good Anthem card. What's like the best Anthem effect that we can probably find for this? You love Final Fantasy? Shneek, get your butt in here. You're going to be playing Magic the Gathering, baby. Let's go. That's so true. Yeah, yeah. And Nunya, you're picking up on it. Yeah, you are right. You are right. If they don't help you, they're going to give you something. Yeah. Yeah, this is fair. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose again. I don't know. Like, my allergies are straight up acting up. I should probably close my window or something. Or just deal with it. Mondrak gets too busy. Mondrak, we already have... What's the other card that we talked about? Oh, Roaming Throne. Mondrak is fine. I mean, what's a good card to represent just like all token doublers in the first place, right? Like, but if it says they may choose to discard, that's lame. I thought, yeah, no, it is may choose. It is may choose. It is may choose. Yeah. It's may choose. Yeah. Banner of Kinship. What's the charge counter one? Does that trigger anytime that creature comes into play? Moogle's Valor is one of the big cards out of the deck, so I think they just want to make a billion of them. Well, we'll have to see that when the card comes up. Renewed Solidarity. Oh. Yes. Okay. See? Yep. And there we go, chat. We're picking out the good cards here. Yep. Renewed Solidarity. It's a good example of a token doubler. At the beginning, as this enchantment enters, choose a creature type, choose Moogle. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/0, and at the beginning of your end step, for each token you control of the chosen type that entered this turn, create a token that's a copy of it. Alright. Okay. Banner of Kinship. Oh, thank you. The bot should work, and it doesn't for some reason. Artifact. This artifact enters, choose a creature type. For each creature you control, right? So Banner of Kinship is good for after you get a bunch of Moogles out. I think because that this is a slowly growing Moogle deck, I think we want something that triggers when more Moogles come in. What's the one that gets charge counters? And for every charge counter, your creatures get a +1/+1. That's the one that I think kind of like works a little bit better for this. Trying to think. I have it in one of my precons, but I think this is good. We have a good mixture of things. I just wanted to look for that specific artifact to see if that works, but it might be only when you cast the spell. Sorry, I'm looking at my Mox field. Windows, what day do these come out again? They come out in 5 weeks, right, chat? 5 weeks. Stuff like Shared Animosity and Tangible Virtue are great here too. This is true. All right, chat. When we start voting on like decks that we need to upgrade, Door of Destinies. That's what it is. Door of Destinies. Door of Destinies is awful. Yeah, it's only when you cast a spell of the chosen type. Although, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's awful. Is it really? Just absolutely terrible? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, I guess. Oh, depending on how many Moogles we're casting. I think it's fine. I think it's okay, but it doesn't go in here because we're not. We might not be getting Moogles by casting cards. We're doing it by discarding. June 6th is the pre-release. Okay, so the pre-release is June 6th. That's when you can start picking up Commander decks. June 6th, God. It's awful. Alrighty. I'm sure you have a reason for it. Okay. Alright, we've come up with a good amount of cards for the Moogles here. The Moogles. So, Mog, Moogle Warrior, 1 red and a white, 1/2, legendary creature Moogle Warrior with lifelink and dance. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card. If a creature card was discarded from among this, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then, if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. Now, listen, I'll be honest, chat convinced me that this commander is definitely like far more playable than I was giving it credit for. I didn't like the fact that your opponents can choose if they want to give you something or not. I didn't like the fact that like you only get one Moogle. If all of your opponents and you discarded a creature, you still only get one Moogle out of it. Or 1 +1/+1 counter if there's multiple non-creatures. But still, if we just focus the deck on getting more Moogles in there, discarding on our own, getting value from that, and then just, hey, antheming out Moogles, we can definitely still make a very valid deck. And more Moogles are coming out in the set itself. So there's a very heavy chance that this guy will actually end up being one of the more powerful commanders. But I think that we need to wait until we see everything. But one of the cards that we came up with is Roaming Throne, because Roaming Throne, well, this could be a Moogle in and of itself, but it'll also say that at the beginning of your end step triggers an additional time. So now you can discard a card, and you'll get your Moogle, and your opponents, they either can draw a discard, and if they choose not to, whatever, that's fine. You're going to then ask them to do it again. They can still say no, or they could say yes, but you're going to be able to say, like, I'll choose another token, or I'll put +1/+1 counters on all the Moogles I have. So Roaming Throne is one way to trigger the ability a second time. Next up, we have Ocelot Pride. This is an example more of, like, Mondrak, Anointed Procession. This is just an example of the token doublers that you get in mono white, right? And red sometimes too. But the token doublers are all throughout Magic. This one says, at the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, and your Moogle has lifelink, so not going to be too difficult, make a 1/1 cat. Sure, whatever. Cats and Moogles look very similar. And then, if you have the City's Blessing, which is 10 or more permanents, for each token you control that entered the battlefield this turn, create a token that's a copy of it, right? An additional token. You can find Mondrak, Anointed Procession, Ogier, Tak, any of these creatures that give you additional tokens entering. They'll all work here. Ocelot Pride is just the one that I wanted to point out, especially because you have lifelink on your creatures. And then lastly, Renewed Solidarity. Another Anthem enchantment, right? It just came out in Aether Drift. Would be really good here. 2 and a white enchantment. Choose a creature type when it enters. Moogle. Moogles will get +1/+0. And then at the beginning of your end step, for each creature token... For each token you control of the chosen type that entered this turn, which you're going to make sure that you're always discarding our creatures, you get a Moogle out, boom, make another one of those, right? If you manage to make multiple because you have the token doublers out, you'll make that many more with Renewed Solidarity. And again, it's an Anthem, so now your Moogles are dealing even more damage. So there is, alright, chat convinced me, they twisted my arm on it, but they are pretty true. Shared Animosity is a good red, like, Lord ability. There's a lot of options that you'll have to draw cards when you make tokens, so you're replacing every time you discard. And again, more Moogles are coming out, right? If they make 5 more Moogle like cards themselves that say like, hey, whenever you discard a card, make another Moogle token, or just make more Moogle tokens just because, then this deck actually ends up getting very, very quickly out of hand, which is something I think Moogles are supposed, or at least like known to do in Final Fantasy. I don't know, but I actually look forward to building this deck when chat votes on it. So that is Mog Moogle Warrior. Tell me what you think. And boom, there we go, a clip. It's all the Moogles that get +1/+1. Yes. Well, the Renewed Solidarity is +1/0. And then the +1/+1 counters from Mog will be everything. Delny would trigger... Okay, Delny would trigger Mog like once or twice, right? But once you get +1/+1 counters on Mog, Delny won't trigger on him anymore, right? Because he'll have more than 2 power. So, nah. Like, you probably don't want to do that. Honestly, like, early game, if someone played, like, Mog and Delny, I would be the person to be like, oh, I'm just gonna, like, discard, you know, I'll choose it twice, and now your Mog is too big for Delny. So now, like, okay, you got to trigger it twice once. That's neat, but never again. So, Delny would not work here. Alrighty, that was a good one. Chat, you convinced me. You convinced me. Next, rejoin the fight. Okay, so now, obviously, this is not a commander, right? So now that we might have like kind of stepped away from the commander specifically, we're going to start looking at the just the cards themselves, right? Like which cards, what commanders do these cards like amplify that already exist, right? And this is also good for you, Nunya, and anyone who's newer to Magic too. When you open these precons, you're going to find you're going to find cards that, sure, they're good for your deck, but maybe you take them out when you're upgrading your deck. What do you do with these cards that are left? Well, you can put them into new commander decks or old commander decks, and that's what we're going to explore right now. So first up, we have Rejoin the Fight. That's art. That's some art right there. Please explain what the hell's happening here. 5 in a black, sorcery, mill 3 cards. Then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. Well, I already know one commander that wants this. Wow, that's pretty good. I already know one commander that wants this for sure, Boop! Tasigur, the Golden Fang. Absolutely, that boy wants this one. Yeah, for sure. Tasigur decks are already about forcing your opponents to, like, return the worst thing possible for them back to their hand. So this just goes right in with that. This goes perfectly with that. Yep. Alright, I believe this is the first time Terra transforms. In this setting, summons are Espers, spirits, or are Espers, spirits. And Terra is one of them. Her personal ability transforms her into an Esper form to kick ass. Okay, cool. She goes Super Saiyan. Got it. Terra in her Esper form, basically Final Fantasy VI summons. Oh, wait. I thought 16 was the only time where like people were the summons. It's also in 6? Spoilers, Terra is a half human, half Esper and awakens to her Esper self during the midpoint of the game. Okay. Buried Alive is the obvious pair here. You get to run Gifts Ungiven and Tasigur with this? Yeah. Just Terra? Oh, okay. Summons do things differently in different games. Yes. That much I know. And like how they call Magic and Magica and all that stuff. Okay. Alright, so Tasigur definitely goes in here. Tasigur wants this card because it is a commander that's all about making your opponents choose the worst possible thing to give back to you. And now you have the ability to just go like, hey, you, give me back something that you're horrified of. And then they do. And actually 3 things, right? It's each opponent has to choose a different creature. Yikers. It's a really strong card. It's a really, really strong card. Could be cool in Koram. Do I get my big thing back, or is Koram... Ooh, Koram. Let me see. Koram, the Undertaker. 1 in the Jun, 0/5. Gets plus XO, where X is the greatest power among creatures in your graveyards. When Koram attacks, each player mills a card. During each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a spell from among cards and graveyards that were put there from libraries this turn. I like that. This is already a graveyard-esque deck. You get to cast some of the creatures, like if you mill a small creature, you mill a small creature, you get to play that card, and then your opponents are still just left with all the bad things. Love that for you. Or you mill cards, your opponents choose other cards, they leave the one card they don't want you to get back, and then you cast it anyway. That's sick. Yeah. Quorum's a good one. What else? Walla, 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 get dollar. Let's go. Wow, wow. Walla, thank you so very much for the gifted subs. We got 5 gifted subs to the community. Pete Killstreak, Small Bird Lex, Jirachi, Kaiju, and one other. Thank you very much, Walla. Big ol' heck and hearts to you. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Chat, it do be my birthday, and we are out here talking about Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy cards. Honestly, best way to spend the night as far as I'm concerned. Alright, one more commander. Walla, you know a little bit about Magic the Gathering. Give me one more commander that's definitely going to want rejoin the fight here. Can't think of a better one? Hell yeah. What commander will want rejoin the fight? Mill 3 cards and starting with the next opponent in turn order. Each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen its way to the battlefield under your control. Have we said Muldrotha yet? Yeah, we haven't said that yet. I don't know. I don't think Muldrotha is necessarily like that much better worse. I'm thinking like Kess. Like who's the commander that just has like the worst creatures in the graveyard? Like if there's creatures in this person's graveyard, like fuck me, dude. We're so screwed. Old Stick Fingers? Equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard? I would argue no, right? Because Old Stick Fingers would put too many creatures into your graveyard. So unless you have an Old Stick Fingers deck that's like no mana dorks or anything, right? Because like if you did Old Stick Fingers and you have like, you know, Llanowar Elves and like, you know, mana dorks, right? And then you mill like X equals 5, you could hit like, you know, 1 big dude and then like 2 dorks. You could. Because it's, you know, it's pretty blind here. So, I don't know if that's necessarily the best option here. You don't care about Six Fingers dying? I don't care about Six Fingers dying. Netheroi? Netheroi already brings the entire deck back from the graveyard, though. Like, Netheroi already brings the entire graveyard back to the battlefield. So I don't think that you need... And Netheroi doesn't need this. Because Netheroi already brought every card back. This is tempting in my Saskia deck. Oh, my God. Honestly, to be fair, decks that have no theme whatsoever would love this card. Decks that like are literally only here to just put dickbag creatures into play would want this card, quite frankly. Rejoin is a good card for both wives in case you need creatures to mutate onto, but I still get your point. Yeah, this is true. That's fair. Honestly, like every black deck could just use this, to be fair. To be completely fair. You know what? I'll put Saskia in here just to represent literally in every deck. As long as it has black, could absolutely use Rejoin the Fight. Like, there's only so many cards that really need... Okay, I really need to get creatures from my graveyard. Like, you know, it's, like, fine. Yeah. Alrighty. I think that's super fair. Introducing Rejoin the Fight. 5 in a black, sorcery, mill 3 cards, then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that has... Then, starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each creature card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. Now, this is a mono black card. This could literally go anywhere, right? You could be a deck that's all about like, hey, I only have like 5 creatures in here, and I get to mill a decent amount of cards. You are going to have to choose 3 of those 5 awful cards to put into the battlefield, right? You could put cards that say like tutor up very specific spells, like chat, what's that damn spell? Dread Return? Buried Alive. Yeah. You can put cards like Entomb, Buried Alive, which just puts cards directly from your deck into your graveyard, and then you play this, you mill 3 cards, they might not even be creatures, and bam, now your opponents have to give you back the 3 worst cards that they've ever freaking seen, right? So in terms of commanders that definitely want this deck, if you're a Tasigur deck or even just a Sultai deck in general, like we've had from last set, Tasigur specifically is already a commander deck that is about making your opponents exiling cards from your graveyard to force your opponents to give you back the worst possible cards to your hand. So a Tasigur deck is already primed for something like Rejoin the Fight, where you're going to make sure only the worst creature cards are still left. Then next up we have Korum the Undertaker. Korum is kind of like... Korum has a little bit of a theme. The theme is definitely just like high power creatures in your graveyard. Now, your opponents will get to choose, hey, either Korum hits you with commander damage and kills you, or I get to bring back the biggest creatures in my graveyard, and now I have just big dudes that maybe they take 2 hits to kill you, but they're still huge and on the battlefield. So it is a rock and a hard place if you stick Rejoin the Fight and Korum the Undertaker. And then lastly, Saskia the Unyielding. There's no theme here. Rejoin the Fight's just good. Rejoin the Fight is just a good card in creature decks. And if you have a deck like Saskia that's all about just like creatures and creatures that hit hard and have wacky abilities that just keep on swinging no matter what, Rejoin the Fight lets you bring 3 of them back from the grave. Okay, if every single card in your deck is a threat and your opponents have dealt with 3 of them, 6 mana brings 3 of them back. Okay, cool, great. I'm glad to be. I'm glad to lose here. And you know what's the best? If you're the first person that chooses, you get to choose like the least worst card, right? So then now it's the other 2 players' fault for choosing the Eldrazi to come back, right? It's their fault. You get to blame them for the loss. So you better hope that you're the person that's directly to the side of the player who's casting Rejoin the Fight. Just now realizing that Alesha would have been good flavor. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ripples of Undeath lets you put cards in. Oh, yeah, you can put in... Ripples of Undeath lets you, like, put in 3 cards, and then if one of them's, like, you know, Sad Robot, which you don't want to waste Rejoin the Fight mana on, you get to put Sad Robot back to your deck and, like, keep the Gristlebrand in there, you know? It's political. Yes, only because you get to blame the other parties. Like a true politician. That was sick. Yeah, this is a good card. That was a good card. Next card. Sabin Master Monk. Okay. Never heard of this guy. Someone fill me in. What's the Sabin? And why is he a Master Monk? Who is this man's? Whose man's is this? Sabin. Okay, Sabin. Who is Sabin? Who is Sabin? Was he never played a single Final Fantasy game? A single one? Like not even Tactics? Wow, you'd love Tactics. You look like a Tactics player. You look like me. He punches and kicks real good. Sounds good. He's the brother of King Edgar Markov, who abdicates and goes to the woods to study martial arts. Right. Okay. And then everything falls to shit because he chose to do that. So, can we blame him for Kefka? Alright, fine. Whatever. Alright, so, introducing the person who's the cause of all the problems in the 7 Kingdoms, we have Sabin, Master Monk, 4 and a red, human noble monk, 4/3, double strike with Blitz. And you may cast this card from your graveyard using its Blitz ability. Okay. Card's fine. Blitz just means that you get to cast this card for its lesser, like its Blitz cost, which is typically lesser, so 2 red, and discard the card, which is interesting. And then the card comes into play with haste. And it says, at the end step, sacrifice this card. When you do, draw a card. Or when this creature dies, draw a card, and sacrifice this at the end step. This is fine. You can, oh, you know, if this is your mono red commander, you get to just... I mean... Wow, yeah, it's a commander with Blitz, actually. He has Blitz because his special attacks are blitzes in the game. Self-reanimate feels like a plot point. Right, and there you go. Mechanics time. Sabin's personal ability is Blitz. Input fighting game commands to do moves? You get more as the game progresses. His most famous moment is a boss fight against the Ghost Train. Around that time, he learned Suplex, your best damage dealing ability at the time. Normally, large bosses are immune because they're too big, but for some reason, not the Ghost Train. Hence, Suplex the Train. Oh, this is the Suplex the Train guy. He does double strike because he has 2 fit. Yeah. He sure does. He sure does have 2 fists. That's so true. That's so true. You know what? Most people don't. Most people in Magic don't have 2 fists, but Sabin does. That's his special ability. 2 hands. They call him Johnny 2 Hands. Alrighty. Chat, give me... Alright. I think this guy can be a commander, for sure. Because if he dies, when he dies, whatever, you can cast him from the graveyard using the Blitz ability. So you're literally always able to cast your commander. Is there... Okay. Voltron. Okay, mono red commander Voltron that has nothing to do with like equipment or auras, right? It's just the fact that your commander's always here. Is there any other commander that's like that? I'm trying to think. Is there any other commander that is like Anthem Voltron, right? Like how do you Voltron a commander without equipment, without auras? You can do free equip, like there's free equip, yeah, sure. Hekatos? Ooh! Wobbler, you got that mind on you. Haktos is true, yeah. Haktos attacks each combat if able. Protection from 2, 3, or 4 at random. Protection from that number. That's a pretty good guess. What does a Haktos commander deck look like? A Voltron commander that's not using equipment. Like you can, but is there something a little bit more unique that we got going on here? And I think there is. I just don't know it. And not in white. That's, I think, the hardest part. The fact that it's not in white. That's the biggest issue here. Because, like, you know, it's a lot easier to say, you know, there's cards that say, like, every time your commander comes into play, do X, Y, and Z. But it's white, too, so it's far better combat tricks. Correct. Isn't there an equipment that equips stuff for free? Otherwise, there's Pure Steel Paladin in white. Right, in white. But yeah, Pure Steel, there's red cards that equip for free. Ooh. Yeah, Bloodthorn Sword. Right, this is the type of card that I'm talking about, right? Commander creatures you control have +2/+2 in haste, right? Tavern Brawler. Tavern Brawler. Commander creatures you control have, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. This creature gets +XO, where X is the blah blah blah. Kedis. Whenever a commander you control deals combat damage to a player, it deals that much damage to each opponent. Are there more cards like this? That enchantment, that's also white? Yeah, right. Feels like a hard build around. I know, that's what makes it so fun. Upkeep triggers is rough. Oh, true. 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 Upkeep triggers do be rough. They do be rough. That's so true. That is true. That is true. Alright. Exalted. Exalted is a thing. Karlak. I'm like looking at sample decks for Hekatos. Creatures attacking alone definitely like work here. Oh, Soul Bond. Soul Bond's a mechanic we could use. Is there Soul Bond Trample or is that green? The green card for Soul Bond is Trample, right? Donna Noble. Oh. Oh, that doesn't really work. I mean, like, it's okay. First strike, meh. Oh. Huh. Haste. We don't really need haste. Fire breathing. That's... Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Have you ever seen this card before, chat? I bet you haven't. What the heck? That's kind of sick, actually. Stormrite is subtle. New card. Brand new card. Just came out. Only so global enchantments and non-equipped artifacts are probably priority here, then yes. Feel like we really need these busted Sword of War and Peace type shit. Yeah, you do get protection from everything, you know. Just like, don't get proc red, yeah. Just got there. Yeah, Stormrite's sick. Yeah. This is kind of neat, actually. I kind of like Stormrite. What else do we have for, Alright, so Soul Bond. The only other Soul Bond I'm seeing is, like, Mirage Phalanx. When Mirage Phalanx or another creature enters play. So, like, you can Sabine Mirage Phalanx, right? Like, Blitz Sabine, Soul Bond and Mirage Phalanx. Get a copy of Sibin, and then, like, draw a card. Which is, like, whatever. And that's not really that great. What other type shit are we looking for? What other type shit? I think this is like an interesting commander at the very least. Like, I think it's cool. I think this is like a fun look at. We also have to discard cards too. I forgot. There's also like some discard shit to look at. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. If we just look at cards that say commander in red, right? Just in general. Crimson, oh yeah, cards like Crimson Honor Guard at the beginning of each player's end step, they take 4 damage unless they control a commander, which, you know, you just like trigger that first. Ooh. Ooh, wait. That's cool. This is cool. This is cool right here. Because Blitz is a cast. It's a cost. You cast a spell for its Blitz cost. So that's funny. Gonna watch Twin Peaks with a girlfriend. Have a good night. Hey, vote. Love you, bud. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you very much. Fatal Frenzy and the worst Blood Berserk. True. Thank you very much for the suggestions, friend. I really appreciate it. That's sick. Enjoy Twin Peaks. Yeah, I like this. I like that. Oh, shit. Whenever you cast a spell, copy it for each time you've cast your... Oh, commander from the command zone? You cowards! You cowards! Cowards, I say. Each player may discard their hand and draw cards to the greatest mana value. It's whatever. Jessica thrice reborn. No, that's just saying commander. Jessica's Will, Kedis, Loyal Apprentice, Passionate Archaeologist. Oh, hey. Popular Entertainer. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, go target creature that player controls. Bitch, you got double strike. You hit once. Goad, hit again, goad. That's, yeah, that works too. Chat, we're kind of cooking, actually. This is fun. I like, this is a neat commander deck. This is a very neat commander deck. I really want to mention Popular Entertainer, but I'll have to wait for that, like, on a deck build. But that's really cool. I mean, yeah, you get to bring this Phoenix back at all times. You can discard the Phoenix and then bring back the Phoenix. Yeah, this is cool. Oh yeah, look at that. Sacrifice that Phoenix. Yeah. This is actually really neat, actually. Yeah. I'm glad that I'm glad they made this card. This is actually factually pretty freaking cool. Not seeing this win often, but it would create some hilarious interactions. I agree. You could easily make this like a tier 1 deck, right? And just be like, guys, this is just mono red commander typo. This is like every card just says commander on it. Is also one of the 3 characters necessary to beat the game. Define necessary. Why is so fun? Doing your finals watching this? Why is this so fun? Well, I hope that good luck on your finals. Step 1. Good luck on your finals, bud. I hope that you absolutely clean house with them. And 2, I'm glad that you're having fun here. I mean, because we're hype. These are cool cards. We're finding, like, really cool cards. This duck would be called Phoenix Down? Ooh, true. True. I love that. I love that. Alright, let me dive into this thing. Alright. Introducing the Sabine Phoenix Down deck. We have Sabine Master Monk, 4 in a red, 4/3, legendary creature, human noble monk, double strike, and blitz for 2 and 4, and discard the card. Whenever you cast, you may cast this card from your graveyard using its blitz ability. Now, this is incredibly unique because this is like you've heard of Commander Ninjutsu, but this is Commander Blitz. You can let your commander die easily, right? And then let it go to the graveyard, and then cast it with its blitz cost, which is less than its regular mana value, from your graveyard for 4 mana in the discard all the time, right? You get to do this every single turn, and you get to draw a card after you have to discard the card. So you're never really like losing cards on this, right? Ooh, Victor Gabriel, yeah, congrats, bud. This set got you back into the MTG? Hell yeah. Well, I hope you like any of these cards. So, like, my challenge for anyone making this deck is to try to see if you can make commander, like, equipped-less, enchantment-less Voltron commander, okay? This is what I mean, right? Your commander dies every end step, right? Because you have to sacrifice it from the blitz cost. So you need to make a Voltron deck where nothing stays on him, right? Equipment would fall off, and then red doesn't like put equipment back on very easily. It's a lot of mana, right? And auras fall off as well, so they're not very good. So let's try to find cards that just let your commander be big for the sake of being there, right? So first up, Kediss Emberclaw Familiar, right? This is a card that just says, hey, did your commander deal combat damage to someone? Well, now it's going to spread out to everyone. And your commander has double strike. So, boom, 4 damage on the first strike, 4 damage to everyone. 4 damage on the next one, another 4 damage to everyone. This is really, really cool. And this allows Sabine to actually take out the entire board. Next up, we have cards like Stonewright. I bet you've never even seen this card before, but this existed ever since original Innistrad. Soulbound is an ability that says, when this creature or another creature that's not paired enters the battlefield, you can pair them together. When you do, as long as Stonewright is paired, either Stonewright or the other creature has fire breathing. So if you have access to a bunch of extra red mana, you get to pay for, bring Sabine in, pair him to Stonewright, and then now you have fire breathing and double strike on your commander. So if you get a hit in, that's gonna be pretty freaking powerful, okay? You're going to just pump a lot of red mana into him, and now that first strike is gonna deal 10 and then 10, or 11 and 11. That would be sick. And this all triggers on the fact that your commander leaves the battlefield. He dies, goes to your graveyard. Then they're unpaired. Next turn, you bring him back, and then they repair, and you just do it over and over again. And then lastly, Flamekin Herald. Blitz is a cast cost. Let me say that again. Blitz is a casting cost. So you get to cascade with your commander every single turn. That's hilarious. You get to cascade over and over and over again. And it's not going to cost you more mana. It's just going to always be 4 mana as a cost to cast to recast your commander with Blitz, and you just get to keep on cascading. That's wonderful. God forbid if you're able to sacrifice him for mana and just Blitz him in again, that's even more cascade triggers. So you're gonna get a lot out of this deck. And we didn't even really get into like the anthems that exist, right? Look up Bloodthorn Steward. That's the card that says your commanders get +2/+2. That's a perfect card that just goes in the deck and then allows your commanders to deal extra damage. There's a lot that you can do in here. Backgrounds. There's a couple of backgrounds that also really love a commander that hits twice. This is a really cool deck, actually. Like, I think that this is very buildable, and I think it's going to be one of the most unique deck experiences you or your opponents are ever going to have in Magic. So I challenge you to go out there and build this deck if you can. And if you do, please come back and give me a look at it, because I want to live vicariously through you. And there we go. Cathedral of War. Oh, Exalted. Yeah, true. True. Exalted. Yeah. Exalted land, 100%. This is sweet. Is there a lot of sack non-creature spells in red? Yeah, sure. I don't play a lot of red. Yes. Typically it's like sacrifice a creature and just like deal 1 damage to someone or something. But you'll figure it out when you're building this deck. Happy birthday. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Chanterelle, how you doing? Big ol' heck and hearts. All right, yeah, this is a sweet deck build. I hope that someone makes this. I'm kind of eyeballing this. I'm not gonna lie. All right, next card. Setzer, Wandering Gambler. I don't know what this card is, so chat, you're gonna have to tell me what the hell we're doing. Red black. All right, Setzler, give me the lore rundown. Chat, I'm gonna have to put you on an ad break really fast. It's just how it goes. It's just the way of things. It's just the way of things. But it needs to be done so that pre-roll ads go away. It's just a 1-minute ad break though. Setzer is a gambler sky pirate with an airship. Alright. Okay. That explains at least a little bit. A gambler sky pirate with an airship. Is he good guy or bad guy? Mind you, the bad guy like ranking is like Kefka like himself. So is he the evilest of evil, or is he just like a guy? Is he just like a guy? This is the other mandatory to beat the game. He owns a car. And so it's more about what these creatures own that make them the best, and not necessarily what they do. He's the owner of the Falcon airship. Oh, your power needs it. Okay. I see. I hear he's good for heartburn. Oh my god. Is his name Seltzer? Am I saying it wrong? Happy birthday. Hey, Scorcher Streams. Thank you very much. Big ol' heckin' hearts. Alright, let's look at this guy. Everyone should be back from the ad now. Nah, you're saying it right. Setzler or Seltzer? Aqua Seltzer? I don't know. Anyway, everyone should be back. Let's dive into... chat says I'm either saying Seltzer or Setzler right. I don't know. But this is Setzer. I was completely wrong. Wandering Gambler. 1 black and a red. Legendary creature. Human rogue pilot. 2/2. When Setzer enters, create the Blackjack, a legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact token with flying and crew 2. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. Ooh, baby. Okay. ETB, make a vehicle. A 3/3 with flying and crew 2. Okay, whatever. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin, right? So a vehicle dealing combat damage is simply just to flip coins, right? Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tap treasure tokens. Guys, obviously this is a vehicle type of deck, right? Like, duh. Like, we can already just like we already know. We already know this is a vehicle typo, right? I don't need to explain it to you as to why. because this says whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. So you can have the vehicle flip and deal. You can have 5 different vehicles deal damage, and you are going to flip 5 coins. And whenever you win that coin flip, you make 2 tap treasures. Shit, that's fucked up. This card's a little beastly, actually. Yeah, this guy can create like 10 treasures in the turn. Yeah, for sure, for sure. God forbid those treasures get God forbid they get double strike somehow. You never have to attack with him. He can just crew the whole time. Yeah, that's true. As he should. As he should. Yeah, this is red black vehicle typo, which is actually pretty interesting. We don't normally get that. Reaper Vases, hey, good to see you, bud. How you doing? Chance Encounter? Is that what it's called? Chance Encounter. Krark's Thumb. Yeah. So, okay. Clearly, this is a coin flip deck that's vehicle typo. It's vehicle typo and coin flip right here. So, looking at the greatest vehicles, or sorry, the greatest coin flip cards. Whoop. Krark's Thumb. If you would flip a coin, instead flip 2 coins and ignore 1, right? So, whenever a vehicle deals combat damage to a player, you would flip 1 coin, but instead you would flip 2. And then, whenever you win a coin flip, make 2 treasure tokens. Just do it. Did you win both of those coins? You make 2 treasure tokens for each of them. Did you just win 1? Sure, whatever. But you got 2 out of 1. Yep, that's a clear and easy yes. And then in terms of vehicles, one of my Demonic Junker is like my second favorite, like, brand new vehicle that's just come out. Oh, Chance Encounter as a card. Holy shit. That's what you were saying. Oh my god. Yeah, you're so true for that. Yeah, you're so true for that. I don't do coin flips, so I never looked at this, but oh. Yeah. Okay. Hey, shit. That seems insane. Yeah, this is the easiest deck build ever, actually. There's literally nothing more to say. Get vehicles, get every card that says draw a coin flip, get some treasure type if you want, because you're goofy like it, and just... And pilots, I guess. I guess you need pilots. Yeah. That's funny. That's real funny. There's a lot that you can... Okay, chat. I hope that someone... when we do deck builds, I hope that someone also puts sets together. Because I think this is really cool. This is a really cool commander. I'm like... I kind of want to put a list together. I'm not going to play him because he's not my vibe, but like I kind of like it. And this is one of those commanders where, because you know how like I like to build commanders where like you feel like you lost to the commander, not just the deck. I mean, yeah, dude, like you definitely would feel like you lost to Setzer. He's over here just being like, bro, the only reason I have coin flips and vehicles all together is because my commander is goofy with it. Shit, say less. Why is he in this deck? Like, this deck is about reanimating and draw, discard, and all this other stuff, and he's just like, I want to flip coins and make tap treasures. You guys good with that? Alright, cool. I don't know what you goofy kids are doing, but whatever. The Izzet Commander card is wild. Yeah, the Izzet new Commander card? Which one? Bro standing on that hill flipping coins till people die? Truly! You're building a Bant Bird typo commander? Oh yeah, with the new, also good to see you, Collector Events. Yeah, the new, Chocobo. Yeah, that's gonna be a deck builder in the future for sure. Sorry, I gotta blow my nose. Ah, that's what the red alert was for. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I was muted because I went to blow my nose, and then I went here, blew my nose, and just forgot. I just forgot. Why would I remember to turn the microphone back off? Why would I ever turn it off in the first place? Lamal. Professional streamer chat. Thank you. I like that. Thank you very much for the red alert, Decimba. Thank you. That you know what? I'm gonna be more alert to that right now, chat. Thank you. I need an emote that's just like Kuro forgot the microphone again. I need that for sure. For sure. Okay. When I play a bird, I will sing the bird song of Family Guy at your LGS. Cool. And they're gonna hate everything. Yes. Yeah, no, I just muted myself because no one wants to hear the snot, but people do want to hear me. All right. Just know that whatever when I was muted, I was saying the most eloquent speech you've ever heard. Sorry you didn't hear it. Sorry you weren't here to hear it, chat. Unfortunate. Any CDH cards looking good? I think that who's the commander of this deck? The secondary commander, Celeste. I think Celeste is CDH level for sure. Terra, yeah, Terra's the commander. Celeste is the secondary. I think Celeste is CDH level. I also think Celeste is a way better commander. But anyway, let me do this really fast. Setzler, Wandering Gambler, introducing the character who's just gonna stand on top of the hill, flipping coins while everyone else is dying. This guy's super weird, but also super enjoyable. Setzer, Wandering Gambler, 1 black and red for a 2/2 legendary human rogue pilot. When Setzer enters, create the Blackjack, a legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact creature token with flying and crew 2. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. Now, honestly, you might find the combination of coinflip.deck and vehicles in a Rakdos package to be really weird and like clunky, but honestly, I think this is one of the easiest decks to throw together of all time, okay? So like, first of all, coin flipping, right? Coin flipping, Krark's Thumb. If you would flip a coin, instead flip 2 of those and ignore 1. Let's make sure that we're always winning coin flips, right? By stacking things in our favor. This is great. Like, this is one of the quintessential coin flip cards, so you're definitely going to need Krark's Thumb. Next up, we have Demonic Junker, which is personally one of my favorite of the newer vehicles that have come out. There's quite a couple vehicles with black in them. Most vehicles are colorless anyway, but black vehicles actually have quite a bit of abilities here. Affinity for artifacts, for all the treasure tokens that you're making, means that this guy comes out even sooner, makes all of your opponents sacrifice a creature, and you get to start swinging with this guy immediately. And then lastly, since we're doing coin flip typo, and you know what, listen, vehicles probably won't win the game, right? But what if we just win the game because we flipped enough coins? Chance Encounter, 2 red enchantment. Whenever you win a coin flip, put a luck counter on Chance Encounter. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Chance Encounter has 10 or more luck counters on it, you win the game. How about, babe, let's just sit back here in the car, one hand on the steering wheel, other hand just flicking coins, winning coin flips, and you just cruise into victory. You don't even care about what everyone else is doing, right? Like, you're just, things are exploding, spells are getting countered, and you're just over here just going like, damn, that's crazy. That's some crazy work. Tell me when you guys are ready to go. And you're just flipping coins, and you just eventually win. I think this is hilarious. I think this is absolutely hilarious. And if you just want a guy sitting in the back, winning with these vehicles, and there's quite a couple of vehicles in Final Fantasy. So whether they're airships from Final Fantasy, literal cars, mounts, like whatever, you'll be able to put them in this deck and just straight up win off the back of them. I think it's really dope. So Setzer, Wandering Gambler, tell me what you think. Do you think that vehicles and coin flipping can work together in beautiful harmony? Or is it just going to be a crash and burn deck? Let me know. Boom. Molten Birth and Mirror Match together seem fun in this pilot generation. We do need a good solid amount of pilots and vehicles. That is true. That is true. And we don't have access to, someone mentioned Kotori before. Yeah, Kotori Shurikai vehicle deck. I have one of those as well. We don't have access to the blue and white pilot vehicle things that we normally get, so we got to be very careful. I mean, there's a balance that this deck needs, right? There's a balance that this deck needs, but you can still get there. People can absolutely get there. This was fun. I like that one. All right. Shadow, Mysterious Assassin. I don't know what this is. Chat, tell me who Shadow, Mysterious Assassin is. Who that guy? Whoop. Aw, man. They fucked his... They fucked this Loki up? What's up? What happened? Shadow. The Hedgehog. I have cake. I should also eat the cake that I have at some point. I'll do that when we're done with this, when we're done looking through the main cards. He's a Mysterious Assassin. Also has Puppy? He also has a puppy? Well, then I guess he's probably the best, yeah? He's probably the best. He's supposed to be a partner with his dog? Oh. Interceptor, Shadow's Hound. Interesting. I'll say more in a moment. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Tell me up. Alright, I'm gonna look at this guy. So while chat is typing in who this man's is, let's look at Shadow, who apparently chat says they messed up and should have had partner. This is Shadow, Mysterious Assassin. I see a doggo in the background who's very adorable. Is that a Rottweiler? 2 in the black, legendary creature, human assassin with Death Touch. He's a 3/3 and he has Throw. Whenever a Shadow deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. Okay. I think this is pretty fine. Pretty straightforward. Like, this is a rare card for sure. Like, a rare. Whenever Shadow deals combat... So, he just has Death Touch. He's a 3/3 with Death Touch. He doesn't have evasion other than the fact that your opponents don't want to die, right? Deals combat damage to the player. You may sacrifice another non-land permanent, whatever it is. If you do, draw 2 cards, and then each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. Now, personally, I don't think that he's, like, my favorite commander, per se. I think he's fine in the 99. You can make a commander deck out of anything, right? Like, if you give this guy Double Strike, Mr. Maxwell Fetz, thank you very much for the follow. You can make a commander deck out of anything, right? If you give him Double Strike, you know, you get to deal damage, sacrifice another permanent, hit everyone, draw 2 cards, do it again, whatever. That's fine. That's, like, okay. But, like, I don't know. I have no FOMO for Final Fantasy. This is when Avatar: The Last Airbender comes out. I will be in danger. I'm getting some Final Fantasy singles for sure. Honestly, this is one of the main sets that have ever been out where I just want 1 copy of every card. Just one, right? Not even for value. Just, like, for... Because they're very strong. They're very, very strong cards. And I just want 1 copy of everything for Commander as a whole. I'm not a Final Fantasy player myself. I've only played 12. I've only finished 12. But, like, you know, all of these cards are pretty good. I mean, even Shadow's, like, hey, maybe Shadow's just good in, like, Assassin type of decks elsewhere, you know? But, yeah, I mean, like, singles is going to be a huge part of my investment in this set. Definitely huge singles. And chat, if you're going to be buying singles, be sure to go to coolstuffinc.com and use code Kuro for 5% off. That's the best place to buy singles, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just a birthday boy, okay? I'm just a birthday boy who's asking you to buy singles from Cool Stuff Inc. and use code Kuro. That's all. That's all I am, you know. Artifact deck would work. Yeah. Like, you can... I'm trying to think, like... What cards want to be sacrificed, right? I'm waiting for more 14 cards as my favorite franchise, and I have like 3k hours, still noob numbers. Damn, Victor. Damn. That's a lot, but it's a good amount of hours. And yeah, Christian, you're right. Yeah, artifact deck would work. Yeah, let me think, like, okay, what artifacts do we want to sacrifice, though? Right? Like, what artifacts are particularly And also, who's the dog? What's the dog do? I finally finalized your Ixchel deck. Shit pops off. It's so fun. Yo, I bet that, Brandon. Ixchel's wild. How do you get the poison counters on people really fast? Pull up Interceptor. Thank you. That's that's exactly what I was gonna do. Okay, hold on. Damn, Shadow looks naked. What's going on? Why is he naked? Huh? Interceptor, Shadow's Hound, 2 black. Legendary creature dog with menace. Assassins you control have menace. Whenever you attack with 1 or more legendary creatures, you may pay 1 in the black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Okay. So... Okay. Interesting. Let me read the lore really fast. Shadow is a professional. When you fail and Kefka becomes God, Shadow covers your escape. You have a timer before you non-standard game over. Wow. Before you run for your literal life, he tells you to wait for him before you leave. He shows up at like 15 seconds to death. If you don't, he's dead permanently. Bro, okay, I'm sorry. Wait. Final Fantasy VI is a PlayStation game, right? Or PlayStation 2? They had literal like this feels like a story game. Like I know it's a story game, but like one of the what's the one where like it's like quick time events? It's a bunch of quick time events, and it's like if you don't do something in time, your characters die permanently and stuff like that. You have 3K and COD Zombies and Fallout New Vegas. Damn. Happy birthday! Thank you very much, Retha. I have cards that makes creatures unblockable. Also, Vornaclex in there too as well. That would do it. SNES? SNES? Damn, dude. Damn. Thank you very much, Dojo Dean. This is not even the most guide. Dang it, part of Shadow. Really? Like it's just wild to me that like I'm not saying that it's impossible. It's a happy thing, but it's just like, damn, I didn't know that Final Fantasy was real like that. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know Final Fantasy was real like that. Where even back in the SNES days, they're just like, yeah, dude, like there's a counter timer, and if your character Pixel Sprite leaves this zone before the timer hits 15, you will lose out on the character and he'll never show up again. Like that's cool. That's just cool. That's just cool. I didn't know. I didn't know games were real like that. That's just cool. Damn. And like, do you just not win the game if he like never shows up? Like, is he like super important? You have to find Shadow again if he lives by betting a specific item in the arena? What? It better be like Shadow Interceptor's collar or something. Like, I hope it's a very obvious item to bet. Getting him back is all both optional and easy to miss. Yeah, I mean, shit, dude. Like, if you're running for your literal life, yeah, I'd miss that. Annihilation Glare, Sorcery would work. Alright, so as a quick aside to making this deck, you definitely need Interceptor, Shadow's Hound, right? Like, just straight up, right? And I'm gonna put that as one of the cards you need, and then when we get to Interceptor, I'm just gonna skip him because, like, whatever. But basically, okay, what you're gonna do is you're gonna put this out, and you're going to say, hey, can I rule 0 Shadow and Interceptor together? And your opponents are either gonna say no, in which case you get it from the table and leave because they're lame, or 2, they say yes and you have a good game. That simple. It's that simple. But this is 100%. You ask your opponents if you can partner. That's it. Like that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is a partner deck. Even though it doesn't say it, there is no Magic player worth playing against that would say no. Let's just throw Graveyard Fetches into the game and see if he gets stuck at a 99. Nah. Jorichi? Nah. Droji? Nah. Why? Why do that? Just be like, bro, it's a dude and his dog. The dog's in the art. That's all I gotta say. Like, yeah, I mean, you could do that. If someone really wants to be a stickler, okay, and they're like, no, and they're like, fine, like, I guess I'll run in Tomb and all that shit, like, okay, whatever, right? But, like, no one worth playing against would say no. And also, what another reason why I say this is because it's not really that bad, right? Like, listen, Shadow is a 3/3 with Death Touch that needs to deal combat damage in order to like sacrifice a permanent, right? And then if he does, he draws 2 cards, and okay, he sacrifices Interceptor. Everyone takes 4. Ooh, ooh. Oh no! I thought you were gonna do something way worse. But it's like, oh, he just deals 4 to everyone? Whatever. Dude, like, turn 3 you play Shadow, turn 4 you play Interceptor, you swing, you hope, Menace Death Touch does something, you hit, you sacrifice the dog, and then every turn after that, right? Every turn after that, you have to pay 3 mana to get Interceptor back. Like, your opponent is still playing commander tax, basically, on this guy anyway. So, like, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. If anything, your opponent's probably slowing themselves down by wanting to do this. The fact that he's set up to sacrifice his dog is weird. I didn't want to question that. I was just going to kind of roll with the punches. But it is a little weird that he does this. Is that not weird? Is it not a defining trait that he sacrifices his dog? Is that like not does he not like to do that? It's not a lore thing. He loves his dog. Yeah, maybe we'll just say that does Interceptor go into shadows? Maybe he does that, huh? Okay, wait, is there a move in the game where he like sends Shadow out? Sorry, let me do the pose. He sends Shadow out, and then Shadow like does like goes into, or sorry, Interceptor out, and he goes in the shadows and he like bites everyone, and then he comes back? Because if so, then that's it. If not, then I'm sad and I don't know what to feel. If you love them, fling them at fate. Shit, man, like, yeah. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of wild. It is kind of wild. I forget that, though, X shoots her dog out of a rocket launcher in 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn. I'm told the mechanism is a hint that in the story, Interceptor is not always there, but shows up out of nowhere, and the flavor behind it. Oh, okay. It's implied Interceptor makes a noble sacrifice to save Shadow, but then appears at the end. Oh, okay. Baller. Thank you. That's awesome, yeah. Now they could have just made the dog a rogue and give him Prowl. Give him Growl, in my opinion. But yeah, you're right. But yeah, okay. Thank you. Well, you've completely explained it. Yeah, okay. So the mechanism is a hint at the story. Interceptor's not always there, but shows up out of nowhere. And that's the flavor behind it. Also, it's implied that Interceptor makes a noble sacrifice to save Shadow, but then appears at the end. Okay, sick. Have I seen screenshots of Final Fantasy VI? No. I have not. Alright, so the first card that automatically goes in here is Interceptor. This is a partner commander. Okay, chat? This is a partner commander deck. That's all. That's it. So obviously here, what else? What else do we need with this man's? What else is he doing? This is mainly Shadow, because Interceptor is kind of like whatever. What else does Shadow want, eh? Oh, you're sacrificing permanents, right? To put stuff into play? Well, we need some unblockability, right? Disciple of Perdition style effects? Oh. When Disciple of Perdition dies, choose one. If you have exactly 13 life, you may choose both. Oh, okay, yeah. Who's the, he gets Menace from Interceptor? That's right. Well, yeah, I mean, Death Touch Menace means that the opponent loses 2 creatures. Yeah, but, like, unblockable is just kind of, like, better, right? So, like, you know, Brotherhood Regalia is kind of great. You know what I mean? Like, Brotherhood Regalia just kind of, like, gets you in there. I'm just gonna put that in there as just like, hey, it has ward, it can't be blocked, like whatever, equips for cheap, like just put this card in there so your command is just like always hitting, right? Blood Artist, well, you get to sacrifice any non-land permanent, not just creatures. So Blood Artists aren't always gonna be there. But what's that one? It's like Vindicate. It's like oh, Vindictive Lich. Yeah, this is what we want. When this creature dies, abilities. That's what we want. Because, like, you know, it's already going to be a dude that wants to die, but then also you deal 4 damage to everyone, right? Junji the Midnight Sky would work here. You know, when Junji dies, do X, Y, and Z. Actually, hold on. I think this is a better example of, like, things to sacrifice, right? Because, like, you sacrifice Jinji, but then you bring back another creature so that you can start this train over again, and you just murder people. And also cards that, like, cost a lot, but then later cost less. So, like, that vehicle that I just had out, that vehicle that costs a bunch, but it costs less for your affinity, the artifacts. Things with affinity would work, too. I know that that one black card with like the art with like the claws, the shadow claws. Oh, it's a big giant shadow. Shadow of Mortality, that's what it is. Yes, Shadow of Mortality is a good one too. Right? If you're listening, you're like, oh my god, what a huge creature. What a very huge creature to put into play. That's crazy. That's pretty good. This is sick. Yeah, this is a good card. This is a good card. Damn, I want to mention both. Shadow Spear. Oh, Shadow Spear works too. Can you do you just do Shadow Typal? Hold on. What if I just type in Shadow? And then Identity Black. Agent of the Shadow Thieves, Altar of Shadows, Archpriest of Shadows, Armor of Shadows, the Mind Flayer, the Shadow, Ashcoat, Author of Shadows, City of Shadows, Dance of Shadows. Yeah, shit. You could do some. You could do Shadow. Oh, Death Shadow. Oh wait, no, no. We don't want Death Shadow. Never mind. Do we want some kind of Blood Artist trigger? So, no, the reason that we don't want Blood Artist trigger, the reason that Blood Artist trigger is not what we're after, is because this says sacrifice another non-land permanent. It doesn't have to be a creature. It could be, and it will likely be, especially because you have the dog here, right? But the thing is, depending on how we're building the deck, and we're probably trying to build the deck to maximize the amount of damage that we're doing to people, one creature, like one doggo, just to trigger like 2 different Blood Artists, not really worth it, right? Like, not really. It's really not that worth it. We need big swings, right? We need big damages that matter, because only Shadow's dealing the damage here and triggering this whole thing. Hey, K-Love, thank you very much. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you so much. Thank you. Maybe, oh, Erebos the Bleakhearted for extra draw too? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when things die. Yeah, there's a lot to build in this deck, chat. Like, again, this is another one where I hope people kind of, like, ask for a build on this one. This is just a start. We'll only have 3 cards to kind of, like, show to people. And one of them is taken up by Interceptor, of course. But, you know, this is a good start. Auntie Kim? Yeah, I think it was you, Auntie Kim. Love you. Thank you. Do you want other Graveyard Recursion? We do, because we can't rely on Shadow forever. That's why I had the dragon in here, right? That's why I had Junji as a form of like, hey, this creature wants to die. It's a death trigger, and it brings a creature back from the graveyard. This card deserves a full deck build. It does. But this is just to kind of get through cards. And one of the cards has to be Interceptor. So sadly, I don't have the room to talk about literally every card I want to, in terms of like, you know, this like this short here. But we're talking about it right now. Wait, how would Whip of Erebos work with it? So as a quick, Whip of Erebos works So it works the way you want and don't want. So you would pay 4, return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield with haste, right? And you can swing with it whatever. And you can have it deal damage, sure. Shadow would deal damage. You would sacrifice that card that you brought back. Everyone would lose life. That card would be exiled, right? Because it says exile if it would leave the battlefield instead of exile it instead of put it anywhere else. But this is still fine. This is still okay, right? Like, a Whip of Variable still goes in here. Because 1, you can gain life. And 2, you get to put a big thing out, sacrifice it once with Shadow, bring it back with Whip for 4 mana, and then sacrifice it again and probably kill people, right? Worthy, thank you. You deserve a full deck build. God damn right. Shit. Is that how you flirt? Damn, is that how people flirt? That's what I should do. Shit. Damn. You would still have to exile the card you sacrifice. Yeah, right. It's still good. Oh, it's still good. Sadly, it is each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrifice permanent. It's not deal damage, so the lifelink wouldn't work with Shadow. But we could also run Wound Reflection style cards that make people lose double life. This is a deck build, chat. We can build this guy as a deck in the future, but not now. Right now, we gotta get through these. We gotta get through these cards. Yeah, it'd be cracked to be fair. Yeah. It would be. But this is a good one. All right, so woo, we just did a pseudo deep dive on Shadow Mysterious Assassin, and we found a lot of cards that can go in this deck. So if you want to do like mono black guy and his dog, you absolutely can, and you'll find a lot of cool cards. But the #1 rule to Shadow here is that this is a partner deck with an Interceptor. Okay, you're gonna have Shadow as your commander and Interceptor as your Rule 0 partner. No Magic player worth their salt, worth playing against, would say no to letting you partner these two cards, right? It's just a partner commander. It doesn't say it, but you're just gonna Rule 0 it, okay? It doesn't matter. They're in the lore together. They're literally in both each other's arts, and honestly, alone they don't really stand too well as commanders, but together you have a little bit more oomph, okay? And I think that's perfectly fine. So step 1, this is a partner commander with Interceptor, okay? Step 2, Brotherhood Regalia. You're gonna want, I know Interceptor's cool. He gives your commander Menace, and I like that, okay? But like, Menace Death Touch doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna hit, especially when your opponents can see that there's a big, giant, juicy thing to sacrifice on the board that's gonna make all of them lose. So they will block your guy, like, and they're gonna block with 2 4/4s or something. So your guy's going to die, right? So Brotherhood Regalia just takes the whole blocking game out of there, makes him unblockable, so he can just start this whole train going, right? And then lastly, and actually, there's a lot that goes into this deck that we want to talk about, but the next best thing I want to tell you is about Junji and cards like Junji, right? You want cards that have death triggers, whether they be permanents, like, you know, whether they be creatures, artifacts, enchantments, whatever it is. You want death triggers because you get to sacrifice them with Shadow, and then they do something else. So you can swing in with Junji and Shadow at the same time. They'll both deal their combat damage, right? Because, you know, Junji has Menace. If Interceptor's out, Shadow has Menace. Wonderful. Then you sacrifice Junji after you dealt damage, and then bring another creature, any creature that's not a dragon, back from the graveyard to the battlefield. So for next turn, you have another big old permanent to sacrifice to Shadow. You got to keep that train going, and the more surprising you can make it for your opponents, the better. But if they have a big mana value, it's going to be harder for you to play them and then swing and deal damage with them. So reanimation is going to be your best way to bring things back quickly, no matter how big their mana value is, and then still be able to sacrifice them to Shadow. But honestly, I think this deck is really cool. Again, no matter what, if anyone doesn't allow you to partner Shadow and Interceptor, they weren't worth playing against anyway. So just find a different table. Come find my table, and you can absolutely run these two. In fact, I would demand that you ran these two together. And there we go. Boom. Wonderful clip. Made the whole Assassin's deck, Brotherhood Regalia, so underrated. Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, with Regalia, Shadow's a human assassin. True. If only uh what's the coat of arms would trigger twice for assassin. Undying effects persist. Also solid with Shadow. Yes. Also very true. Yeah, I would do in terms of like persist cards. Mainly also I mean Cauldron of Souls in general would do it. But yeah, Puppeteer Click. Right, this will come back. This costs 5. You know, that does a lot. Yeah, like this is good. This is good. Like this is the death and ETB trigger. It's really, really good. There's a lot of options here. There's a lot of options for this deck. I have to go make wife dinner. Hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday and stream. Thank you very much, Andrew. You've been a wonderful helping addition. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. I should get cake. How many cards do we have left for this deck? We've spent 3.5 hours on this deck. Which is fine, because we're literally talking about each and every single card, so I am not mad. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna... Yikes. Okay, I'm gonna blow my nose. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like the right amount of cards, but I don't want to speak it into existence, because that's kind of fucked. The snake from Duskmourn and Rakdos would be good too. Yep. Yeah, Shadow's one of the many I wanna. You wanna cook with it, Worthy? Hell yeah. Would you skip Smothering Abomination, or nah? It's card draw. Yeah. Whenever you sacrifice a creature, draw a card. Yeah, I would do that. If we know that the permanents that we're gonna the non-land permanents that we're gonna sacrifice the most are gonna be creatures, then yeah, I would do this. As long as you can keep up the sacrifice, though, right? Like, we got to be able to sacrifice 2 permanents a turn. Which is, you know, I mean, just make sure you can do it. Yeah, sack upkeep is brutal. It is. But you can also sacrifice Smothering Abomination if you need. Alright, let's go to the next guy. Siegfried, famed swordsman. Wait. Hold on, wait. That's the guy on Interceptor. That's the guy on Interceptor. What do you mean? That's Siegfried in the background. No? Yes? That's what caused you to pause? Oh, yeah. I don't know what's going on. Whatever, we're gonna look at this card. Look at the waist. The snatched waist of a ninja. Okay, hold on. Chat, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get water. I'm going to blow my nose, and I'm gonna get my cake. So, chat, I'm gonna put us on a quick ad break. Don't worry, you'll be back before. We'll be back before we know it. Okay. Button. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Okay. And then we'll continue with these cards. We have apparently a lot to go. Like apparently a lot to go. We haven't done anything. All right, I'll be right back. We're at 9 out of 25 brand new cards, apparently. I don't know how we're only at that many. We've been at this for 3.5 hours, and we're only at 9 cards in. Allegedly. Doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Water. I'm gonna get my cake. And eat it too. cake and eat it too. Where is my tissue? Alrighty. The ads are almost done. Ah, Meobyte is telling me the lore now. Oh, that's sick. Oh, you made a set symbol. That's cute. Yeah, that's cute. Alrighty. I'm in return, chat. Here's my cake, by the way. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god, it smells so good. Wow. Oh. Wow. Oh. Ooh. Oh my god. I have never smelled a cake that smells better than this. Hands down. My god. My god. Mushroom Alfredo and candy peanut. Alfredo and candy peanuts. I did not know. I've never heard those words together. Ooh. So this is, it's called the Cinnabon Cinnamon Cheesecake from Cheesecake Factory. And I smell the cinnamon and it's so good. Ooh. Wow. 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 They're not together. One's a meal, the other's... Okay. I gotcha. God damn. It even disappears into the ether, too, when you angle it the right way. Holy shit. Jesus. Wow. Okay. If I, like, just stop talking, if I just go non-verbal, it's because I've tasted the greatest thing ever. A little bit of whipped cream on it. Happy birthday to me, the old 32! Wow. Woo! Hi, Garrett. Woo! Woo! Wow. Wow. That's good. Kuro birthday Hitsuki, that's me. Let's crack FF packs for something soon. Hell yeah, Garrett. Now you're hungry? Good. Get some cheesecake. Treat yourself. Treat yourself on my birthday. How much did a slice of that cost? Cheesecake Factory? I think like 15. December, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that so much, friend. Yes, chat. Oh, yeah. I forgot Twitch Prime subs. Hey, if you got a Prime sub and you needed to go to a lovely home of a birthday boy who loves Magic the Gathering and has really, really good cake, then look no further than your boy Kuro Hitsuki. I really do appreciate it. Every bit helps, and hey, it helps me keep on going on these events. And I gotta buy a lot of singles for this this Final Fantasy set. For that size, worth? Absolutely. This is the best tasting cake I've ever had. Jester! Hey! What did you see at the movies? Alright. You see me dance, but you don't hear the music? That's because... Why is that? Actually, now that I think about it. Oh, you know why? That's strange. There we go. Because the sound effects were off. / not on this screen. Alright, but now we're back. Alrighty. But don't seduce me like that with that cake of yours. God damn. Mine is available on the 26th. I shall throw mine your way. Thank you. Figured it was some copyright thing. Nope. Final Destination Bloodlines. Yes. Oh, that's what you saw. How was it? How was Final Destination? I think I heard people say it was bad. I'm not sure. Like worse than like a regular Final Destination. This cake time is brought to you by my birthday. You can't be mad. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay. Let's get back on this. Wow. Woo! Alright. Who is this man's? Siegfried, famed swordsman, 3 in a black, legendary creature, human, rogue warrior, 2/2 with menace. When Siegfried enters, mill 3 cards and put X plus and plus encounters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Okay. Okay. This is fair. I mean, this is like fine. Classic great return to the franchise. Good. Good. Is the franchise going to keep going or no? Siegfried is a minor character who's just kind of a speed bump. Even calling him an antagonist is overselling it. I mean, was he like as the game is progressing, was he like sold as like, oh my god, like Siegfried's coming, whoa, crazy. But then like it turns out like things are just like way bigger than him. Is he like a lackey or something? Or is he not shipped for the entire game? You know, this man could be your commander, and that would be boring. Does that make sense? I get no excitement from looking at this. ETB, like a 4-mana 3/3, 2/2 with menace. Enters, mill 3, put X counters on him, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. I just don't care. I just don't care. We're gonna look. Okay, he's gonna go into 99. I'm not excited. This does not elicit anything in me. Is that fair to say? Am I being a diva about it? Unsure, no cliffhanger. So that would be a studio move. Yeah, that would be something. Okay, yeah. He's freelance. He shows up a couple times. I think he might be one of the higher level arena battles. Gotcha. He's for the streets. True. Rage bait for Siegfried? No. True. Unless you can, unless someone's got to argue an argument for not. Ferris Buck, he's gonna 99. 4 mana, probably not gonna make. Yeah, I mean the 4 mana also is like not really that great. But yeah, so I'm thinking like old Stick Fingers. Yeah, it's like old Stick Fingers is literally him already, but now you want like, you know, he's just like in the 99. Would obviously play it against a very different Stick. Well, no. I'm just looking at power until equal to the number. Yeah, I'm just looking at on paper. Wobbler. I know that Stick Fingers decks can do differently. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm just merely like looking. Hey, you know, a Stick Fingers. If you're looking at Stick Fingers on paper, yeah, I can see this guy. I don't think he's great, obviously. Mana is awful, but what this set can do with counters is going to be nuts. Well, this is the pre-con, right? Like we haven't seen, like, we're not looking at directly like the decks, the cards from the set yet. So there might be some better synergy there, but like it's how we're getting the counters, right? Like, you know, mill 3, X counters equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. You know, we're not trying to like necessarily put biggest creature, because then that's like cards that we try to put in to make sure that we have a big thick creature in the graveyard. Maybe we're trying to like mill extra cards. Maybe we want creatures to die. You know, there's like just nothing on this guy himself as a card text that's making him very exciting, other than just like, yeah, I mean, like self mill. You want to self mill? Yeah, sure. Okay, well, all right, well, self mill, I guess. You're good. My fault, gang. I thought you were talking about the card overall. No. It's, yeah, no. The card itself is fine. It's a perfectly fine card. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying, as a commander, I'm not gonna try to dedicate time to go like, okay, guys, like, whoa, it's Siegfried, famed swordsman. Okay, we want self-mill. All right. Does it matter what we're self-milling? Not a damn thing, as long as they're creatures. You know? I was on and wrong. You're right. All right, it's all good. Cozy Q. Nobody sees this land on the board and goes, oh no. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm thinking, so that's why we're going to look at cards, like commander decks that would be amplified by this card. Instead of trying to find cards that make this card in the 99, what decks would be amplified by Siegfried? Old Sick Fingers, right? Like, okay, yeah, it's literally already a deck about having as many cards as you can, creatures in the graveyard. Siegfried works with that. What else? Balance for standard, maybe limited. I would actually agree with that in a lot of ways. This Siegfried does feel like a card that's balanced for standard. Oh, right, yeah. This is the commander symbol, right? It is the commander symbol, yeah. Because the gem, yeah. No, it is, yeah. You're right. Nusadisi, Koram. Koram cares. No. Koram. Oh, sorry, not to. I didn't mean to say it like that. Koram, because we looked at Koram earlier, so it's fresh in my mind. Koram cares about the greatest power among creature cards in all graveyards, right? So, like, yes, Koram is self-mill, but he just you could entomb one big Eldrazi into your graveyard, and Koram's honestly done. Like, he doesn't really care about milling anymore. He just, like, he did the thing. One Eldrazi is in your graveyard and you're good. But Siegfried is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So you could put 5 Eldrazi in there, and Siegfried would still just get, like, 10 counters on him. But if you put, like, 30 1/1 elves, or, like, 30 rats in here, now Siegfried's a 60/60, right? Like, that's the difference here between, like, Koram and, like, that's the difference between this type of self-mill that we want. So we're just looking for the number of creatures, which is why Old Sick Fingers is definitely in here. He's in the 99 for him to get mill, return the card. Sig is low value in Corrado. What the fuck is Corrado? I've never heard that in my life. Carador? Okay. Man! Bruh. The R's right there. It's one letter more. The fuck? Thank you. Oh, sorry. You're answering Wobbler. Yeah. Carador. Yeah. The Carador does fold in with the, like, let's worry about the number of creatures in the graveyard. Also, Riot Balance team. Thank you very much for the follow. Carador does fit in the theme of, like, the number of creatures in graveyard. So I feel you there. I feel you on that one. Damn. I mean, yeah, like, I guess. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, for sure. God, is there another Carador-like card? Like, yeah, it's, like, low value, but, like, Siegfried himself is just not doing too much more than just be, like, a big dude, Human the Warrior Rogue? Like, is there a rogue typo that likes this? What about, no, the Fairy queen mills just your opponent, so that doesn't work. No, Varol's. I was thinking Varol's, but Varol's wants creatures to exile from the graveyard, so not even that. Someone said New Sidisi. New Sidisi's taking cards out of your graveyard to bring things back, so it's like still not really Siegfried-esque, you know? I'm just saying, Carador, my baby. Carador's your baby? Oh, gotcha. Chat reaching. Gerard just want... Each creature. Okay. Yeah. I'll sacrifice another creature to deal damage equal to the power. Gerard has the text of caring about creatures in your graveyard, but the actual output of Gerard does not give two Fibble Fabbles. As long as it's, like, if it's a creature that gets +X for cards in your graveyard, that's one thing, and that's what Gerard's kind of, like, duoing with. But, like, Gerard himself, yeah, I mean, he's just, like, the god Golgari, you know, lord, but he don't really care too much. Sir Conrad, the output of Sir Conrad is mainly that it's other people's decks. He doesn't necessarily focus on your graveyard. It's other people's graveyards that are getting filled, you know? Siegfried is just a big dude for Gerard to sack. Oh, you're so true. Yeah, if Gerard is about... Okay, you know, good point, Robert, yeah. Oh my god. Honestly, that's what I go with. Yeah. That's fair. Yep, that's super fair. Yep. If we need 3, we found 3, right? Okay. Oh, I just realized something. Hold on. Hold on really fast, chat. I just gotta fix something really quickly that will make my job a lot easier. And my editor's job a lot easier, too. Hey. Alright, now you guys can hear the sound effects. Ed Snark, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, sorry that the sound effects were off before. You saw me dancing to all this stuff and nothing's here. Sorry, let me do that. I'm so happy for the Stream Deck. I'm so happy for it. Alright, boop and boop. Oh. Right. Hold on. There we go. Nailed it. First try, baby. All that for a drop of blood. It was worth it. All right. And then that. All right, everything's normal then. Okay. Tyam could use it. Tyam? Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, no, that's a good point. Hold on. Hold on. That's... Remove 3 counters from among creatures you can... Ooh. Okay, wait. I like that more than Carador. I'm gonna... I like that more than Carador. That's a good call, chat. That's a good call. Yeah, thank you. Tyam, that's a good one. Tyam likes that a lot. Says Mesmeric Aura, of course, must have it in. Yeah, but we're not making Siegfried into a deck. We're acknowledging that Siegfried is more in the 99 than anything. Yep. Okay. Okay. Alright, chat and I came to the conclusion that this guy is far less of a commander, but is pretty decent in the 99 for quite a couple different decks. So we got Siegfried, Famed Swordsman, 3 in a black, 2/2 human warrior rogue with menace. When Siegfried enters, mill 3 cards and put X plus and counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So it's fine. It's like okay, you know. You can make a deck out of Siegfried for sure, right? But we just haven't readily seen how it would be that exciting or just that much fun. Self-mill, have a lot of creatures in there. This guy comes in, he's big. It takes 2 creatures to block him. Yeah, he'll probably kill with commander damage. You know, like, okay. But we're figuring that he's a little bit better in the 99. So decks that also care about having numbers of creatures in the graveyard, like old Sigfingers, definitely would like Siegfried, right? Having your commander, the point of the deck, be like, hey, I need 5 creatures in my graveyard stat in order for me to do all this other stuff. Siegfried belongs in that style deck. An even better deck would be Jiraad Golgari Lichlord. Jiraad also wants creatures in the deck. If you focus a little bit more on putting more creatures in the graveyards and then having other creatures that have a lot of power and toughness equal to the amount of creatures in your graveyard, Siegfried is perfect because you'll have 10 creatures in your graveyard throughout the course of a Jiraad game, and then Siegfried comes into play as a 20/20, and then you simply pay 3 mana, sacrifice him, and then each of your opponents lose life equal to his power. That's going to be great. That's going to be pretty freaking powerful. So Siegfried immediately into Jiraad Golgari Lichlord decks.
Incoming raid from Usagi and
Usagi! Hey, happy birthday. Thank you so very much, Usagi. I appreciate you. Battle stations, everyone. Usagi's coming on in with a big old spicy raid. The coolest keyboard maker that I know of. Thank you very much, Usagi. How you doing? And Raiders, welcome to the Gorozuki channel. We are having our birthday celebration. I have the most delicious cake I've ever eaten right here. And we're going over these precons. Let me finish this last bit up here. But the most exciting card that we've determined, the most exciting commander that Siegfried should be put in, and chat came up with this at the end, Tyam Luminous Enigma. This is a card, it's already like a CEDH level card, right? But remove 3 counters from among creatures you control, mill 3 cards, and then return a permanent with mana value cost 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. Now, unfortunately, Siegfried is 4 mana, but still, this guy will come into play through the course of a Tyam deck with a lot of plus and counters on him. So he's just a bank. He's just a bank of Tyam to just take off counters from him over and over and over again. If you can find some way to reanimate him, right, after you do a bunch of self-milling, then you just get to do all of that over again. So there is probably some sneaky breaky stuff that you can do in Tyam Luminous Enigma with Siegfried. And there you have it. He definitely goes in the 99, but like as a commander himself, you can build him if you want. Boom. Damn, single slice cake in a box slaps. Yo, it's from Cheesecake Factory. God damn. Tyam is so cute, looks fluffy. Tyam's a murderer. Tyam's a murderer. He's murdered so many CEDH decks. Definitely some level of the Geneva Convention is broken with Tyam, for sure. Animate Dead is a permanent with mana value 3 or less. True! You said what you said. So true. So true. Alright, Raiders, again, thank you very much for coming on through. Chat, let's get to this next card. Who are we looking at? Snort. Okay, so now we're back to just finding commanders that want this card in the 99, right? Because I think we should be done with the legendaries, so we should be speeding up here a little bit, all right? So, let's look at Snort. Snort, yes. Snort. What a card. We're not done with the legendaries? God damn it. It's a hope and a dream. Snort. 3 in a red, sorcery. Each player may discard their hand, then draw 5 cards. Then Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. Flashback for 5 in a red. Masora, thank you very much for the follow. Partners with Smith. Sniff? Oh my god. Sniff and Snort. Oh my god. Alright, well, Snort, where does this go? Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards, and Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. Card draw and red fairly decent. No, it's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. Because it's discard your hand and draw 5. So, like, no matter what, right? If you, as the red player, have no cards in hand, it's not a wheel where it's like, oh, just draw equal to, like, whoever had the most, or draw equal to what you discard. It's just everyone discards whatever they had, put 5 into the hand. So, this goes pretty hard. Selfish will set like Locust God, yep, Yeah, Locust God is a pretty easy one. Like, I think that the fact that your opponents can choose is not going to be what matters here, right? I think we just look at the fact that it's a wheel that has flashback more than anything else, right? The each player part, blah, blah, blah. That just means that we don't put this in Nekusar, right? Like, that's all. We don't put this in Nekusar because each player may, and our opponents just simply won't do that. Unless it's super beneficial. But yeah, in terms of just like wheeling for ourselves, Locust God's here. I have a 5-color wheels deck, and this might be fit. I mean, you at least cast it twice. Sulfum? No, not Sulfum, because your opponents will never say yes. If you just wanted a wheel effect where your opponents just like never said yes, then like, you know, I mean, there's like other things, I guess, but like if you have your commander out, your opponents will never choose to draw 5. Because then they'll take 10. And if it's not worth it for them to do that, then they won't. They won't, you know. You won't kill anyone with it. Hold on really fast. Gotta blow my nose. But I will remember to unmute the microphone. But if I don't, please red alert me. Ah, no red alert. No sneeze ASMR? Absolutely not. No, I would not subject you to that. I subject you to enough sounds. It ain't gonna be my sneezes, that's for sure. Thank God. I can, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, like this might fit. I think that we just ignore the, you know, we operate under the idea that our opponents are not going to want to draw 5 cards. And if they do, it was worth the 5 damage they were taking. So there's no reason to like amplify it. Because if you amplified 5 to 10, they just wouldn't do it. You know? Which is fine. Alright, Locust God. That's perfectly fine. What else? Arjun. Arjun doesn't discard, though. Arjun, which is a very specific type of wheeling, he just puts the card to his from the hand to the bottom and then draw that many. Arjun's actually more of a draw deck than a wheel deck, shockingly enough. So no, not necessarily. I don't think Arjun decks necessarily have to you know, they're not relegated to just being discard decks when they're actually able to be something far more interesting, in my opinion at least. Put in Savine and copy it to fill your graveyard with other flashback stuff. Savine. Oh, yeah. For the 5 people that still play Savine Chronoclasm. That's true. I don't know. Without the 5 damage, it's just a wheel for 1 more mana. Correct. I agree. I agree. It's just a wheel for 1 more mana, but it has flashback. It does have flashback. That's the only thing that saves it, is that it has flashback. Savine, my boy, done dirty. You are correct. You are correct. I'll do Savine dirty. Whenever I see a Savine deck, I'm like, damn, this man, like, whoever I'm up against, like, okay, like, they're a person with a mission. My child. What else? Give me one more commander that Snort can go in. I mean, like, it's all of them, obviously, but, you know. Anything more interesting? Savine likes flashback, which is pretty cool. Zixris? Or Xyrus? Ooh. Oh, wait, no, this is, yeah. So, like, where does Xyrus fit in with the fact that our opponents would take 5 damage? Our opponents would take 5 damage and give us 5 1/1s? Yeah, they'll never say yes. They'll never say yes. They'll never say yes. What? Yeah, no, they'll never say yes. Yeah, an optional wheel is just kind of like bad. Mostly, like it's you know there's places for it, but you know they're not very exciting places. I just need one more wheel commander. I don't have to spend too long on this one. In red. Actually, not a lot. Oh, who's that new? Who's the Braylon? No, who's the new the shark man. Yes, Arius Flyby Troll. What the fuck is this? Captain Howler. Yep. Braylon. Yeah, no. Oh, Shabraz. You were it's a fair guess on the Shabraz and Braylon. But we have a Just Guy list. But yeah, no. Captain Howler. There you go. This is fine. 1 or more. Yeah, Howler's 1 or more. No, no, finish reading it though. Howler's 1 or more. Target creature gets +2/0 for each card discarded this way. It's 1 or more and then each. Crazy work! I know, Wobbler! Crazy work! This card's insane! It's crazy work! Captain Howler's insane, dude. Captain Howler's is unhinged. I'm like so shocked that they made this a card. But yeah, like look, yeah. The funny shark. The real funny shark. Yeah. Teferi's puzzle box. Oh, God. Okay. I was having fun until you had to mention Teferi's puzzle box. Get me out. Teferi's prison, more like. Teferi's infinite Tsukuyomi. Alright. Okay. What is this card? Alright, this card is a wheel that's like a choice wheel, and your opponents are basically never going to say yes to it, so that actually limits how many decks this card can go in. We got Snort. 3 in a red, each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards. Then Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way, and then flashback for 5 in a red. Honestly, because of the 5 damage thing, either your opponents will say like, hey, I'm at 40 life still. I get to refresh my hand for just this low cost of 5 life. When it doesn't matter, I'll just take it. And then you're just like, okay, sure, like, your opponent just has a new hand. Fine. And they took 5 damage, but it doesn't really matter right now. So then Snort, like, okay, did its job. But then every other time, your opponents are just like, oh, I'm at 5 life. Oh, I'm at 10 life. I just won't do this. I'll do, like, you get the wheel, that's fine. I just won't partake in this. And it's like, oh, well, damn, there's like, I could have like forced you to wheel with other wheel effects. So Snort is just like, I'm not really about it. It's not really that great. If we're going to put this anywhere, like the Locust God, right? Like, because it's just a wheel at the end of the day. And it's a wheel that makes you draw 5 cards no matter what. So, like, if you had 1 card left in hand, you go up to 5, which, you know, that's still going up and everything like that. No matter how many cards people had in hand, it's up to 5. So you got the Locust God, you got Savine Chronoclasm, because at the very least this card does has flashback, so you could do even wackier things for the 5 players that still play Savine out there. Usage. Yeah. You got a new card, I guess, huh? And then lastly, Captain Howler Sea Scourge. Like, listen, throw every bad thing I said out the window when Captain Howler is here. You get to, like, you can discard Snort and then flashback Snort when Captain Howler is out to just do all this over again. Like, Captain Howler is a completely unhinged magic card, and he's absolutely perfect for a Snort. And look, like, these guys are on a sky ship, I think, anyway, and Captain Howler's on the sky ship. It's basically, like, you know, he's basically in the Final Fantasy universe. It was meant for him. Meant for him. Now, how hard... now Carmax of Venus is 100 years? Yeah. Yeah, Force Wheels aren't great design space anyway. I agree. I don't like Force Wheels. And I like Choice Wheels, but that does make them strictly less powerful. The damage is like a bonus, but you potentially draw 5 for 4 mana in the red. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, next card. We did the thing. Strago and Helm. Cool, we weren't done. You were right. Okay, but these people look cool as fuck. Okay, hold on. Mono red. Alright, chat, tell me who these people are. These cards look sweet. So, Strago and Realm. 2 in a red, legendary creature, human wizard, sketch and lore. For 2 in a red and tap, target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast a card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. What? Alright. You get a 3 mana 1/3 that can pay 3 mana and tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature only as a sorcery. Okay. That's fine. I mean, hey, that's fine. There's really nothing like wrong with this. When you want Plarg and Nasari and Zerdy companion, yeah. So, only 2 party members get shafted, and one of them is your daughter. No, really, Realm? Aw. Or is it you're saying like they don't even go on the card? So in Final Fantasy, there's a job called Blue Mage, whose whole mechanic is using spells an enemy can do, or steal them permanently. Oh, this is a Blue Mage. Are both of them Blue Mages? Why are there Chocobo? Are they all Blue Mages? Blue Magi? Strago and Realm are grandfather and granddaughter. Their mechanics and theming interact interestingly. They're both themed around imitation. Strago is the Blue Mage of the group, which isn't great this game because everyone can learn all normal magic and blue magic isn't better. That sucks. They're Pictomancer arts and can use magic to copy enemies. Oh, hey, wait. You didn't say all that, Victor. Shit, that's sick. Pictomancer. That, I've never heard of that before, but that sounds dope. They can use magic to copy enemies. Realm is a painter. Her sketch ability is mid, but her raw magic stats are cracked as hell. If you give her quality time with Magicite. Is that a drug? Like, hold up. Listen, my child will be the most powerful child in the multiverse if I give him quality time with a lot of Ritalin. And this is like, okay. I mean, yeah, I guess. How much quality time do we need? There are some spells only Strago can learn. Any spells other players can't learn, where Realm just copies them for that fight. I see. Oh! Only Strago can learn. Why? Because blue magic lets you learn enemy spells other players can't learn. Oh, gotcha. Realm just copies things that for that fight. Okay, that's cool, actually. All right, that's actually really dope. Magicite is how you use summons and learn magic, because Strago has spent lifetime studying monsters. Got it. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, all right. That's... Wait, these two characters seem really cool. Like, of all the characters that we've described for Final Fantasy VI, these two strike me the most as just like the most interesting. Like, I want to know more about them, and I only want what's best for them. Fuck me up. Okay. Well, Mono Red Blue Mage is here. You know what? These are Mono Red Blue Mages. Because just like Blue Mages, we want to untap as much as possible. Okay. The real question here is, chat. Activate only as a sorcery. So we're going to be slow with this. Okay. Commander or the 99? Because if I'm being honest with you, which I am, I feel like there's limitations. Like quite a couple. 99. I'm feeling 99. You should play Expedition 33. All the spells are technically Picnomancy. I do want to play that game, so yes, sounds good. If this wasn't if this card was not mono red, we could do some messy things with this. I don't even really care what color it would be. It would still just be doing messy stuff with it, but like, listen, I appreciate
Raid from KJ_the_hero with 10 raiders.
Let's go. And now chat can see me dancing to the music, and I'm not just a freaky guy. Hero says, stop getting old. I know. I'm trying. I'm trying. My back just randomly hurt the other day for no reason, simply for breathing. It got better once I did some physical labor, but still, god dang it. They don't do anything potent enough to lead their own deck. Right, exactly, Masura. You're right. If it wasn't legendary, it would be cool for Anala. Can Anala not do that? Oh, just like you want to have like two dudes that do this? I mean, listen, if we're going to talk about cards that this, like decks that want this, you know, cards that want these two. Thank you so much for the follow, Celestia the Space Witch and Lug Nuts Hub. Appreciate your friends. Thank you so very much for being here. Boom. Anala Archmage Ritualist, I think, is pretty decent here. Don Andres? Oh, yeah. KJ, I'm trying to stop getting old. I'm trying. How you doing, KJ? Thank you so very much for coming through. If you had a second color, it would be blue, which would be outside the color identity of this deck. Correct. Oh, true. Putting all 6 heroes into red, white, black is certainly a decision of all time. And decision indeed. Doing good. Thanks for asking, of course, bud. Thank you very much for bringing your raiders over. All right, so excuse me, Hardy. So for posterity's sake, the reason that we're not looking at Stragon Realm as their own commander is because, like, while they have a cool ability, the fact that they do have to tap for it, it costs 3, which, you know, I mean, that's quite a bit of investment. And you can only activate it as a sorcery, so we're not necessarily, like, outplaying people with it or anything like that. Like, they're fair. They are a fair magic card enough to be, like, not really worth being a commander. If it hit, like, each opponent, like other commanders in this realm do, like Plarg and Nasari are already commanders that do this thing, but they do it every upkeep, right, for each player and all that stuff. It's like, those decks already have their place. Stragon and Realm don't quite reach up to that potential. Even if we can untap them, you're still just taking one person's stuff. And it's the fact that you stop at instant, sorcery, or creature, right? Like, the fact that you stop at, like, pretty much almost anything means that there's a lower chance that you actually get something that's really good for you right then and there. So, yeah, it's just too fair. Thank you very much, Abs on the Shenanigans. How you doing? Pipe down? Ooh, you can pipe the shit. Okay, listen, have a good night. Goddamn. That was my birthday. Shit. But yeah, I'm just not feeling this one too much. So what we're gonna do, Also, TikTok really fast. I gotta, John, I'll be right back. I just have to start the end the stream and start it again really fast. So give me a second. Hopefully it keeps you here. I went live I was live longer than 99% of other people in this category. You're damn right I was. So that's why we're just gonna look at decks that want this guy, these two, right? And like, yeah, Anala, right? Whenever another non-token wizard, although what, make a copy of it, and these guys are legendary, so Anala doesn't even want this. What else do we want? Before I pipe down, I saw that. I read you. I read what it said. That doesn't change what I said. Don Andres, yes, that's right. Why is it hard to get to Don Andres? Don Andres a renegade. Each creature you control but don't own gets +2/+2 and menace. Dish the pilot, dish the size. Whenever you cast an accurate spell you don't own, create 2 trap. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, Don Andres wants these two. Perfect. What else? Any other Don Andrean type cards? Thank you very much, Magic the Dungeoning, for the big old spicy raid, my friends. You misheard? No, listen. Fuck it up. But have a wonderful night, Abzan. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming over. It was the last half hour of my birthday. But if y'all want to drop those gifted subs, don't listen. Don't let that stop you. We take we take Amazon money every day of the week, but especially on the birthday. What else? The Beast? Oh, wow. Yeah. From Doctor Who, yeah? Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes. Woo. Oh boy. Who dowdy do? Yeah. You know. Like, it's okay. I mean, honestly, we could just come up with 2. Well, oh, just like Atali decks in general, right? Just like Atali decks. Like, just literally Atali typo. Could be in either of these, right? Which one is more... Yeah. They could just be Atali typo. Like, whatever. Literally whatever at this point. A shame Bernard can't use this. True. Yeah. Alright. We found this one. We can blow through this real quickly. Alright. Alright. Introducing the mono red blue mages, we have Strago and Realm. 2 in a red, 1/3, legendary creature, human wizards with sketch and lore. Pay 2 in a red and tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Sorry, I thought there was like a treasure thing in here. Nope. Yeah, this card's perfectly like fine. They're blue mages, and Chad explained to me what blue mages are, and they sound really cool. Like really, really cool. So I want to find some decks that can support these two. But really, as a commander by themselves, you could build this deck. You could put some untapped things in there, you know, ability doubling if you really, really wanted. And listen, if you want to build this deck, come to me. Well, you know, I'll try to build the deck. But like, I think this is just better than 99. It's really difficult because these two are only at sorcery speed, right? And there's only target opponent, so you can't target yourself, which is unfortunate. And And because you stop at any instant sorcery or creature, the chances that you hit something that's not very helpful is pretty high. And the cost on them is, 3 and tap. That's like a lot. So it's not very good by itself. In terms of like modern day commanders, Plarg and Nassari kind of like outdo these two. But if we were going to put these in the 99, Don Andres the Renegade would absolutely love them. Don Andres is all about, like, Don Andres is the commander, and then the 99 in the deck is all about stealing your opponent's things, right? Don Andres isn't really stealing himself, but the 99 needs to do it. So Strahgan Realm, perfect for Don Andres. The Beast, Deathless Prince, kind of in a similar boat. Not the most popular commander, but if you want to make a commander deck on the literal devil from Doctor Who or the Bible, then like, okay, Strahgan Realm, go right in this. And then lastly, just straight up Atali decks, right? Like Atali typal of just like, hey, I'm just gonna steal your stuff, guys. Sorry about it. Not really sorry about it. If you wanted to, like, just adorable family members stealing people's stuff on top of your giant primal Phyrexian dinosaur, then like, hey, go for it. Go for it. But yeah, these two together, they're fine, right? Like they're okay, and you could make a commander deck if you really, really want it out of them, but you're gonna be struggling. You're gonna be, it'll be like a tier 2, maybe 3 if you like push it as hard as it can go, but probably not too much more than that, and that's okay. Not every commander deck has to be like at the 5s, you know. Other cards like in any fashion. Wait, mono red mill. What for? What? What are you talking about? And they can't be stopped by Shuffle Titans? It's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, because they do exile until they get to that. Oh, I meant to... Oh, shit. Well, I wanted to actually, when I first saw these two, I wanted to think about the War Doctor whenever one of our cards are put into exile from anywhere. The only issue... It's not really like an issue. It's still perfectly fine. The fact that you do stop at any creature, instant, or sorcery. So, like, the fact that there's 3 different card types for you to be stopped by before you cast something really makes it variable on, like, how useful it'll be to the War Doctor. You know what I mean? It's just very, very variable. If it said, like, mill until, like, exile until a creature, that's one thing. That's a whole different thing. But, you know, this is variable, so, yeah, it's like, whatever. The War Doctor can do better. I am concerned that my daughter is working for the literal Christian devil. I mean, you know, that's actually nutty. Artifact player. Hey, listen, target the artifact player decks, you get an artifact creature. Easy peasy. Alright. Let's go to the next card. Coin of Fate. Ooh. Ooh. Coin of Fate. I need to blow my nose again. I need to blow my nose again. Putting you on mute. Unmuting, because I'm a professional streamer, right, chat? Professional streamer, Kuro Hitsuki. Unmutes all the time. Yep. Okay. We're finally getting to the... I think maybe we're done with the legendaries. So let's see what this goofy is up to. We got Coin of Fate. 1 in a white. Artifact. When this artifact enters Surveil 1, pay 3 in a white and tap. Exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard. Sacrifice this artifact. An opponent chooses one of the exiled cards. You put the card at the bottom of your library and return the other to the battlefield tab. You become the monarch. What in the fuck? The monarch's in this deck? That's pretty decent. Is it? Hold on. Okay. 2 mana. ETB. Surveil 1. 4 mana, tap, exile 2 creatures from your graveyard. So you already have to have 2 creatures in your graveyard. And we're in white, you know. Sacrifice this artifact. You can do it instant speed, which is nice. An opponent chooses one of them and goes to the bottom of your deck. And then the other comes into battlefield tap. Okay, so this could be like a pretty, wow, they have the reflection in here on the armor. That's kind of dope. Seems like a lot of work. It seems like a lot. The Monarch is a flavor thing. Okay, who is this? Lure me. Lure me. This seems like okay. Like I'm not. I mean, like, listen. I'm like, I'm Aragorn, King of Gondor. Okay, like I fuck with the monarchy. You know, like whatever, I guess. Being able to take the monarchy back from someone at instant speed at the end of the turn is nice, though. Yeah, and I guess if you sacrifice two equally awful things, it'll come back. Yeah, okay, hold on. That reflection is also a huge part of the flavor. What? Give them two bad decisions, yeah. This is Edgar's lucky coin. It's two-headed. The heads are himself and his brother, Sabine. It guides the plot a couple times, including cheating Setzer to get him to join the team. Oh, okay. Konnichiwa. You have returned. Welcome back, Strawberry System. How you doing? It's not hard to load up a graveyard in any colors. Yeah, that's true. That's true. In this specific scene, is to get him to not become the king by letting his coin decide. But it's two-headed. Aww. Okay, that's cool. Never mind. I'm back on this card. All right, so Coin of Fate. You know, ETB artifact enters surveils 1. You know that part. I mean, you play an artifact that just kind of like sticks around for a bit. Doesn't do too much until you get the setup, which is doable. It's entirely doable. So, at the very least, I'm gonna look up cards that have Monarch in them. At the very least, okay, Aragorn, King of Gondor. Do I want that? Technically, yes. If I'm gonna be honest with you, being able to Monarch things back is nice. Being able to bring back two of the worst creatures, like two scary creatures in my graveyard back from the battlefield is actually pretty important in Aragorn. I actually don't get to do that often. I've figured the perfect deck build for Joker in your EDH Smash Bros. Fusion. 6-mana reanimation spell, though, is rough, but the Monarch is something. Okay. Now, in Wobber, this is actually like more of an existential question. Like, yes, this is 6-mana reanimate, right? But, like, the spaces in which you actually cast a spell and then actually activate it are so far apart, in my opinion, at the very least, right? Like, when does something not, like, count as a 6-mana reanimation spell when you cast this back at the beginning of the game, like, you know, turns ago? Like, many turns ago. This could be like a game ender, personally. This could go after an opponent's board wipe, and then 4-mana tap, and you bring back a big bitch, right? The mid-range, just general good vibes, kind of the game. As for generals, Ramirez, the Prismatic Piper is Arsene. Oh my god. Oh, Arsene, I see what you're saying, yeah. If it's in your opening hand, you can drop this early and let it stick until you can tap out without losing tempo or something. Yeah. Any thoughts? It sounds pretty good, Strawberry. I like that Prismatic Piper's Arsene. Correction, it's a 4-mana instant speed coin flip reanimate, 2-mana self-mill. Yes. God. Would it even count as self-mill and it's just surveil 1? Like, technically, yes it is, but like... It has to be same turn, or it's an abrade magnet. No one's gonna abrade this. No one's abrading this. No, listen, no one's abrading this. No one's abrading this. There's a soul ring on the other side of the table that's worth abrading. No one's abrading this. No one's gonna read this. They're gonna read it and go like, okay, so like, wait, okay, hold on. So you exile, hold on. Okay, so you exile 2 cards, and then you sacrifice it, and then an opponent chooses 1, and then that one goes to the bottom, but the other one goes to the no one's reading this. So this would be more than just a theme card. It would be more than just a theme card. Yeah, it is more than just a theme card. This card is crazy if you give him haste. Well, you can do this at instant speed. This doesn't say only at sorcery speed. So you can do this at the end of the turn in front of you. You have it in your Aowen Shield Maiden deck, and people are moving so fast. Oh, sorry. You were looking at Aragorn, King of Gondor. That's my bad. We're going over the Final Fantasy pre-con cards, and this is the Final Fantasy card. I mean, anything's good if an opponent can't read. Joke's on you. I can't read. Is this some sort of group hug divining top? Yeah. That was a horrible face I just made. Yeah, honestly. You Tails end this? No one in their right mind. But yes. Except me. I want to copy if there's a borderless version. I mean, I think this is cute. This is in the Setzer deck. It's scary. Free any with the amount of treasures bro can make. True. True. Wait, no. Setzer is in black-red. Setzer is black-red. It's in the deck that Setzer's in. That doesn't count. I played this game. It's a MacGuffin. It exiles its cost. So if you Tails end this, both targets are lost in exile. True. True. If you're a monster that's gonna Tails end this, come on now. You're right. It doesn't have white. You're right. All right. So yeah, I think this card's fine. You know, chat made me come around to this. I'm gonna put this in Aragorn, King of Gondor for one. Okay. What else? What other decks could use this card? What other decks? If your opponent tried to get their commander with this and Tails End stands for their commander, you know, honestly, getting their commander back from actually... Oh! Yeah, if you put your commander in the graveyard, and then you went to activate this, Tails End, sure, whatever. But, like, you exile... Wait a minute, hold on. No, hold on. Then Tails End strands their commander? Well, no, you said that they exile on cost. Oh, it stays in exile. That's right. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so like you can coin a fate to get your commander back, and then if they said your commander is to go from exile to the bottom of your deck, and then this other card goes back to the battlefield, then you can just put your commander back in the command zone. So that's cool, right? It's changing zones, yeah. With big dinosaurs and Naya or something. Pentlaza? Yeah. Sure. Why not? It ETBs, right? Or another dinosaur enters? Yeah, I mean, like, being able to enter something on your opponent's turn for 4 mana is where this card comes into play, you know? With big dinosaurs or Naya. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Is there any black-white... Oh! Hold on. Boom, baby. Boom. Ba. Boom. Yeah, any graveyard deck that cares about ETBs likes this. Yeah, Rafine. Connive all these big, juicy, dumbass cards into your graveyard, and then just be like, oh, damn, that's crazy. I'm gonna just put this back. I'm just gonna put this right back over here if that's fine. Quintorius? Ooh, true. Yeah, it only happens once, though. Quintorius typically wants to trigger it all the times. Dang, daddy cute. Thank you. It's my birthday. It's the birthday glow. How many decks you got? I just got all my red deck buddies playing. I got 55 commander decks. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Yes, it's my birthday for the next 10 minutes. Everyone, be super nice to me and give me all of your gift subs. All of your Twitch Prime subs. All of them. Last 10 seconds. But yeah, I think this goes in... Yeah, 55. Yeah, I'm a fiend. I'm crazy. You love this card? Yeah. So we're looking at the Final Fantasy pre-con cards right now. And we're looking at decks that Coin of Fate can go into. And yeah, we just listed a couple of them. So I think we're gonna I'm gonna do that right now. We're gonna talk about them. Link, twitch.tv/KuroHood6. Oh, Duh. Duh, you meant a link to my deck, so I knew that. Duh. Come on. What do you think I'm a goofy guy or something? I knew that. I flirt very well. That's diabolical. Should probably use this in your Verena deck. Oh, choose Gary or Rot Hulk. Yo, yeah, I mean, honestly, choosing between two reanimation creatures can actually go super hard. That is diabolical. Yeah. No, this is sick. This is sick. This is sick. Okay, yeah, let's talk about this, chat. Let's dive into the thing. All right. All right, so chat and I just spent like 30 minutes discussing how this card is actually really, really cracked. This card right here is Coin of Fate. Now, I know this has a really big lore implication in the game. That's awesome. But 1 in a white artifact. When this artifact enters Surveil 1, pay 3 in a white and tap. Exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard. Sacrifice this artifact. An opponent chooses one of the exiled cards. You put that card into the bottom of your library and the other onto the battlefield tapped. You become the monarch. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. This card's fine. This card's actually like pretty decent. Like, you know, 6 mana reanimator, as someone pointed out before. But I think that this is something that you're gonna cast 2 mana at the beginning of the game. Most people are going to ignore the hell out of this, right? But then, you know, you start filling your graveyard up with really big important spells. Over the course of a game of Commander, that's going to happen one way or another. Whether it's a regular game of Commander or a game where you're actually putting cards into the graveyard. So then, at instant speed, before your turn, right? So the person right before you, you're going to pay 4 mana and tap this card. You're going to exile 2 creatures from your graveyard. Your opponent is going to choose one of them, and that one goes to the bottom. Then the other card goes onto the battlefield tapped, and you become the monarch. Cool, cool, cool. And you do that at the end of the turn before you. Make your opponent choose between a rock and a hard place for what you're going to bring back. If you bring back, like, say, oh, I'm going to choose Sun Titan or Karmic Guide, your opponents are unhappy regardless, right? Like, either way, you're gonna bring something back, right? And if it's what's in your graveyard, like, you know, is a 3 mana value card. Sorry. Eat at 77, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Swooping on in right before my birthday ends. Thank you. So put your opponents in a rock and a hard place situation where they have to choose between 2 reanimation creatures that either one is going to get you back something that you really, really want. Or just 2 big giant Eldrazi's or something. Who knows? But either way, you're going to get one of them back. So I think this card is actually really, really good. So in terms of a commander deck that really wants this, hey, Aragorn, King of Gondor, that's me. I could actually use this in the deck. 1, getting Monarch back from someone else at the end of someone's turn in front of me is actually incredibly valuable. And then I could say, hey, I'm gonna activate Coin of Fate. I'm either gonna get Aragorn or, you know, some 2 giant soldiers of Gondor back to the battlefield. Choose which one I'm gonna get back. It doesn't really matter because I'm gonna kick your ass with it anyway. That's really, really strong. And for 4 mana, just actually pretty good value. Next up, Pantlaza, or cards like it, right? Like commander cards that just like have an ETB trigger, or just want big, giant, dumb things to ETB, like Pantlaza. Pantlaza triggers Discover every time a big old giant dinosaur comes into play. So bring back a Ghalta from the graveyard. Between 2 Ghaltas, choose whichever Ghalta comes back. One of them comes back to the graveyard, and then the big giant Discover is triggered on the turn before yours. And then lastly, Rafine, or as someone in chat put, Verena. Any of your commanders, you know, like the Esper self-mill category, where you're either conniving or discarding or whatever you're doing to put a bunch of creatures into your graveyard, you have this 4 mana activation that's going to allow you to put the scariest 2 back from one of them. Choose between the scariest 2 and put one of them from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, Coin of Fate, honestly, I thought this was a bad, innocuous card. But once we started talking about it, I actually started to fall in love with it. This is actually pretty freaking dope. So, try this card out if you can. Universes Beyond is detrimental to the game long term. Yes and no. And just we're not gonna get into a big long discussion about it. That's for a different video. My stance is that it is good for the. It is a dangerous thing to do, and it is up to Magic the Gathering as a business and as a property to weather the storm of the amount of power and value that they put on Universes Beyond cards, right? It's up to them to keep on balancing everything to make sure that everything is exciting and not just Universes Beyond, which, I mean, like, you know, so far it's been alright. But yeah, detrimental to the game long term, potentially yes, but there's a lot of positives that come from it too. And you could argue that the positives outweigh the detriment. Hold on, I need to add this to the books. Happy birthday, Kuro. Hey, thank you very much, Benjamin. Appreciate you. You made a Myrel deck? You could put Coin of Fate in a Myrel deck, goddamn. Alright, next card. Congrats on the Myrel deck, Miguel. Oh, so one of the summons. Okay, let's look at this thing. Alrighty. So, finally introducing one of the, I think maybe one of the only summons in the deck. We have Summon Esper Valagamanda. 3 in a red for an enchantment creature, Saga Drake. 3/3, flying in haste, and chapter 1, exile an instant or sorcery from each graveyard. And then chapter 2, 3, and 4 is add red for each lore counter on this saga. You may cast an instant or sorcery card among the exiled cards. Chapters 2, 3, and 4 add red for each lore counter on the saga. You may cast an instant or sorcery card exiled with this saga. And mana of any type can be spent to cast this spell. Oh, I love that we get red mana. Pretty good pronunciation for first. Thank you very much. I try. I watch anime. Yeah, this is interesting. Man, this deck really is about stealing your opponent's stuff. Like, holy shit. Man, we've only looked at, like, X amount of cards, and every single card is just like, take your stuff, take your stuff, take your stuff, take your stuff, take your stuff. My god. When are we casting our own things? How do they get enough mana for all this? Sounds like a card that with the solidify a game end. Yeah. What's interesting, okay, you have to cast this card not on turn 4, right? You cast this card not on turn 4. You cast it late game. Because if you cast this on turn 4, how many instants and sorceries are in each graveyard that are really worth a damn, right? Like, meh. Now, if you do get additional mana, right? Like if you did on turn 4, turn 5, you have an additional red mana. Or sorry, 2 additional red mana. And then next turn 3, next turn 4. So like you could also use it as mana acceleration ramp wise. And if there is a saga deck in the future, whatever. If there is a saga deck that wants like just additional mana per turn, especially if it's red, then you would just play this as often as possible and not even care about the chapter 1, right? Like you just want additional mana every turn. That'll be pretty cool. Although you have to use it on your main phase. As long as they keep making quality inverse sets like Dragonstorm and Bloomburrow along with UV, I think Magic will be alright. I agree. I believe this is the first Esper you meet, Terra notwithstanding. Wow, this is like a big Quetzalcoatl? Is that the term? Style dragon bird? Yeah, you want to cast this on a counter or some cyclonic rift or some wild shit? Right. 4, cast this on turn 3. Right, so you can get that additional mana. Is that what we're talking about? Could you cast Cyclonic Rift Overloaded with this? Yeah, because, you may cast a spell with this overload cost. Yeah, you can. Yeah. You can cast overload abilities on it. Yeah. It's nice that you don't have to use the mana it makes for the spells you're casting. Yeah, it does straight up just give you red mana to use, which is pretty cool. You cannot You don't need to get Valerina the first. I'm giving up on how to say it, but yes, the first time you meet it, you have to come back later in the story. Wait, what? Oh, you don't get it the first time you meet it. You have to come back later. Bro, this game sounds so huge, dude. I was just unaware that games were this big back then. Any good upgrades for the Frodo and Sam food commander deck? Oh, a ton, Miguel. Join the Discord if you can and ask me that question there, because like literally the answers would go on for too long. It's legit, like there's a ton of answers for you, which is a good thing. It's a good thing that there's a lot for me to tell you. Boop. Join the Discord. Also for chat, everyone, you know, join the Discord if you would like to partake in stuff like this that we're doing. We're doing a pre-con review now, but we do deck reviews and also deck builds. When a new set comes out, I label all the commanders, and in the Discord chat, we put a vote, and the highest votes we do deck builds on. So if you want to be involved in that sort of stuff, or if you want me to review your Frodo deck, hey Pepto, my friend, my muse, how are you? If you want me to take a look at your Frodo deck, then join the Discord, and you'll see the stuff there. Hey, Pepto Abysmal sliding in with the 22 roses right at the end. Thank you so much. My birthday is technically over, but not if you're in the other half of the country. It's a weird place at Forest SimC with 4 chapters. You're not going to get the full potential very often without extra shenanigans. Valley Gormanda. Valley Gormanda, thank you. Quetzalcoatl. Thank you. Hey, Box King. Long time no see. Thank you very much, my friend. How you doing? Final Fantasy is huge. I was shocked at how long 7 Remake was, and it's part of one trilogy. And it's only on, what, Disc 2 or Chapter 2 of 7? I was just unaware, like, Wobbler's just been discussing, like, how many things, like, you know, if you don't do this in Final Fantasy VI, you just lose out on entire characters. People die permanently. You have to go back in order to Pokemon capture a bunch of things. Like, it's just, I just didn't know that games back then were trying to be that in-depth, that, like, people were giving, like, so much to make every single game the best that they could at the time. I just didn't know. It was cool. It's awesome. Like, it's a great feeling. Not that I didn't play games when I was younger, but it was just games that were not Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI is probably the largest JRPG on the SNES, and that's saying something because because that's a platform of Final Fantasy 4, 5, multiple Dragon Quest games, Tales of Fantasia, Star Ocean, and Chrono Trigger. Damn. Sudoken is like that as well. Suikoden. It's definitely pushed the hardware limit with those games. Really? SNES JRPGs were a lot. Yeah, like that's honestly crazy. Like this, like it feels like Persona games, right? And Persona games like don't allow you to really miss any. I mean, like you can. I did miss that one kid in the arcade because I didn't want to bother with a kid in the arcade. But like, yeah, like it's wild. It's crazy. That's sick. It's awesome. All right. Hi Sevens, how you doing? All right, back to talking about this card. Okay. Did we talk about all the sagas? Did we go to every single saga? No, we did talk about the sagas in the other decks. I mean, like, it's Tom Bombadil. You know what I mean? Like, Tom Bomb. Yeah. I mean, like, Tom Bombadil. I mean, you could just put... Yeah, like, as we said, you could cast this early just to get additional red, quite frankly. Susan Foreman. She's not red. She's not a commander that we could put this in. Right? She's green. If you would planeswalk... No, you might be thinking of the wrong... I think you're thinking of the wrong one. Right? You must... Please tell me you're thinking of the wrong one, right? Companion the... Oh, sure. Flip Urabrask? I was thinking of that, Armin. I was thinking how my Urabrask deck could definitely use more cowbell. I'm thinking of... Okay. This is exactly the card I was thinking of. You have that deck? What? Just like it's out on turn 3? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Just to get it out on turn 3. Sorry. I was thinking of like an ability. My bad. Which doctor deck is it? Your choice for when I build. Your choice for. Oh yeah, Roark. I have that mono red Urabrask deck. It's one of my favorite decks. I like Narcy, Fabled Singer for Sagas. Well, she definitely can't have this. Yeah. The plan is turn 2 Suzerain, turn 3 Ramp, turn 4 on the boss music. Yeah, yeah. Like, I do like this card here. Like, it is actually pretty dope. Is this standard? No, these are the pre-con decks. You just want to make a Sigrid summon deck? Sigrid, not Siegfried. Okay. Sorry. We looked at the Siegfried card earlier, and we were just like, ugh. I'm like, wait, you want to make a Siegfried summon deck? What? Oh, Sigurd. Which one is that guy? And thank you very much, Pepto. Big O. Heckin' hearts. If this card was in standard, I think it would actually be pretty busted. Like 3 doctors that work with Susan that way. Susan's the part that... Right. I've heard people talk about that commander like the Boogeyman. The War Doctor? You don't really need the War Doctor on this. Not really. Like not really. Like, I mean, like, yeah. But, like, you know, like, okay. It's fine. Oh, the War Doctor's... Sorry. The War Doctor's a companion. Yeah. All right, what else? Yeah, I think actually we'll talk about that. I think I'll actually mention that one. That is a good point. A commander that you can always get out on turn 2 that will get this card out ASAP so you can just have a bunch of red mana. Yeah. I get, man, that's like a 3-color deck though. Cuz the red mana, like, it is just red. So we have to make sure that we're getting red out of it, which is kind of why I like it in the Urabrask. Oh, Ivor Wolfkiss. Deals combat damage to player and mill that many cards and put the Saga and their land from among them into the battlefield. It's like, okay. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Hey, okay, wait, hold on. I like this one better. As a Saga commander, Naya Sagas. That art's really, really cool. Is it Spellslinger? Can use this for sure. I have Urabrask on here as an option for like Spellslinger typo. Sigurd this Assassin's Creed, boast remove, add a lore counter. Oh, we're literally talking. I pulled it up. It's in. Okay, you're right. My bad. Hey, you influenced my mind and I found it. Chapter 1 is gonna be a dud. Yeah, the chapter 1 will usually be a dud early on, but that's okay. That's okay because we're just here for the mana. All right, let's reset. All right. Now, this is a very interesting saga. It's a saga that doesn't just go in every single saga deck, nor is it a saga that you actually play on turn 4 where the actual mana value is. This saga ends up being mono red mana ramp, and it's very, very weird. Let's take a look at Summon Esper Vilgarmunda. 3 in a red for a 3/3 enchantment, Saga Drake, flying and haste. Chapter 1, exile an instant or sorcery card from each graveyard, and then Chapter 2, 3, and 4, add red for each lore counter on this saga. You may cast an instant or sorcery card exiled with this saga, and mana of any type may be spent to cast that spell. Now, normally, you see a 4-mana card, and you want to play it on turn 4. Perfectly fair. You want to play it on curve. Not this card, right? Not necessarily. You have to do it with some thought going into it. So, if your goal is to make sure that Chapter 1 has value and exile an instant or sorcery from a graveyard, there's not really going to be too many of those on Chapter 4. Probably not, right? Not in every single graveyard, that's for sure. And then, but Chapters 2, 3, and 4, now, look at that again. Add red for each lore counter on this saga. You may cast instant sorcery, blah, 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 blah. But nothing says that red mana has to be used on those instants and sorceries. This card is saying for 4 mana, for the next 3 turns, you get 2 red, then 3 red, and then 4 red, right? You keep on getting more and more extra red mana to use on, well, whatever you need to use red mana for. And that's actually pretty freaking good. A Rampant Growth early on is probably in the graveyard. That is pretty fair. But if not, then, you know, like, it's okay if it's not. But yeah, so cards for this deck, like, obviously Tom Bombadil is perfectly fine with sagas, right? Just in general, Tom Bombadil, sagas, doing stuff, that's perfectly fine. We already know that stuff. But Urabrask, right? Urabrask is mono red spell slinger. Even if we don't do something on chapter 1, although that would help flipping Urabrask as early as possible now that I think about it, but having that additional mana on chapters 2, 3, and 4 allow us to play Urabrask, start playing spells from anywhere, and then flip Urabrask the exact turn he comes out. This is a pretty cool mana accelerant that Urabrask could use to just start going off immediately. So any sort of red spell slinger could totally use this Esper, and, you know, just blue-red spell slinger as well. And then, in terms of a card that really does care about sagas, we have, like, Sigurd, Jarl of Raventhorpe. Naya 3/3, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, whatever. Both put a lore counter on target saga you control, or remove one from it. So, if you have this Esper at chapter 3, and you get 3, 1, 2, 3, right? Yeah, you'll get 3 red at the beginning of your turn, right? And then you can use that mana for anything. Then go to combat, boast, remove that lore counter from it, and you'll get 2 red that you can use that say, like, instant speed for any sort of combat tricks, right? And then next turn you go back up to 3 for 3 additional mana. So if you wanted a deck where you can kind of, like, manipulate being on chapters 2, 3, and 4 on this one, then I would use Sigurd, Jarl of Raventhorpe. There we go. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this Esper is actually pretty cool. I think that might be the only one in the deck, but it does a lot of good work. There we go. Okay, that was hard to get through. Sigurd, Jarl of Raventhorpe on top of Summon, Esper, Vilgarmonda, and Tom Bombadil. It's just a lot. That was sick. Alright, what's the next one? Ooh, the Falcon. Airship restored. Alrighty. I gotta blow my nose. We're back. We're back. You're not catching me. If you're proliferating, this goes nuclear. Ooh. Well, you can do, like, what, chapter 2, 3? Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Although mono red doesn't proliferate a lot, which is probably for the best, because it's a lot. This cake, bro. Okay. Now, this airship is not the airship that they fly on, right? Is this the airship from part 2? Because it says airship restored, so I'm assuming that, like, the original one that the one guy makes when he enters the battlefield gets destroyed. They're both Setzers. Yeah, is this, like, the part 2? When you gotta save the world? Greasefang Creature Recursion. Greasefang does not need more, bro. Stop. Yes? Hey, nailed it. Alright. Let me just type in Greasefang right now. I'm not even gonna read it. Grease. Where'd you go? Let me just type in Greasefang right now. Alright. Let's read this card. 2 in a red. Oh, sorry. The Fallen, the airship, the Falcon. Hello? The Falcon, airship restored. 2 in the black. Legendary creature. Legendary artifact vehicle. 4/3 with flying. Whenever the Falcon deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Pay 4 in the black, return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield. What? Why? Wow. Okay, well, we're gonna put this in a Setzer deck for sure. Damn. Why? Okay, well, alright, cool. Greasefang wants it. Big shocker, everyone. But big shocker. I know that this is a surprise. And honestly, it scares me too. But yep, big shocker. Big heckin' shocker. We want, Greasefang finds another vehicle. Who keeps giving Greasefang good things? I don't know. But they do need to be stopped. They do need to be stopped. Anarkir the Traveler. Oh, okay. You mean Luca the Traveling Sound? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Is that not Anarkir the Traveler? Unless? Necron in disguise? Anarkir the Traveler. Whenever Anarkir attacks, you may cast an artifact spell from your hand or graveyard by paying life equal to its cost rather than its mana. Artifact spell. Oh, yes. Right. Deal combat, bring something back, sacrifice this. Oh, you do this a little disjointedly, though. Because it's when Anarkir attacks, which is, like, fine. It's just, like, it's happening on, like, 2 separate turns, you know? Oh, I see. Yes. It is happening on 2 separate turns. Which is not the worst, but, I don't think it's, like, the best use for it. What else? What are the commanders we got where the Falcon definitely goes? Oh, that new guy. The Shadow guy definitely could use this card too, for sure. Its owner. I was thinking just its owner. Like, obviously its owner, like, I don't put the Final Fantasy cards on, like, you know, hey, you should play this card in this thing, that's the deck that it's in, but for lore reasons, only for literally just lore reasons, I'll make an exception this time. But we normally don't do that. I mean, basically any recursion deck running black. There's an Assassin's Creed guy that likes vehicles though. Kenway. Being able to create a treasure for each tapped assassin pirate vehicle you control. Whenever a vehicle controls this combat, there's a look at the top card of that owner's library in the exile face down. You may play that card for as long as Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, I mean this is just like fine. Like it's perfectly fine for this deck too. Cool. Yeah, it was pretty easy, quite frankly. There's not like it's pretty straightforward. Yeah. Alrighty, let's swoop this one on back. Alright, so in part 2 of Final Fantasy VI, we have to rebuild our airship, and we get the brand new and improved Falcon airship restored. 2 in the black for a 4/3 legendary artifact vehicle with flying. Whenever the Falcon deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Pay 4 in the black, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped in a crew of 2. And you know who has 2 power and would love to crew this ship? Yeah, it's Setzer, Wandering Gambler. Now, normally I don't say that you should just put cards that are in the precon or into a deck of the other card in the precon, but honestly, for lore reasons, they just go together, right? So you want to put the Falcon airship restored in Setzer. So one, you have a good vehicle, and it's a vehicle that's going to revive creatures for you, and it also comes back from the grave by itself, and he can crew it. It's all wonderful. Next up, we have Edward Kenway. This is already a commander that values having creatures that are alive and vehicles that have dealt damage, and that's wonderful. The Falcon can do both of those things. So the Falcon can hit, exile, make you exile cards from the top of people's decks, and then you sacrifice to bring a pirate back, and you just kind of keep the whole train going, and then bring the card back itself. So yeah, Edward Kenway, if we're already doing Grixis vehicles, this is just a new vehicle for you. And then lastly, oh shit, do we not actually find 3? Oh, I didn't say Greasefang. I'm an idiot. I just thought it was so obvious. I didn't hit the save button, Lamau. Oh, so awkward. Gary and Rothawk. Oh my god. And then lastly, Greasefang Okiba boss, like, duh, right? Every vehicle that is either colorless, white, or black has to be filtered through the Greasefang is this good enough filter. And yeah, it turns out a vehicle that deals combat damage and sacrifices itself to bring back another creature to the battlefield so that Greasefang can then get the Falcon back by Greasefang's self, and then have it swing, and then sacrifice itself to the graveyard, and then get another creature, and just... Alright, we did it. Greasefang, whoa! Greasefang gets more cards! Whoa! Yeah, for all the Greasefang lovers out there, this is no hate to you. This is objective respect for how absolutely horrifying you are. Yeah, this card was built for you. Congratulations. I love that for you. I love that for you so much. But yeah, definitely pick up the Falcon Airship Restored. If we pick all of them up and don't trade them, the Greasefang players won't have any of them. Or you could trade them if you get a foil one to a Greasefang player for that high premium price. But this card is pretty sweet. God, Greasefang players are gonna see this and riot, baby. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, GPTV. Good to see you, friends. Thank you very much for coming by. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, friends, for coming on by. I have the most glorious cake that I have ever eaten right here, and I am very much enjoying it. How many cards do we have left? God, I hope it's, like, not too many. Let me check. Holy shit. It's an uncomfortable amount of cards left. I don't even know how this happened. But we are not... I have not increased the speed in which I get through these. I'm also a Greasefang lover. I came in at a perfect time. Oh my god, Mar. No, not another one. You get so many cards. Greasefang is so good. Greasefang is so good. It's one of the most resilient decks I've ever played against. Which is a good thing. Like, respect to it. I'm just also horrified. Greasefang's a great commander? Absolutely. Ooh, the Warring Triad. Ooh, that looks cool. Alright. Oh, shit. I don't have a colorless background. Alright, well. Either way, here we are. The Falcon is great at getting back Greasefang. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want Greasefang in the graveyard at any point, if you can avoid it. Because then people do everything in their power to make sure Greasefang does not come back from the graveyard. But yeah, it'd be cool. Alright, alright. Now, I know that Assassin's Creed has, like, the Tetraline Triad or something. So what does Final Fantasy VI have? We have the Warring Triad. For 3 legendary artifact creature god, a 5/5, flying, trample, and haste. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, the Warring Triads isn't a creature. Tap, mill a card, target player adds any mana of any color. So we referred to this event before. These 3 statues were gods in balance, maintaining order in the world. Kefka went up there to throw them in disarray, destroy the balance of power, and in that chaos claim power for himself. Are they supposed to be warring? Like, is that, like, it's just, like, I know that they're the gods of balance or whatever, but, like, are them being in a state of war, is that balance? Or are they supposed to be in harmony? And that's balance. Was that, like, a dragon? Human woman and a demon? Why has a dragon got arms? Self-mill and mana fixing. Oh, a creature as well when noted. Yeah. When needed, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a result of Kefka's fuckery. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so, there is too much to say about this card. Too much to the point where it's also too little. This card's just, what, perfect? Is it just like one of the most perfect 3 mana rocks you could ever see? Where is Sultai Double Strike? Where? Sultai Double Strike? Which one? Which one, EJ? What you talking about? What you talking about? Blow up your nose. Sorry, venting about your Dino deck. Oh, what's wrong with the Dino deck? Note that this is not a mana ability, so it's swattable if someone wants to really mess with you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. It is swattable. If someone needs an extra mana to like counter your ability, and then someone's like, I'm gonna give you mana, and you go, I'm gonna swat that to me, so now I have the extra mana, and now I'm gonna cast my counter spell. Fuck it. Absolutely, dude, you could. That's very funny. This isn't good for Goreclaw, but it's definitely very funny. Yeah. Why would you ever play Goreclaw? Oh, this is a legendary creature god. Wow, it does come into play cheaper? Huh. Yeah, this is... I honestly don't know what to say. I didn't think you'd see my comment. Oh, sorry, but... Yurlok to give people mana. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Right? Is that how you spell it? Yurlok. The Scorch of Scorch Thrash. Yeah. My biggest issue, although like for one, you know, no creature in Sultai have double strike, so the keyword commander can never get double strike. That's funny. That's funny. That's hilarious. I mean, just put an equipment on. That'd be an interesting card as the commander itself. Ooh. Oh yeah. Monocolor group hug in a way. I don't know what you would do with this, to be honest with you, chat. I think that this card itself requires so much more of a deep dive that, like, it beguiles the mind. Like, this is such a flexible card to use. Yeah, like, we don't have rollerblades now that have double strike. Oh yeah, we have rollerblades. Yeah, there's an artifact creature that has double strike, and then it equips and gives double strike. So yeah, they had that. Yeah, this is like a fine. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm struggling with things to come up to say about this card because it's like, I mean, it's a colorless mana rock, right? It's a colorless mana rock that can be a creature. Oh my god. EJ, that's the first time I've ever seen that. That's actually adorable. Yeah, it's called Rollerblades. I think it's literally called Rollerblades. The little corgi just popped up on the screen. That's adorable. Holy shit. Thank you. Yeah. There's so much and so little to say, quite frankly. I gotta blow my nose. That's one thing I'll say. Chat. Is it marketable as a content creator to be like, hey, I talk about one precon deck card by card for 5 hours straight? Is that a marketable skill? Like Command Zone? Never heard of them. They don't talk about it like I do. But I don't know what to say about this card. Like, literally, to be like completely honest with you, I don't know what the fuck to say. There's literally just so... You could put this any and everywhere. I mean, people market yapping in general. This is pretty true. And it has no unique playstyle it's meant to go into other than maybe 8-card mill. And, like, even then, it's like... I don't think there's, like, commanders that care about 8-card mill. I know, like, back in, like, Standard, there was, like, oh, there's at least, like, 8 cards in the graveyard, do blah, blah, blah. But they haven't really, like, coined 8-card mill for commanders. So rollerblades for your dinosaur, perfect. Oh, you're playing the Indoraptor, right? Descend 8. Oh, yeah, Descend 8. That's right, that's right. And even then, it's like, okay, you turned a 5/5 on. What? Descend. Oh, God. Yeah, what? This thing? The Seething Tower? As long as there are 4 more permanent cards in your graveyard, 2/2, 8 or more 2/2 and can't be blocked by more than one creature. Like, yeah, like, okay. The Ancient One can't attack or block unless there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. You know what? We'll throw that in there on the list. Let's see. Yeah, hold on. So there's the Myco Tyrant, which is Dredge Typal, which I like. I like this guy. I like Dredge Typal. Myco Tyrant's cool. And then X is the number of times you descended this turn. Hey, you do get to descend this turn on your end step for a mana rock, so that's not bad. Ulkenbach, the Great Mistake. What a name. Descend 8, return from your graveyard with a finale counter. Activate only there are 3 more permanent cards in your graveyard, and lays a why the fuck would I want to do? Oh, it's an uncommon, okay. And then I know the Lava Tongue guy. At the beginning of your end step, if you descend this turn, each opponent may discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. Lava Tongue deals 3 damage to each opponent who didn't. Oh, that's cool. You know what? That's a good one. That's actually legitimately a good one. I don't really care for the Ancient One, so I like the Myco Tyrant here. The Ancient One is just like an 8/8. Like, I literally could not care less. Okay. That's sweet. Alright, we found some. I love the chatter that mentioned that. Yes, that was the Mad Wobbler. Mad Wobbler, thank you very much for getting a corgi sent to my screen. Alright. That was fine. Yeah, we talked about this one enough. Alright, let's yap this one up. Alright, so this next one's weird because it's like it's a card that can go anywhere, and it's kind of good anywhere if you're okay with 3 mana rocks. So the Warring Triad, 3 mana, 3 colorless, 5/5 legendary artifact creature god with flying, trample, and haste. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, the Warring Triads is not a creature, right? So any creature, if you have less than 8 cards in your graveyard, this is just a mana rock that taps for mana with the ability of tap, mill a card, and then target player adds 1 mana of any color. Now, you get to be political with this if you want, right? Tap, you mill 1 of your own cards, cool. And then you can say an opponent over there who needs just 1 more mana to counter this spell. If only they had 1 more mana, or to pay for a ward cost or something like that. The Warring Triad can be used to be political, which is pretty interesting, you know, especially in a precon. That's actually going to be a wacky way to play. But in terms of commanders that particularly care about the Warring Triad and its abilities, no artifact creature commanders that we could really think of necessarily cared about like a flying 5/5 trample haste. Like, you know, like whatever, you know. But at the very least, like, yo, Yorlok, Scorch Thrash, it's like this is a guy that wants your opponents to have mana on their turn. If they have unspent mana, then they take a damage, right? And then the Warring Triad just adds an extra damage on top of it. So, hey, sure, why not? It also taps for, you know, Warring Triad taps for any color if you yourself need it. Next up, the Myco Tyrant. Now, the Myco Tyrant is pretty good here, even though he's in green, so you don't typically need mana rocks. But this is a self-mill card at the end of the day. So, at the beginning of your end step, create X fungi equal to the amount of times you've descended this turn. Equal to the amount of times you've descended this turn, right? So, like, this is 1 additional descent on all of your turns. And an additional mana that you are able to just float into the ether. That's perfectly fine. But the best Ascension card that I've found is going to be Zoyoa Lava Tongue. Red and the black for a 2/2 Goblin Warlock with Death Touch, and at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, which you will trigger with the Warring Triad, each opponent may discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. the Lava Tongue deals 3 damage to each opponent who didn't do this, right? So the point of any Lava Tongue deck is going to be like, how can I make sure that my opponents are being attacked by... How am I making sure that I trigger my commander every single turn? And the Warring Triad is easy, right? It's just boom, tap, get mana to cast something, awesome. I descended this turn, boom. Everyone either discard their sacrifice or they take 3 damage. So that's going to be pretty freaking cool. But again, like, the Warring Triad is a fine card. You can put it in any deck where you are okay with 3 mana value mana rocks. And if you like self-mill, even better, right? But other than that, it just do be like a creature. That's perfectly fine. I might put this in my Arami deck I just thought of. Oh yeah. My Arami deck would like the hell out of this. Never mind. This card might be sick. But yeah, it's like perfectly fine. It's doing the thing. Lantern control? Oh, gross. But yeah, you could just put this anywhere, and I think it'll be pretty dope. Ghoulclaw Rebel, if you want to be extra evil and add a Lantern control theme, please, no. I have a good commander I would like you to look at. What is it, Jack? I'm not able to look at them right now because we're going through precon upgrades. The Raging Yeti. Okay. I need the lore on the Raging Yeti. Stat. Chat, get on it. A Raging Yeti. Mirko, Obsessive Theorist. If you are looking for... What you want to do is join the Discord. We do deck reviews. Chat, you know I will be getting back on it. We do deck reviews, so if you want to join the Discord, that is where you can post your deck, and I can take a look at it in the future. I like Mirko, Obsessive Theorist, so that'll be a fun one for me. I can't look at them now because we're doing pre-con deck reviews. Alright. It's the, okay. He's Mog's friend. He doesn't say much. He's the non-verbal berserker of the game. You don't control him. This game has non-verbal berserkers too. What does this game not have? It has every character. They cooked with this game too much. Umaru, Raging Yeti. 5 in a red for a 6/6 Yeti berserker. Trample at the beginning of combat on your turn. Choose one at random. Other creatures you control get plus 3/0 and gain trample until end of turn. Discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Or Umaru deals 5 damage to any target. Running Shadow's ability is a target, which might make it not look interactive. Things like Raga Draga. Oh, that's fine. Has target. Oh, okay, yeah, that is good to know, Biller. Yeah. Alright, so the Raging Yeti. Yeah, I guess I didn't mention Raga Draga, huh? Good thing I didn't. At the beginning, you're choosing from the random. I'm trying to build a modern around Veteran Ice Climber. Any ideas? That's actually really cute. Toaster Bath. Veteran Ice Climber, that's the unblockable thing. Chat, I'm getting distracted. But it's me. Creature can be blocked. When this creature attacks, up to 1 target player mills equal to this creature's power. Double strike and extra power. I would do... Okay, do what, take all the cards that Infect uses and just put it on Veteran Ice Climber. Done. Done. I'm open to 2 of the 3 color tops. Chat, what's modern Infect look like? Bance, right? Or is it Sultai? I know it's at least blue-green. Maybe blue-green. Is it Teamer? Either way, do that. Veteran Ice Climber with Become Immense and Double Strike. And it'll be very funny. They will die before you mill them to death, but it's funny, though. So... It's probably Sultai. Perfect. Become Immense. And another Become Immense. Blue-green back Infect. Right. Take the blue unblockable Infect guy out. The Blightsteel agent. And put in Veteran Ice Climber. And you're good. You're good to go. Just remember that you're never going to be able to mill your opponents before they die, right? Because he has to deal damage. And then a player mills equal to its power. You're never gonna kill. You're gonna kill someone way before you mill them out. That's just Veteran Ice Climber. Okay, back to this. Sorry, I got distracted. Car, bird, whatever. Amaro Raging Yeti, 6 mana, 6/6, trample, bidding into combat. Other creatures get +3 on trample. Discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Deal 5 damage to any target. Damn. I mean, I really just want the top ability at like all times. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it changes, but giving all of your other creatures +3 on trample is kind of huge. Like, that's a pretty big. It's a pretty big ability. The discard your hand and draw 4 could be like so detrimental. The bottom ability is incredibly strong. 5 damage to any target is true. And it's also beginning of any combat on your turn, right? So if you're taking extra combats, like, this just triggers over and over and over again. So I'm kind of feeling like obviously, you know, if we say extra combats, right? Because we just want to trigger the combat ability as often as possible. Obviously, like, Aurelia the War Leader is a commander that could use this. However, like, red-white is not necessarily, like, the biggest wheel sort of deck. You know what I mean? He is 6, so he comes out later in the game. So you're not really good at drawing cards now that I think about it. But it does suck that you're going to have, like, you'll go to combat once, you'll discard your hand and draw 4 cards, and then you go to combat again, and you might just discard your hand and draw 4 cards again. You know what I'm saying? The second one is risky. This one I'm strongly considering for Susan Foreman. She can run out of gas. Can she? Yeah, for decks that can run out of gas. Howler is happy with any... Oh, you're crazy. You're whacked out, dude. You're whacked out. I can't believe you would say that. So, what I'm saying is that, like, I wouldn't do the War Leader, but I would do, Karlach. Karlach is mono red, right? Like, obviously she has background, so you can put whatever you want, right? But in terms of just, like, on paper, 1 additional combat is typically pretty freaking good. First strike with 3/0 trample is outrageously good, right? Double 5 damage to any target is outrageously good. Like, we're cooking here. What else you said? Oh yeah, the shark. Howler's perfectly fine seeing this guy, because you can discard your hand, draw 4. That's fine. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Honestly, the insect dude could like this too. I actually think the insect like Locust God. I actually think Locust God likes this arguably more. Oh, bro, that's huge actually, because like the Locust God, if you somehow did extra combats, right? Like I don't know, like whatever, but like combat on your turn, you can discard then draw. You get 4 more insects that you can swing with, or you get a bunch of insects that are now 4/0 or 4/1s with trample. That's huge. That's your wife right there, Cosimo. What are your thoughts on Zur the Enchanter? Really good. Really good. Like really, really good. Really good. Does that help? Does that help? Zur is good. They're scary. He has to kill on sight. Only thing is they're both 6 mana. Yeah. Well, clearly you put the Locust God out first, because the rest of your deck is about, like, you know, the Locust God. And then the Raging Yeti is second. Because now you have creatures, you have blah, blah, blah. And then he swings, and then you win. And then you kill. Bro, I pulled a master set of this guy. I don't even know how expensive it was at the time. Oh, of the Locust God? Yeah. Nice boxing. Yeah, it's a good card. Oh, the Masterpiece. You pulled the Masterpiece of the Locust God? That's hype. I hope you still have it. I hope you still have it. Yeah, that's dope. Yeah, so looking at the Raging Yeti, what other... We need one more commander to talk about. I took out Howler because I think Locust God does it a little bit more. Or actually, wait, no. Hold on. But you kind of tap yourself out twice on turn 6 and 7. That sounds sketchy, but I'm a filthy Bant Esper player that keeps stuff open. Yeah, you're filthy and stinky. No one listens to you. Tap out. Tap out. We're in a red. It's a red deck. It's all about tapping out. All about tapping out. Captain Howler is also pretty good too. I mean, it's just more damage, right? What other card really wants this? Is there not like a card that's just perfect for everything here? Also, I don't even see how this deck goes in this. This card goes in this deck personally, but 3-0 trample, go wide, discard your hand, draw 4. Does Jetmir hurt? Like, does Naya run out of gas? Not really, right? Jetmir doesn't need him. Not really. What other extra combat commanders are there that isn't really just covered by Karlach in general? Just Karlach as a genre kind of covers the beginning of combat stuff. The discard stuff we have covered. The 5 damage to any target. I mean, Toralf is cool. Oh, okay, hold on. Toralf, or not Toralf, Torbrand. Like, this is fine, right? Like, Red Source deals extra damage. Man yells at clouds. Nakia probably wants this guy. Is that the fighter? Oh. Oh. Okay. I like that. Man, she got an ass on her. Yeah, that's cool. I forgot about Nakia of the Old Ways. If someone said the Old Ways, then I would remember, but I forgot that Nakia. Yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, this is what she looks like. She's hot. Alright. That's a good one, Armin. Alright, let's let me do the thing. Alright, this is a Yeti Berserker that's apparently friends with the Moogle in the party. I don't really get it, but this is a very interesting design. We have Amaru Raging Yeti, 5 red, 6/6 Yeti Berserker with trample, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one at random. Other creatures you control get +3/0 and gain trample until end of turn, and then discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Or Amaru deals 5 damage to any target. So as a 6-drop, this is a pretty good top end for mono red decks especially, but also creature decks in general. This is a pretty good top end, so I have no issues against like everything that this guy is. Choosing at random does make it a little bit difficult to like plan out your next phase, but if you're able to take advantage of every single piece of the buffalo, as it were, or piece of the Yeti, then you're gonna be perfectly fine. I would first say, like, because all of these trigger at the beginning of combat on your turn, then obviously commanders that focus on giving you additional combats are what you're going to want to have. So Karlach's a good example of it, especially in mono red. Karlach should probably run out of steam. You can partner Karlach with any other color, but still, like, you might run out of steam in a deck like this. So having additional combats where you might be able to discard your hand, draw 4, and then give the trample to the whole board, that'd be fantastic. Speaking of drawing cards, the Locust God would also very much like this. It really wants like the +3/0 to your board, because then all of your insects are hitting for 4s, or you discard your hand and draw 4 cards. And because this happens at the beginning of combat, you'll go to combat, trigger the Raging Yeti, make a bunch of, you'll discard your hand and draw 4 cards, and then put 4 1/1 insects with haste into play that are able to attack that combat, right? So people will be surprised by that. And then honestly, 5 damage to any target is just good. Like, it's just good. Like, 5 damage to any target that you choose. You get to hit people in the face if they're close to death. You get to take out their commanders, because most commanders have 5 or less toughness. Or you just take out their important pieces that aren't going to attack, like a Veto. Veto's never really attacking, but you get to take that out before they defend with it. And then lastly, Nakia of the Old Ways. Now, this is a Gruul commander that says you can't cast non-creature spells. So if you're already just going creature typal, you're probably running out of cards, because not too many creatures in red and green are going to draw you cards. So being able to discard your empty hand and then just put 4 more into it is exactly what you're going to want in the Nakia of the Old Ways deck. So Amaro the Raging Yeti is not necessarily one that I would put as the commander, but in the 99 for a lot of different style of decks that you can see here, actually pretty good. It's a really good 6-mana top end, and honestly what 6-mana cards should look like. And there we go, boom, a clip. Amaro would love Flashback. Oh, Flashback would be sick too. He wants spells with Flashback on them? Yeah. Yep, I can see that. I can absolutely see that, for sure, for sure. The guy that exists, nice. A guy that exists, that's a nice name. Alrighty, next card, chat. Kayn, alright. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna find out. Alright, this is a Vengeful Samurai. Someone give me the lore on Kayn. C-Y-A-N. Cyan? Hold on. Cyan. Is what I'm gonna call him. Until proven otherwise. He's a human samurai. He looks dope as shit, though. Oh! Oh, this card's cracked. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Alright, I looked at this. I saw this card earlier when it was, like, first revealed or something. And I said, wait a minute. This card is absolutely cracked in half. This is Kayn. I'm sure it's not Cyan, but I'm gonna call it Kayn. Vengeful Samurai. 6 in a white for a 3/3 human samurai. This card costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your graveyard. Double strike. And then whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Kayn. Alright, guys. This is a commander, for sure. Easy. Easy peasy. He's a commander for sure. I know that we can find a lot of cards that can go in this guy. This card's cool. Novi Boss at a wedding after party. Hope you're having a good time. Thank you very much, Talos. Enjoy your wedding after party. I hope the officiation went well, Reverend Talos. Appreciate you. Oh my god, it is actually Cyan? Alright, it's Cyan. Nice. Cyan like the color. Damn, that's crazy. Enjoy, but thank you very much for the resub. Alright, Cyan, Vengeful Samurai. Yeah, this card's good. This card's really, really cool. He's super playable. I would say... He's super playable. Hold on. Let's see. He goes in... I looked at... I thought of him... When I first saw him, I'm like, wow, he's like a super commander playable... You can, like, as your commander, right? Like, if you have a bunch of cards in your creature cards in your graveyard, it pays for the commander tax, by the way, right? Like, it's always like it'll cost less than the creatures that you have, or it'll cost less for each creature in your graveyard. So if you do cycling, I think cycling typal is what I was thinking of. You can do cycling typal. You can do. There we go. Let's see, the mechanics time. The strongest sword in the game is Excalibur. Earlier in the game, you can steal Excalibur from Gilgamesh. It has the same stats, but when you attack with it, you deal 1 damage. However, Cyan has a personal skill that hits with a sword without actually being the attack command, letting him use those cracked stats without the downside. Wait, what's the that's cool, by the way. Like, that's really fucking interesting. General Leo is the honorable general for the evil Empire of Evil. He was sent to take Cyan's home in honorable combat. So, of course, Kefka poisoned the water and murdered everyone. Cyan now knows and loves. Cyan is not happy about this. So, who's General Leo? Like, General Leo was sent to do a thing. Kefka poisoned everyone. Cyan's really angry. Okay. So many of my pod are adding Buster Sword. I mean, yeah, Yabber Dabber. It's kind of a really, really good card. That's actually really cool. Do your characters, like, do the characters in the game mention that they do no damage? Or is it just something that you have to figure out? Also, Cyan likes silk roses as a hobby. Makes silk roses as a hobby. That's cool. That's quite the hobby. Are there, like, clouds coming off his back? He looks sweet. Alright, so, Cyan. Give me cards that go in the Cyan deck. We need to get cards into our graveyard in mono white. How do we do that? Cycling? And then how do we make cards leave the graveyard? With resurrection, right? Resurrection makes things leave the graveyard. There's that one lady. No, she doesn't sacrifice. Oh. Let's see. Selfless champion, enter, sacrifice. Oh, okay, creature less than. Okay, that doesn't work. Although, less than her power. Okay, that sucks. Actually, looking up every single card that has selfless on it is actually pretty dope. I mean, selfless spirit, sacrifice, he costs less, your creatures are indestructible. Although, I'm thinking that this guy just wants to attack alone, right? Enter rattlesnakes, leave Sun Titans. Yeah. And yeah, rattlesnakes leaves Sun Titans. Yeah. So what type of rattlesnakes are in mono white? What rattlesnakes are in mono white? Also, since he's a samurai, we could look at cards that say like creatures attacking alone because he has double strike. Remember, samurai warrior attacks alone, gains lifelink until end of turn. That's cool. This is an example of a card with sacrifice and then also samurai. Why is there an alchemy version of Ancestral Katana? Like, does it really matter? You're so weird. Magic's so fucking weird sometimes. Let me open this up for you. There we go. All right. What? Benevolent Bodyguard gives Scion protection, which is a form of evasion. That's true. That is a form of evasion. Benevolent Bodyguard. Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Whenever samurai you control is put into a graveyard from play, you may put a +1/+1 counter on Indebted Samurai. Huh. Is put into a huh. Pay X rather comes from X as the spell is convert. You may pay X rather. God, I miss Samurai. Never Samurai. Oh. Okay, that's cool. Target enchantment card from a graveyard this turn. Spend the graveyard and play. Return that to the if it's a samurai. Oh, okay, that's cool. This is kind of cool. It just keeps on coming back. There's a very interesting like mono white samurai deck that you can make around him. Oh god, she makes samurai. That's right. But at the same time, there's also not a lot. There's also like not too many. And then we want to attach this katana to it. Okay, there's actually not too many. Attack alone. Let me see. gonna type in alone, and then white. Number of creature, number of cards, card types in all graveyards. It's kind of funny. Exalted. Exalted's really good. Is there Exalted Trample or Exalted Protection we can give? There's a lot of like tap target creature if they're attacking alone, which is like alright. Gains lifelink. Draw, lose one. Idolize. And Soul Enforcer. Of course, because it's +1 for each creature you control. So like, there's a lot of we can make a lot of cards that there's a lot of cards that will make our commander really big. Are these the Final Fantasy collab cards? Yeah. Never played Magic, but was interested because of the collab. Yeah, Brian. It's a really, really... Well, one, Magic the Gathering is in and of itself a very, very good game. And now that now that they're making Final Fantasy cards with the Magic, within the Magic game, there's going to be a lot of really, really cool cards and combinations that well, I've never been seen before. Well, but I'm sure that you typed a lot, and I was looking at the oh no one typed anything. Okay. Malevolent Bodyguard's good. I was just looking for cards that like attacked alone. And there's not like too many, not in mono white, sadly. But Exalted's pretty good. You said the Bodyguard. Which one's the Bodyguard? The gimmick is unfortunately terrible. True. True, it is. But he's a samurai and he costs less. Cycling, though. Cycling could work on him. You know, you could cycle cards. To get cards into your graveyard. Benevolent Bodyguard. It's a shame he's not a hero to work with Sids. Yeah. I mean, you know, there's cycle creatures in here. Oh god, there's only so many. They're actually not a lot. And most of the creatures you want to have on the battlefield, so when you cycle anything, you get triggers. Damn. This card's not too good by himself. Maybe he's just in the 99. Maybe I was a little too hasty in trying to make him a commander. Like, any form of protect... Like, he can one-shot people for sure. Right? Like, as a commander, he can absolutely one-shot people. If you do well with building, like, a deck around him. But it's just like, he needs to have evasion. If you give him any level of evasion, and, like, some Exalted... some attack alone stuff, like, he will one-shot people. So it's just Voltron at the end of the day. Mono white Voltron, which is arguably not very interesting. Eagles of the North is the best cycling card around. That's true. That's true. It is. It is. Which is like, you know, whatever. Yeah. And Brian, if you end up getting into Magic, whether through me or through anyone else, I would suggest the Magic the Gathering Arena app. That's like kind of the best way to learn the game, just on your own for sure, on your own time and pace. And it'll have the Final Fantasy cards on them too. Smile at Death for him to grow. Yeah. Maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's just in the 99. Maybe, I think he might just require too much of a deep dive into cards to make him work. Gets big into Shar. Not sure as commander though. Yeah. 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 I mean, Tashar with him would be sick. Hold on. Tashar is a sick choice, though. Hey, remember when Tashar died and became Phyrexian? Along with other women? That was crazy. Anyway. Yeah. All right. Well, this is at the very least something that we can talk about here. Hold on, I gotta change something else because I thought of a way to make something better. Now, of course, I have to go and make something better. You know how I am, chat. Okay, that was strictly not good. Oh. Huh. Weird. That's so strange. Huh. It can't tell white from just like literal gray? That's crazy to me. Like, okay. Weird. Alright, never mind then. I tried. Alright, oh, wait. Did it work? No. It did work. Never mind. I did it, chat. I did it. I've done it. Everything worked according to Keikaku. Alright. Benevolent Bodyguard is a good example of it. Alright, I think I have the 3 cards I need to yap. Bop, bop, and bop. Okay. Yeah, I kind of thought that he would be easier to make. First time, every time. You goddamn right. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, so I spent like a half hour trying to make this guy a commander, and I think that there's space for him if you really want to force it, but I think he's just better in the 99 of like Samurai decks, which are typically red-white. So this is Cyan, Vengeful Samurai, 6 in a white, 3/3. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your graveyard. Double strike, and whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Cyan. And he is a human samurai, and the samurai part matters. Now, as a commander, there's a lot more that needs to go into him to make like the whole cost less for the creatures in your graveyard work. Mono white's not really big on self-mill, not necessarily on sacrificing a lot of creatures, just like 1 creature at a time. So, yeah, he'll be a very difficult commander to make happen, but I do believe that he can one-shot people because of that double strike. And if you can exile cards from your graveyard, like if you have creatures in your graveyard and then exile them for whatever reason, then he's going to end up being really, really big, as long as you can do it 1 at a time. So, first card, Benevolent Bodyguard. Now, this is like the main card I'd be going for here. Benevolent Bodyguard says sacrifice him, and then target creature you control gains protection from each color of your choice, from the color of your choice at the end of turn. This gives him basically unblockable, right? Like, this allows him to one-shot people if you can get him out, get him buffed up, and then sacrifice this creature so that he is protection from a color, and then he goes in and just one-shot, well, double strike someone to death, which would be pretty good. Next up, we have Selfless Samurai, right? Selfless Samurai, 1 in the blue. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gains lifelink until end of turn. And you can also sacrifice the Selfless Samurai to give something instructable. Mainly it's about the samurai thing. You can either find samurai cards or exalted cards that really like when characters attack alone. So that's how you're going to be able to give him buffs, right? Like he's just a 3/3 with double strike, 6 damage at the end of the day. But every additional exalted, +1/+1, attack alone and give it lifelink, all of this stuff ends up doing a crap ton of damage when you actually start swinging with the guy. You just got to get him out early enough to do it, which, God, I don't know how you're going to do that. But yeah, so I would look for samurai cards and exalted cards. And then lastly, Tashar's Ancestor's Apostle. Now, this is how you're going to get cards out of the graveyard, right? So there's some like weird shenanigans that you could do as long as there's creatures in your graveyard. For example, if you self-milled, say with if you self-milled with an altar by sacrificing your 7 mana commander, You mill 7 cards, a bunch of creatures enter your graveyard. You get to recast Cyan for just a white, basically, right? And then Tashar allows you to return a creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And then you can repeat that process over and over and over again to do something absolutely wild if you can get it set up. So, like, there is a way to make this happen. It's just going to require like a little bit more of a fine-tooth comb than we have time for right now, but I think that someone can absolutely make this thing work. But yeah, Cyan Vengeful Samurai, you could use him as a one-shot commander. It's just a lot of mono white work, which may or may not be fun. Which may or may not even be fun in the first place. Boom. Look at that. What's the altar that I'm thinking of, chat? The you know the one. Hello there, Colorless King. Hey. Oh, I get you. I would have hit the General Kenobi if I wasn't yapping. Dementia, thank you. That was not a joke, but yeah. Equal. Oh, it's the creature's power. I said the mana value. That's fine. People in the comments will yell at me. That's engagement, baby. It wasn't on purpose, though. But yeah, I mean, he's still equal to the power. Like, there is a world, though, where you could do some, like, real... You could do a lot with this deck. Or sorry, well, yeah, with this deck. Altar of Dementia, Cyan, Mill, Tashar, blah, 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 blah. I'm just not here for it. I just ain't thinking about it. Alright, next card. Edgar, Master Mechanist. Alrighty. Alright. Obviously, it's like 1:13 a.m. We're gonna get through the rest of the deck today. Like, yeah, we have... How many cards do I have left? We have... too many cards left. We have way too many cards left. Sabine's brother, King. Oh, Inventor Cad. Ooh, okay. Alright, introducing Sabine's brother, King, and an Inventor. Let's look at Edgar, Master Mechanist. 2 red and a white, human, artificer, noble for a 2/4. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters tapped. Tools. Whenever Edgar attacks, it gets plus XO until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Okay. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters tapped. Okay. Hey, Pappy Slappy, thank you very much for the birthday wishes, my friend. I really do appreciate you. Notably, it can recur his own coin. Oh, that's the coin. Yes, the coin. The coin, yes. Alright, I see you.
Incoming raid from Strawberry System 20.
Hey, thank you very much, Strawberry. Hey, let's go. I'm back from fully brewing your Joker deck. Nice. I hope it went well. Alright, so Edgar, Master Mechanist. Not to be confused with every other Edgar. Why is he so pretty? He's very pretty. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, it enters tapped. Tools and Edgar attacks, he gets plus XO, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Okay. Now, question. Does this really, like, do we really want him as a commander or in the 99? Want to check it out? I can't check it out right now. You have to put it in the Discord. Swing Lethal, hello. Excalibur's 12 CMC and easy to get on board. Oh. That's right. Oh, that's so true. Yeah, that's kind of hot. Yeah. Alright, never mind. He's the commander. Easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, that's good. That's real good. Either? Yeah. I mean, as a commander, if you want to do Edgar, And what's the brother do? The brother is the mono red. Let's try to make him Voltron without Voltroning. That's still fine. Boros equip stuff seems decent. Yeah, Boros equip stuff at the end of the day. Sabine, Tenacious Underdog, that's right. Which doesn't necessarily... I mean, like, you get to discard an artifact, right? If you want to put them together. If you so... Hey, listen, if you rule 0 them together, who would stop you? I wouldn't. What other equipment or artifacts cost less due to something, right? What other equipment do that? You posted in Commander, thank you. Thank you. What else? Other similar oh my god. They come into play tap, but it doesn't matter. So, hold on. The Colossal Hammer. Colossus Hammer. Yeah, I mean, it just costs 1. Like, it just straight up costs 1. Ember Cleave. Oh, Ember Cleave is funny. Yeah. Each attacking creature you can... Yeah, this is really good. Anything with affinity... It is only once during each of your turns, though. That sucks. But... Oh, they changed this text to be what? Affinity for citizens. Nice. Okay. Affinity for creatures? Affinity for creatures. Wow. Okay. I just had to look at that. Chisgora is funny. Affinity for swamps. Affinity for artifacts. Frogmere Enforcer, I guess. Equipment affinity. Affinity for artifact and lens flare, huh? Oh yeah, here we go. Michael Sith Golem. Affinity for artifacts and artifact creature spells you play have affinity for artifacts, right? Like just to make everything have affinity. It's all creature spells, of course, but yeah, I like this. Anything with affinity. Yeah, I like that and Ember Cleave, so I'm gonna... Is Ember Cleave like affinity for attacking creatures? That would be funny. Damn. Affinity for attacking creatures. And this once on your turn, but that's fine, it has flash, so you can just do that. Alright, that wasn't too hard actually. That was not too hard at all. Alright, let's blow through this one. Alright, introducing the once and future king. I think maybe you could probably rule 0 this with his brother. But we got Edgar, Master Machinist, 2 red and white for a 2/4 Human Artificer Noble. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. You may cast the spell this way. If you cast the spell this way, it enters tapped. Tools. Whenever Edgar attacks, he gets plus XO until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. So clearly this is an Equipment Voltron commander. This is not saying too much at the end of the day. Equipment Voltron. Hey, there you go, right? But hey, I say partner him up with his brother, see if people let you. But once during your turn, you get an equipment back. We're thinking like getting equipment back from the battle graveyard, right? So like Excalibur costs X less for X is the total mana value of historic permanents you control. Already having Edgar out makes Excalibur cost 4 less. If you have any other mana rocks out or any other equipment out, then it's going to cost less, and then eventually it just costs 0, right? And then you cast it for free, and then now Edgar is getting plus 12. Okay, on top of the plus 2, on top of the plus 10 and vigilance that you'll be able to give him with Excalibur. It really sucks that he's like gonna wield Excalibur to kill people, even though he's like holding a crossbow. But anyway, next up we have Mycosynth Golem. Affinity for artifacts on a creature, right? So on your turn, if you mill this guy, discard him, whatever, affinity for artifacts, any artifacts that you have will make this guy cost less. So then you bring him back from the graveyard for basically free. It costs 11, so Edgar's gonna be 11 power higher, and it makes every other artifact creature you control have affinity as well. So they're all just gonna start costing 0. It's gonna be really, really good. And then lastly, Embercleave. Embercleave has flash. And this is during your turn, right? So you can attack with a bunch of attacking creatures. They're like, oh, Edgar is only like a 2-4, or, you know, like a 4-4, whatever. That's not going to be enough to kill me, so I'll let Edgar get through. Or if you have any sort of ability that gave something with power 2 or less, unblockable. Whatever you're going to do, right? And then, flash, Embercleave comes in for just red. Eclipse to your attacking commander, and then your commander gets +6 on top of everything else because of Embercleave's mana value. So you can pull off a pretty surprisingly grody win with Edgar Master Mechanist, which is, hey, pretty cool. It is a little bit more interesting than like most every red-white equipment commander that we get has, because most of them just say like draw more cards when you attack, but this guy says, hey, just cast it from your graveyard. That'll be even better. So, I like this guy. He's very interesting. Alright, there we go. That's the video. I gotta blow my nose again. Hold on. Okay. I figured out the reason why everything's taking so long, like why this is taking like 6 hours. It's literally because there's been so many legendaries. There's been so many legendary cards that we kind of like stop and talk about each individual one, which I thank you all, chat, for being here for it. But this is, like, that's why it's just taking so long. Alrighty. Now we finally get back to non-legendary spells. Let's see where this regular super normal sorcery goes. We have Esper's 2 Magicite. It's an instant. 3 in a black instant. Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature exile this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact and loses all other card types. Oh, that's normal. That's normal. What moment in the lore is this? Come to me, my Magicite pretty. Come and help me build a Magitech Empire of Kefka. Is this when Kefka's winning? I'm assuming this is when Kefka wins. Certainly not when he's losing. This is a good card, though. It's honestly just a perfectly fair and normal 4-mana instant. Relationship between Espers and Magicite is not necessarily consensual. Kefka is a fan of slaughtering and enslaving Espers to harness their power. Oh! That's good. Are Espers, like, really rare? Or are they, like, kind of like 1 in 100, 1 in a million? Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature card. Exile this way. Wow! Each opponent's graveyard? Yikes! Wow. Espers aren't like some humans are born as Espers. They're their own species. Oh, okay. But they stop being creatures. I don't get it. What part? When you do choose, yeah. Wow. But they said, yeah, choose a token, make a copy, but it's an artifact and just lose. So you just turn something into a stone, basically, right? So like if you have a creature, it's not a vehicle, so you can like reanimate, you know, you can make it like come back alive. But if it's a creature that had an ability, right? Like for example, Kefka. If Kefka himself chose to turn himself, if you did this to Kefka, right? You exiled him from the graveyard, he comes back as a token. Now he's just like a legend. Now he's just like an indestructible artifact token that says at the beginning of your end step, exile a card and do blah 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 blah, right? So you're doing this for its passive ability. That's what you're doing this for. They're a lot rarer than they were before the Evil Empire started using them as a power source. Yeah, I figured that part out, yeah. But they're their own race of people, damn. But yeah, that's what this is for, right? There's a couple of cards that... Actually, there's not a lot of cards. There's a couple of cards that do something similar. But yeah, exiling each opponent's graveyard is already just a huge enough ability in and of itself. And then when you do, choose up to one target creature, exile this way, create a token as a copy of it, accepts as an artifact, lose all other card types. Yeah, this is sick. Rezzing the Bone Cobbler Murkrow, yeah, all of those commanders that have like passive abilities that just keep things going on forever is really strong. I don't really know how to necessarily talk about the card other than just expressing what you're able to do, which is what I'm doing right now. So let me I think that's the best way to do it. Whenever a non-creature controls dies, you may exile it, make a token that's a copy of it. It's except it's an enchantment and loses all their exactly right. It's like the creature dies, but it comes back with all of its passive abilities. And that's actually a pretty good deck for us to look at now that I think about it. Right, yeah. Right, like Devoted Druid comes back as an equipment, comes back as an artifact with no other card type, right? It's just an artifact. So you can put as many -1/-1 counters on an artifact that you want. It's not going to die because it's not a creature. So that's the stuff that this this works towards. But you can't get back your own Devoted Druid this way. Right. It's for someone else's Devoted Druid. Someone else's crazy combo that you take away from them. Oh, that's dumb? Yeah, it's dumb. We did it. We did it in Soul Artifact. We did it. We broke Devoted Druid. They said it couldn't be done, quite frankly. Every single person in the world said, no, Kuro, there's no way to break this card. You can't do it. You just can't. But with the power of my mind and my mind alone, and no one else's, I myself broke Devoted Druid. Thanks to the power of Final Fantasy. And since I'm still a birthday boy, it would be wrong for you to disagree with me. I'm still a birthday boy if you're on the West Coast. It doesn't count. Alright. Yeah. This is a good one. This is like a good example. I think I just wanted to list examples of what you could do with this. Okay, yeah. Ooh, that's what I'm gonna open up with. We did it, guys. We've broken Devoted Druid. We did it, y'all. We finally broke Devoted Druid. Introducing Esper's 2 Magicite, 3 in a black instant. Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to one target creature card, exile this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact and it loses all other card types. Now, 4 mana instant to exile each opponent's graveyard is already strong enough, especially considering how powerful graveyards have been in very recent sets. So being able to exile each of your opponent's graveyard and keep yours is really, really strong. But now, when you do that, right, like after you've already worked together to destroy and mill and discard all of your opponent's like really powerful game-changing cards, now you get to take one of those cards, bring it back to the battlefield, and instead of keeping it as a creature where it could just be killed again, it's now an artifact. So it just sits there having passive abilities, right? For example of why this is really strong, imagine if you did this on a Kefka Dancing Mad, right? Say a Kefka Dancing Mad is in an opponent's graveyard. So now Kefka Dancing Mad comes back as an artifact with no power and toughness because it's no longer a creature. So you have an indestructible on your turn artifact that says at the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random, blah 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 blah, and do all of that stuff. And it's a lot harder for your opponents to deal with it because the ability on the card is indestructible. It's no longer a creature, so they can't exile target creature. They're gonna have to exile target permanent instead, which there's just a lot less cards that do that. Next up, cards like Devoted Druid. Hey, look, we did it. We broke it. If you take someone else's Devoted Druid, right? Because you can only take cards from your opponent's graveyards. But someone else's Devoted Druid comes back as a artifact with no power and toughness. So you can keep on untapping this artifact Devoted Druid by putting any amount of -1/-1 counters you want on it. It's not going to die because it's no longer a creature. So you have infinite green mana all of a sudden. Sweet. And then lastly, if you have, say, just like on a black card, right? Gisa Glorious Resurrector. If a creature an opponent control would die, exile it instead. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Gisa Glorious Resurrector onto the battlefield under your control. So now, imagine instead of Gisa being a killable creature that your opponents want to get rid of, she's just an artifact that's sitting there with this passive ability saying every creature that dies gets exiled instead, and then on upkeep, you get them back. That's really, really strong. So honestly, Esperus and Magicite, for 4 mana to be able to hit every single graveyard and then get back the most problematic passive ability on a creature, it's pretty good value. I gotta say, it's pretty good value. I'm not mad about this at all. There's not too many decks where I can think that this is like the point of your deck is to do Esperus and Magicite, but it is just a good black instant. So I would give it a try if you can. Boom, and there we go. Okay, cool. We're almost done, chat. Oh my god. More people. Who are you people? I don't know who you are. Who is Gao? Lore me. Who's Gao? Admiral Gao. Who is Gao and why do I hate him? Is it because I want to be freed from the real? Good thing I have cake here. The cake keeps me sane. Alright. Is that a cat boy in your MTG? Yes. Hey, wait till we get to the cat girl tomorrow. No? I'm gonna go with yes. Alright. Gao. Feral Youth. It's a cat boy. 1 in the red. Oh. Aru. I'm Gao, your friend. Okay, well, I'm no longer interested. 1 in the red, legendary creature, human berserker, 2/2 with rage. Whenever Gao attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. At the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Okay, yeah. Okay, this card's cracked. Yeah, this card's actually incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. Alright, Gao is a wild child. He was raised in the open plains by beasts. This location is mechanically relevant. Every generic enemy you fight gets added to its encounter table. On that plane, you can have Gao run away with the monsters and then come back later, able to copy its abilities. If you actually know which ones are good, it is one of the most insane abilities in the game. Rage? On that plane, you can have Gao run away with the monsters and come back later, able to copy its abilities? What the fuck? This card's really strong, but man, that art makes me almost not want to play it. That's fair. I get it. I get you. I feel you. No, I understand. And I'm not happy about it either. But here we are. This guy is really strong, though. Like, freakishly good. How can I explain this in human terms? He will murder you. So, the fact that you have cards leaving your graveyard at the beginning of each end step. by the way, not just yours. If a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So, yeah. Let's find out ways to get plus and plus encounter, or to up Gao's power. Well, how about bulk up? Double target creature's power until end of turn with flashback. Wow, that's crazy. Flashback makes the card leave the graveyard. You don't say. You don't say. We did it, folks. We broke tortured existence. Oh, no. Stop. 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 Basically, you're going to use every single flashback card in existence. Every single flashback card in existence makes Gao even stronger. Well, sorry. Every flashback card makes Gao trigger his ability, right? You do want instant speed cards with flashback, so I would actually say, like, Lava Dart. Because that's, like, at instant speed, you know? The red card that pings for counters. Oh, all will be one. That's true. Well, no, Gao, it's only when Gao attacks so you put a plus one plus encounter on him, which is not really that important. Like, that's not important at all. I don't think that that's too important. But the biggest thing is, oh wait, hold on. What does Mimic Vat do? Mimic Vat. Whenever a non-token creature, oh, it's only when it dies. I like this card. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. Right. So you want to find cards that say, like, hey, you let this card hit the graveyard and then you take from it, right? This would trigger every single time you discarded something. But again, that's only like at the end step. Whenever at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn. No, hold on. I'm not really a fan of just... We need to make his power bigger. Activating... I mean, I guess that's fine. It still, like, works. The sound of drums is recurable effect, instant speed. Sound of drums. Yeah, that's the Doctor Who card, right? Enchanted creature's goaded. If it would deal combat damage to the player deals double that damage instead, which is, like, fine. And then you can return it with an ability at instant speed, which is nice. Current chat, how's it going? Hey, General Dume, good to see you, bud. It's been a bit. How you been? Yeah, activating stuff to exile cards from your graveyard at instant speed is not very difficult, right? Like, it really isn't. My biggest concern is making sure that he has enough power, right, to, like, make it worth it. But the fact that he does it to each opponent is really, really strong. I think that you will find that you're going to die to this card more than you wanted to. Way more than you wanted to. You're going to be angry about it, actually. Cards like Tomb Trawler, pay 2, put card from your graveyard to the bottom of your library. That's like a way to just, like, 2 mana, activate, and make sure that Gao does something this end step. Champion's Helm is pretty good. This is actually like strangely enough, it is a pseudo Voltron deck. So, like, as wacky as that is to hear, because you just need his power, right? Damage equal to his power to each opponent. So you just need his power to be up. Champion's Helm is honestly pretty decent. I know it's typically a slow card. I certainly don't run in any of my decks, but this guy comes out early enough on turn 2. We just need him to be protected. We need him to be powerful. Champion's Helm, Champion's Armor, or Commander's Armor, Commander's Plate. All of that sort of stuff increases his power, keeps him protected, and then you just discard cards or just cast spells or whatever, and then you pay 2 mana and put it to the bottom of your library. Easy, right? Like, it's just really good. It's just really, really good. So, it's examples. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's blow through this guy. Okay, half of chat says that they never want to play this kid because of like just the art on the card, and the other half is just like, this card's cracked. And I am absolutely on the side of this card being cracked. Introducing Gao, Feral Youth, 1 in a red, 2/2 Human Berserker with Rage. Whenever Gao attacks with a +1/+1 counter on it, which is honestly the part of the card that we're not going to listen to. At the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Now that is each end step and each opponent. So this is mono red, hit everyone. And it's going to make people pay attention to you, which is a little bit problematic for you, but Gao only costs 2, so you can come back out. And this deck is largely going to be a Voltron deck with flashback and discard. It's a weird one. But the first card we want to look at is Bulk Up, right? Double target creature's power until end of turn. And this card has flashback in and of itself, right? So you can 2 mana instant speed, bulk up. If something else left your graveyard this turn, boom, Gao deals a bunch of damage. And then next turn, like not your next turn, but the next opponent, at the beginning of your opponent's end step, or right before as your opponent's going to their end step, flashback, bulk up. Double Gao's power, a card left your graveyard because you activated the flashback cost, and then now Gao's going to do that damage again. Very, very strong. Next, Lava Dart, or in stuff like Lava Dart. Again, this is just more flashback things, but I really want to emphasize that you want instant speed cards with flashback. If you put every single sorcery speed card with flashback in the deck, you're only going to trigger his ability on your turn. You want to make sure that you're branching out so that you can trigger Gao every single player end step, not just on yours. Lava Dart's a wonderful example. 1 damage to any target, sure, whatever, but the flashback of sacrifice a mountain, if it means that you're going to win the game, that mountain was absolutely well used. And there's other instant speeds cards like it. And then lastly, things like Sound of the Drums. Sound of the Drums is an enchantment. The enchantment part's kind of whatever, right? Goaded, deal damage, just deals double damage. That part's fine. But mainly it's a 3 mana being able to take it out of your graveyard, right? You can put it on your commander. It stays on there. Your commander dies. They kill it, whatever. Bring out your commander. Sound of the Drums. Pull it back from your graveyard to your hand. That's one way to make sure that you're at instant speed able to bring cards away from your graveyard and to somewhere else. Also, if you look at cards that say like put cards from your graveyard to your library, that also triggers Gao Feral Youth. So there's a lot. Bringing cards from graveyard to exile, etc. Honestly, I think we're gonna end up doing an entire deck on Gao because he's really, really strong. And there's way more than just 3 cards that we can talk about, but these are at least the themes that you should be looking for. You want to be able to trigger his bottom ability at instant speed as many times as you can, and then I would just do like some typical Voltron stuff, or even just temporary boosts in power, just to make sure that his power is high enough so he can actually like kill people before they realize how much of a problem he is. Whew. Yippity yappity. Oh, okay. Where to? What are we doing now? Oh, next card. General Leo Christoffel. Leo Christoffel. What is that's a silly name. It is a silly name, but we're almost done. We're at 20. We're at 2 cards left. 2 cards left, chat. 2 cards left. And I'm going to cover the deck tomorrow. I'm going to get to bed after these 2 cards, or 3 cards, I guess. But we'll look at the deck tomorrow. All right. Let's start. General Leo Christoffel. 4 and a white. 2/2 legendary creature human soldier. When General Leo Christoffel enters, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, then put a +1/+1 counter on General Leo Christoffel for each creature you control. Okay, mono white, get bigger, right? You're a human being before you're a soldier. Good line. This is fine. You just want him to enter, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, +1/+1 counter on General Leo Christoffel for each creature control. I think it's a pretty straightforward-ish build if we really... I mean, I think he's better in the 99, but again, if you really want to put him as a commander, oh God, I mean, sounds like a really boring commander, if I'm being honest. I mean, he's like, bring a creature back, counters on the creature, you flicker so that you can bring more creatures back, although creatures have to be in your graveyard in the first place. I don't even know how they got there or why. And then you make him big, but then you flicker him so the counters go away anyway, so what was the point? Like, General Leo's everything just and honorable, left in the evil empire of evil, so of course he's manipulated and murdered by Kefka. Yeah, that sounds about right. Of course, Kefka takes everything away. Does he at least like try to fight against Kefka? Because like he realizes Kefka's the worst, and then Kefka's like, wah wah ha ha wah ha 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 ha. Wah ha 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 ha. I think we're gonna look at him in the 99 because I think his commander deck would be really boring. Yes, he tries to kill Kefka. Perfect. At least he tried. I think he's a 99er. Just played Nino. What's Nino? Nino Kuni. Nico Light of Hope. Nico's sick. Nico's really good. In fact, actually, would Nico want this guy? Oh, Nico Light of Hope. Non-legendary. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, so definitely not. Nico would not want this dude. Nico's cool. Nico's strong. I mean, good luck. I hope you won. General Leo Christoffel. Brago. I mean, it's just like Flicker Town on him. He just goes in Flicker Town, USA. Gwaine, casting director. This is a good place for monster roll token. Ooh, oh my god, you're like tickling my brain over here. I love Gwaine. I love this guy. This is like literally one of my favorite cards. Like straight up. Monster is what, 1/1 trample, right? Is there something you can do with him? Enter up to one target retrieving your mana by 3 from the graveyard to the battlefield. Enters the battlefield. I'm sure that there's something wacky you can do. Monster roll. Scry. Oh, the Wicked roll is the one that deals damage, right? Damn. I was hoping we could do the ping. Like, I was hoping we could ping people to death if we, like, sacrifice Gwaine and Leo or something forever, but I guess not. You comboed off with Nico and Soul Herder. Nice. Very, very nice. Soul Herder's good. Soul Herder's good. In fact, Soul Herder would like this General Leo Christoffel now I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that's fine. You get creatures back from the grave. Gwaine loves things. Yeah, I'm down for this. Soul Herder is like a... Well, we're looking at legendary creatures that Leo Christoffel can go in. Brago for Flicker. Gwaine for just, like, bring back a... You know, a value piece commander that you don't really want to cast forever, but it's a good thing. Whether we're trying to build, we're trying to... Leo Christoffel's not, I don't think, exciting enough to be a commander on his own. So we're looking at him, what cards or what decks would want Leo Christoffel in here. Like, Gwaine's fine. Brago, you know, Flicker, fine. I mean, anything. Like, I'm just only shrugging my shoulders because it could be anything, right? Like, any deck that just wants to bring back power 3 or less creature is fine. There's a couple Orzhov Legends that do the counter-sacrifice things. Yeah, who's that Orzhov guy that's from Fallout. He's part of the Shadow organization, the Shadow government that takes over everything. He's an enforcer or something. Wow, that art's beautiful. This is beautiful. Colonel Autumn, thank you. Oh, this guy's a human soldier, huh? Ooh, Lenore would love him. Ooh, Lenore would love him. Hold up. Well, I have my answer. Lenore would love his ass. But yeah. Ooh. Now, wow, they look the same. Hold on. Wait. Huh. Huh. Oh, Delny. Delny's hot. Okay. So, in terms of commander decks that super want this guy, I like this. Delny's a good one. Delny would fuck for sure. Yeah, that's a good one. Snow Dave, that's a good one. I like this Colonel Autumn. I like the because of the exploit you're sacrificing creatures just in general, right? Now, I'm tired, so I'm not entirely sure. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice a creature. Other legendary creatures you control have exploit. So when Leo comes into play, you can exploit, and then you can do the ETB, because there are 2 ETBs, and you can do the ETB first. So you can exploit and then target that creature to come back. That's hot. Ho ho ho. That's cool. I have to. Damn it. I think I have to. See, and I agree. I agree that I think I have to target first. Like, I agree with you, which is what I was hoping no one said. I don't know. You have to target first up front. Yeah, that's what I'm. But it's only because it's like, and the only thing that throws me is like it is all the abilities of the same card, right? Like from top down, you're doing like you don't resolve them from top down, but you do. If the cost of exploit, you may sacrifice a creature. Damn it, sacrificing's a resolution, isn't it? Resolves shit. Sorry, I'm not really that angry. Yeah. You're right. I knew that's that's the one thing that would stop me. My terrible plans, and I was just hoping that everyone agreed. But this is still cool. Like, it's still fine. Like, don't get me wrong, this is still good. You're exploiting everything else throughout the rest of the game, right? And then this guy just says bring it back. Like, that's still fine. That's super still fine. I'm not mad. Exploit is not a cost, yeah. If it was a cost, that'd be different. Philia Shepherd could give him more ETB. Ooh, that is kind of hot. Bring back Ophelia. Yeah, that's kind of sick. That's kind of cool. But yeah, so because of how uninteresting I find just the fact that he gets +1/+1 counters at the end of the day on ETB is just like whatever. So this is more like where would he go in the 99 of decks, and I think we've determined where he would go. All right. Whew. We're almost done, chat. Thank you for hanging with me. All right. introducing the last thing that is good and kind in the in the evil empire of evil. We have General Leo Christoffel, 4 and a white, for a 2/2 human soldier. When General Leo Christoffel enters, return up to 1 target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then put a +1/+1 encounter on General Leo Christoffel for each creature you control. So this guy, you could put him as the head of a commander deck if you really, really wanted. But at the end of the day, he wants to flicker in order to trigger his ability often, and he also gets +1/+1 encounters that don't stick. So really, I think he's going to be more in the 99 of something. And there's a lot of stuff that you can do with a card like this in the 99. Mainly like Brago, King Eternal, right? Let's just flicker. Flicker for sure. Being able to have some of your creatures die, like Soul Hoarder, things like that. And then Brago comes in, attacks, deals combat damage, and then flickers the general back up. All of the ETBs happen, the general gets stuff back from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then gets a +1/+1 encounter for all the stuff that's on your battlefield, which is going to end up being a lot. Next up, we have Colonel Autumn, who looks just like General Leo Christoffel. Interesting. But this is an interesting aspect of General Leo Christoffel you can use. Colonel Autumn gives all of your legendary creatures exploit. So throughout the entire game, your legendary creatures are coming into play, exploiting, right? Which in and of itself is, if that's your game plan, you're going to get a lot of value out of that. And then you have this 5-drop that comes in and says, hey, let me get a creature from your graveyard back. Now, Leo Christoffel can't exploit a creature and then bring that same exact creature back, because you have to target the card in the graveyard before hand, but it's still like you're resurrecting creatures in a deck that's all about sacrificing them, which is going to be really, really cool. And then lastly, Lenore Autumn Sovereign. If you're looking for a deck where you want humans for one, super awesome with Lenore, and you're trying to get different power levels, not only does Leo bring a creature back from your graveyard, which will have a different power for Coven, and then Lenore has 0, and then the general himself is going to get 2 +1/+1 encounters on top of his already 2/2, so he's probably still going to have additional different powers. So it's a very, very easy way to trigger Coven all in one card. So again, Leo Christoffel, not really very fun in the 90 as the commander, but in the 99, I think he's going to be an absolute blast. A really good addition to a lot of these decks, whether you're trying to theme them around humans, theme them around sacrifice, or just theme them around ETB. He's a good addition to all of them. Oh, almost done. Almost out. Go. I think there's literally 2 more cards left. Oh, there's literally 1 more card left because we're skipping Intercessor. Yes, baby. We're almost done. Literally last card. Wait, last card. All right. Here we go. Home stretch of the birthday stream. Let me get 1 more bite of the cake as my victory cake lap. I gotta brush my teeth really hard after this. All right. Last card, we've got Go-Go, Mysterious Mime. A 3 and a red 2/2 wizard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn. Except its name is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. If you do, is it Gojo? Sorry. I gotta restart. Is it Gojo or Go-Go? Gojo is a mysterious mime. He's very good at what he does. He's hard to find and recruit without a guide. Really? He's another party member that you could just miss out on? God, this game's crazy, dude. Go twice? Go. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Mechanically, instead of having attack item, magic, and personal skill, Gogo has Mime to copy the previous action and equip 3 other characters' personal abilities as a cost for his flexibility. His stats suck. Damn, but if they're magic, like, it doesn't matter. That's cool. What a cool... Man, okay, that game's insane. Alright, Gogo Mysterious Mime. 3 in a red for a 2/2 legendary creature wizard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Gogo become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn. Except its name is Gogo Mysterious Mime. If you do, Gogo and that creature each get +2/+2 and gain haste until end of turn and attack this turn if able. Alright. Oh my god. Every single one of those cards that say, like, when 2 creatures attack, do blah blah blah, would trigger him. But they're usually not in mono red, so I don't care. This lets red have a clone that cheats the legend rule. It does. It does. It does. It does. It does. And they gain haste. No. It's at the beginning of combat on your turn. Oh. Why does red have to... Oh my god. Alright. Alright, everyone. Atali. I'm phoning it in. Alright. Here's Atali. This is the commander, by the way. Gogo's the commander. Who else needs to attack to just win the game? Who else attacks and wins? Two in haste. I mean, hell, you could blight steal. You could blight steal if you wanted. There's the Hellkite Tyrant. Well, just typing in Hellkite was dumb, wasn't it? That was stupid. Ancient Copper Dragon. True. Hold on. This isn't one of the Final Fantasy decks. I don't want to mention it. Oh, the yes. Yeah. Yep. How about we just do this now? All right. Perfect. And just like, okay, so to give Gogo his due, okay, I don't want to give him less of his due just because he's the last card. Listen, this card's really strong, by the way, chat. I hope that's very clear. This card's really strong. So, like, you know, do with that as you will, but this guy is really strong. Giving mono red the legendary, like, a copy without having to legendary, the fact that this happens every single beginning of combat on your turn, and he just, like, chooses another creature, and then now it's a clone, but it's Gogo, and they both get haste, right? Like, he allows your creatures to come in with summoning sickness. He gives them haste and additional power, and now there's 2 of them. This is really strong. This is a really, really strong card. Yeah, I'm kind of mad about it, but here we go. Gotta make the clip. Last card, let's go. Okay, this card here is incredibly strong. It's a mono red card that gives mono red a clone without having the legendary rule mess everything up. Introducing Gogo Mysterious Mime. 3 in a red for a 2/2 wizard that says at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Gogo become a copy of another creature you control until end of turn. Except its name is Gogo Mysterious Mime. If you do, Gogo and that creature each get +2/0 and gain haste until end of turn and attack this turn if able. So you go to combat. Each one of your combats, you go to the beginning of it, Gogo says, I'm going to become a copy of that thing right over there. Doesn't matter if that thing has summoning sickness or if it's been out for turns, whatever, right? But the best thing you can do is smack down in Atali, right? Turn 4 Gogo, turn 6 whatever Atali. Now Atali is normally weak because he doesn't attack immediately. Well, now Gogo becomes a copy of Atali, but it's still named Go-Go Mysterious Mime. Gives Atali and himself haste, and then plus 2-0 to deal even more damage and activate any attacking abilities immediately. I don't think Mono Red needed this. Helm of the Hells and Blade of Selves would go crazy. Both of those are on attack. Both Blade of Selves is on attack, so that wouldn't work. And then Helm of the Host would go crazy. Yeah, that would be... Well, no, Helm of the Host is beginning of combat. So that would... No, Helm of the Host is beginning of combat, but that second Go-Go that comes out will miss the beginning of combat trigger. So it'll just be a 2-2 guy that's just standing there. So it actually would not go crazy, Snow Dave. And yeah, that's something to yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna belabor that point. Just Helm of the Host. Well, Helm of the Host. Sorry, I know I'm getting Helm of the Host. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy, right? So there's only one beginning of combat, right? You go to combat, and then all of the beginning of combat abilities like go on a stack then and there, right? So you would resolve Helm of the Host, make a clone of Go-Go. But that clone of Go-Go missed the beginning of combat step, right? So you don't get any additional benefit. You just have a 2-2 clone of a guy that's just sitting there. Now, you get to keep that token, right? You get to keep that token. So that is valuable for the continuing like turns of the game. But in terms of right then and there, Helm of the Host does not help, and it does put a much bigger target on your back than you were already having with Go-Go and Atali, right? So just worry about that. I would not say that these are a 1-2 punch together. Oh god. Okay, editor, that's like a side clip. Please, just that's a little PSA about Go-Go. Continuing the initial clip. Next, in terms of combat ability, next in terms of creatures that we want to have in a Go-Go deck, we have Blightsteel Colossus, right? Now, Blightsteel Colossus is already a game ender in a lot of different ways. But now, because you can play Blightsteel Colossus and then Go-Go Mime, give it plus 2-0 and haste, and now there's another one of them, you get to take out 2 people at once versus just one, and then the rest of the board is trying to scramble to stop you. If you just take out 2 people out of nowhere, then, well, what are they going to do about it, right? Not much. And you also have Indestructible on the Go-Go for that turn because of Blightsteel. So you're... God, it's just so good. And then lastly, Ancient Copper Dragon. If we're going to stick on the mono red train, the Ancient Dragons, the biggest downfall to them is that they don't have haste. Well, what if you gave them haste, plus 2 damage, and there were 2 of them? 2 of them. So, yeah, get around that very, very, very small limitation, and you have an incredibly powerful mono red deck. Go-Go is really good. If there is any person out there who Go-Go is their favorite character in Final Fantasy VI, they're gonna love what they can do with this card right here. They're going to love it. It's incredibly strong and honestly very unique because mono red typically doesn't get to get around the legendary role until now. Okay, there we go. 2 clips about Gojo. Oh my god. And then the last card is Interceptor Shadow's Hound, which we are not doing because we this isn't really worth talking about. We already said that Interceptor was going to be partnered with Shadow. If anyone doesn't let you partner with them, they weren't worth playing at the same table with in the first place, so it doesn't matter. So there's no reason to talk about Interceptor other than to say, hey, partner with Shadow. It's just that straightforward. Here, wait, hold on. Let me be professional about it. Partner this card with Shadow. Done. And there we go. A clip. Alright, now normally at this point we would go over the actual deck itself. It is 2 a.m. and I don't want to do that. 2 a.m. Do you know where your children are? Yeah. Normally we would go over the deck. I mean, we went over like every individual new card, which is like 35 of them. It's not really like too much more to say. I quite frankly just don't want to do that right now. We spent a long time on the rest of these, and I think that's good. Damn, Sun Titan's in here? Looks sick. Damn, that's hot looking. What the fuck? Wow, okay. Well, yeah, there's some cool cards to go over. Citrus Supplier gets new art? Damn. Sepulchral Primordial. Holy shit, that looks crazy. Okay, well, I don't want to get lost in the sauce too hard here. Crackling Doom. Wow. All right, Kuro, stop looking at it. Don't get too far. Don't let yourself get pulled in too deep. Please, you need to sleep. Key to the City. Big score. Oh, okay. I mean, all in all, this deck is really cool. Okay, fine. We can do this really fast. All in all, this deck is really sweet. I don't really care for Terra too much. I think that Celeste is the real, like, damn, that's crazy in the deck, personally. I think I would put Celeste as the lead commander. But you do get, like, most of your legendary creatures are all power, like, 3 or less. Mainly, like, 2s and stuff. So you do get to bring them back with Terra pretty often. So I'll give you that. But I think that Celeste being able to just, like, give your whole board a boost every time you trigger the whole, like, something came from the graveyard ability is more relevant to, like, winning the game. But we have to look at the rest of the deck list to see if, like, if Terra's not at the head of our party, then do we have enough cards that allow us to cast things from our graveyard / enter them from our graveyard. If there's just not enough cards, then Terra stays the commander for sure. But Celeste herself is, like, insane. I think Celeste is just, like, absolutely bonkers, quite frankly. Oh, Morbid Opportunist. He looks dumb. He looks dumber. There is... Oh my god, there is Monarch in here. That's crazed. Ruin Grinder, more discard stuff. You know, yeah. The deck is good. Legions to Ash. Wow. Okay. Night's Whisper. Reanimate's back. Wow. Okay. Rise of the Dark Realms. Wow, look at that ensemble cast. That's kind of sick looking, I'm not gonna lie. That looks pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Rise of the Dark Realms. Shit, Ruinous Ultimatum. Huh, yeah. That's just Kefkin. Tragic Arrogance. Kefka died. Look at Kefka dying. That's cool. Damn, this art's sick. Stitched together? Ew. How fucked up is this art? Damn, there's a lot of cool cards in here. Yeah. Oh, Phoenix Town? What's this? Oh, it's from the set. Exile this artifact. Play 2 1 and white, tap, exile this artifact, choose 1, return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh. Huh. Yeah, they usually do 2 set cards. There's usually 2 set cards in every deck. Yo, Phoenix Down is busted? Am I... Yeah, right? Like, Phoenix Down's kind of cracked? Am I wrong? The notable thing about Phoenix Down is it hits 4 CMC, which White has trouble with. True. It's not busted. I mean, like, bust in. Sorry. Bust in. Bust in is what I meant to say. Bust in. Commander Sphere is an egg. Something called Growth Egg. Have you? Spirit into what's long time ago. Bus in. Bus in is what I meant. Wow, look at those fits of boots. That's cool. Talisman of Conviction. Indulgence. Wayfarer's Bauble. That's a child that looks like with green hair. It's not busted, but it is bussin'. All right. So after, I mean, we looked through a lot of the cards, right? Like 35 cards, 25 cards what we looked through. Just like looking at the rest of the spells in here, like there is some reanimation in here, just like a little bit, right? But a lot of the reanimation is left up to creatures, for sure. Most of the creatures that we've seen. But Sun Titan is really good. You get some Self-Willed Milligan. I did not see a lot more things that would make Mog in here specifically like better. Again, I think that we're waiting more on like the rest of what the Moogles can do to be their own deck, but Combustible Girl looks sick as fuck. But yeah, all in all, Archfiend of Depravity, that's hot. Wow, that's a cool reprint. Wow. That's beautiful art too. That's horrifying. Yeah, that's sick. New Anger too. Yeah, this is cool. There's a lot that this deck is going to be able to do. Hey, the Fate Bound for creatures coming from. So I think Terra does have to stay at the head because I don't think that there's enough cards that make things come back from the graveyard consistently without her. If you want Celeste, you can always upgrade the deck to do that, but I think that Terra needs to keep on staying here just to ensure that this happens every single turn versus maybe like turns where you actually miss it, which I think would be very often. Just looking at the deck, so yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. But this is cool. This deck looks really promising. I think people will enjoy the abilities on this individually and see that there's a lot of like come back from the graveyard, come back from the graveyard, come back from the graveyard. Where people will get a real sense of like actually playing from the graveyard, but we'll see if it ends up being like abilities that resonate with people. Alrighty, chat. That's going to be it for me. Thank you so very much for being part of this birthday extravaganza. I'm kind of excited for the Tidus deck. Yeah, we covered the Tidus deck the other day. I need to make sure I